So
Yada,
take that
yada,
as you
yada.
may. Much love, and I will see you all in the next video very soon. Deuces.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like we got the other chat back up. So short bus chat is back up and running. Mario Meta 8 said, rude? Los cientos. Los cientos, amigas. Is it up? It's showing a black screen for me. Is it up? Yep. Okay, it's up. Never mind. We Gucci. All right. So that is what her friend had to say. He is making it sound as though she's being pushed out unfairly. This is all so unfair, and they just didn't allow her to spread her wings and fly like the beautiful phoenix that she is. They wanted her to just be a blooming flower, and the Daily Wire didn't water her. They didn't put her in the best soil. They didn't allow her to be all that she could be by joining the army. So, a bunch of jerks, a bunch of big jerks. But he didn't really give
What's
any
not wrong?
evidence. He didn't give us any evidence for why this is the case. He didn't really provide anything real, except he felt like she could have done more and she didn't. She wasn't given that opportunity. That's about it. That's all we were given by him, was just, yeah, I feel like she could have done other things and they didn't have her do those things that I wanted her to do. And so now this is just kind of a bunch of big jerk faces from the Daily Wire doing this to my good friend Brett and my good friend Candace Owens. And so I don't like them anymore. They're a bunch of big meanies and they're anti-freedom of speech. That was pretty much the take.
Everyone, Jeremy are from the quartering, and things are getting pretty spicy in the
Ooh.
Brett Cooper exiting Daily Wire. As the new co-host has...
I really like his border. Oh my goodness. His border is actually what I was trying to do. I really like his border. It's mesh. This is what I was going for when I first started creating like all of my like mesh artwork and shit like this. That's kind of what I was looking for. It hurts my eyes. Well, mine would have been different colors, but I really like the mesh. Like I really like that. That is so cool looking. Because normally borders are kind of like mine, where it just doesn't have like, what do you call it? It doesn't have I can't think of the right word, like a like texture to it. It's just very bland. And yeah, I like that his has texture on it. I like it. It looks cool. Now this outside, this is the background, okay? So if you're saying the background behind the border hurts your eyes, I can understand that to an extent. It gives very like Saved by the Bell vibes. Although I think it's probably just like metal markings. I think that's probably what it is. But the border is this blue thing here. Just like this for the chat over here. This is the border. And so, yeah, I'm talking about just the border is mesh, and I like that. No, the blue border. You're saying the blue border hurts your eyes? Okay.
taken over, and there's some brand new theories out there that, you know, probably...
Yeah, Tom McDonald is one of the dumbest fucks of all time, dude. That guy. Like, but again, this is like the conservative movement today is just like, let's fight these straw men. Let's fight these ghosts. We're not fighting any real people. We're not fighting anybody who's actually in power. We're not fighting any real policies. We're fighting against like these random blue-haired TikTokers, and that's about it. Like that's who we're fighting. Or there's not like, you know, there's not a bunch of congressmen running around like, we need to trans the kids. We need to get teachers to kick anybody out who doesn't use preferred pronouns. We need to make sure that we're we're, you know, pushing the blacks into everybody's faces and being woke, and like this just isn't really happening. But that's the straw man. Thank you, Freddie. Yes, Short Bus Chat is back on, so if people want to head over there, we've got that up. And then we also have the goals up for both chats. So the goals currently are at 2 out of 5. And yeah, we're making it to where we already hit the first goal, so I'm streaming up to 6 hours at minimum, but the second goal will make it to where I'll at least go over 6 hours. And I will combine both chats, and I will add in tips as well. So you don't actually have to hit the goal that your specific chat stream says. It'll include tips and super chats from both, but they do have to be $5 minimums in order to even like count on the goals. So
probably all right. I don't know
what happened. It was a glitch. It seemed to be the stuff that Kanye West was saying was marked as hate speech. The stuff that he was saying about the Jews, and so they did two things. One said that I had copyrighted content, and the other one said that I had hate speech. And this has happened once or twice before where it's just a glitch and they fix it. So
there are people out there that are saying, while everybody out there is saying it was mutual and her choice, there seems to be a little bit more to the story. While maybe she wasn't technically forced out, it looks like maybe she was. It looks like maybe they just didn't want to pay her what she was worth. There's rumors of her deleting all of her photos of Snow White from her Instagram and deleting her photos with her, I think, maid of honor who took over her show, Reagan.
Whoa, is that true? Let me pull this off. I'm a little distrusting of clicking on links now on stream. But yeah, the girl who took over for her that we were talking about earlier, she was Brett Cooper's best friend, her maid of honor, and her producer. So when we're talking about like how similar she is to Brett Cooper, her and Brett are like very, very close. And yeah, we're best friends. And so, all right, so she still has Jordan Peterson on there. She still has pictures from her wedding. Is wait. Oh, I was about to say, this isn't the guy that she married, right? I was going to say, that's like a big podcast guy. That is not her maid of honor there. More pictures from the wedding. And no. Oh, is that her? Wait, is this her? It says tropical start to 2024 with good friends and chosen family. That's not her, is it? I don't think that's her. No, it's definitely not her. Yeah, very different nose. Very, very different nose. Okay. We're doing full investigation here, guys. It's just a coincidence that every time we say we're doing an investigation, we're on Instagram. Oh, wait. Do we have pictures from Snow White? Do we have video from Snow White?
The silver sphere above her head. Dark hair streams behind her. She wears a silver breastplate. This is Ganyetta, whose beauty is...
Yep. Okay, we got a video from Snow White. So far. And this is a... Oh, wait. This is something that Daily Wire tagged her in. She could have untagged herself, maybe, so that... I don't know. But that's... yeah, that was not something that she posted. Another video that... Daily Wire posted and tagged her in. Okay, she posted this one. Okay, so this is her with Jeremy Boring on Snow White. She did post this one. So this one is real. Trailer for Snow White. Okay. So yeah, we got that one. I'm also looking for like top comments from her producer to see if like there's comments that were liked by her or anything on these that may have been deleted if they're having maybe they fell out. That's what I'm saying. It's possible that that there actually is some beef here. So this is the guy that we just watched. Okay, this is the guy that we just watched. He was saying that he was good friends with her. So here's a picture of him and her on her Instagram. But yeah, the word is that the girl who took over is her best friend. But yes, if she really deleted all of her photos with her best friend, then it would seem like maybe they aren't best friends anymore. That may not be a a present statement in a past tense statement. Yeah, was her best friend. Exactly. That's, past tense. You get it. Yeah, she still has like photos from Daily Wire up here. And again, her best friend was her producer on that show. Yeah, still more Daily Wire stuff here. So yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. All right, what was this girl's name again?
Before we get into, welcome to a new chapter of the comment section. And I am your new host, Reagan Conrad. Now,
Reagan Conrad. Okay, so let's try Reagan Conrad Instagram. Wedding. Is this her wedding or? Yeah, okay, this is her wedding. And there's, yeah, third thing, there's her and Brett. And Brett Cooper is not tagged in this video. Neither is anybody else in the video. I suppose we should mention that, but Brett Cooper is not tagged in it. So as I said earlier, I believe you can remove your tags from things. and I was wondering if Brett not only removed pictures of Reagan, but also removed her tags that Reagan would have tagged her in. New donation goal? Yes, but I was explaining it a little bit ago. It'll include donos from both chats, and it has like a $5 minimum. So it's still only 5. It'll include tips, super chats from both streams, and it only has to be 5 from either one. And yeah, we'll get over 6 hours at that point. But yeah, this is looking a little shaky for Reagan. So I'll admit we may have something substantial at this point that makes this a little odd. We have something that is suspicious. One's in chat if you're suspicious now. Who's feeling the suspicion at this point? Who's feeling they were work BFFs? Again, if she was her maid of honor, she was not her work BFF. That is not a work BFF. That is a BFF. Like, we're not talking about, like, work BFFs. We're talking about Facebook official BFFs at that point, So, yeah, this is suspicious. The sus is real. All right. Well, yeah, we've got, surprisingly, it is the quartering who is the first person to actually come up with some evidence. That's a first. The quartering is one person who actually has a claim.
Maybe she's mad at her. I mean, I think there's definitely more going on. Her deleting all of her photos of Snow White from her Instagram and deleting her photos with her, I think, maid of honor who took over her show, Reagan. Maybe she's mad at her. I mean, I think there's definitely more going on here to meet that than meets the eye. Also have Tim Pool weighing in. So there's some interesting stuff going on here. I just want to remind everyone.
I'm not suspicious this horrible bird person is actually a snake. Wait, the girl? You're calling her the horrible bird person? Why do you think she's a horrible person?
Remind everyone today, if you want, we only have like 10 of these 12 days of coffee boxes left, and we have several gift boxes left. Promo code in this.
I swear the quartering used to do shitty video game videos. When did he jump into the political sphere? He did. So back in the day, he was just doing video games, and around the point when tons of content creators made a shift, they were just doing video games. That's all they did. They just played video games. But they were getting sick of the woke bullcrap that was getting pushed into their faces on video games. And it was the feminist stuff, the identity politics, and they were all very hardcore anti-identity politics. And so tons of video game people started talking about politics. People like Sargon of Akkad is another one. And so, yeah, you just had a ton of people who just played video games initially, and then they got sick of all of the wokeness getting shoved in their faces, and that created what we called Gamergate. So, yeah, if you don't know what Gamergate is, that's where people like Shoe on Head come from, Brianna Wu, tons of like people who are big today made it big because of Gamergate, which was this huge fight on the internet that took on about a year, and it was it turned out to be that both sides were SJWs. It turned out in the end that both sides were woke, both sides were SJWs, both sides were whiny, crying babies that just couldn't get over themselves. So, yeah.
Description to save, coffeebrandcoffee.com. You can save on it, but you need to use expedited shipping to make sure you get it to your house on time for Christmas. If they don't like coffee.
You've really never heard of Gamergate? Really? Well, good on you. You are not on the internet very often. Yeah, Gamergate is like a start to YouTube political lore. That is like, you want to know anything about the YouTubeosphere, getting into politics, that's where you start. Is Gamergate. Like that, and like the atheist movement as well. But all of that turned into what we call the skeptic community, where they're all just, they're just skeptics, that's all. They were all liberals who were just questioning things. But today, they're all just conservatives. So, yeah.
People who don't know Coffee Brand Coffee will have a chance of maybe finding it. So the comment section released its first episode with Reagan, who is producer Reagan. Now she's the co-host. Let me say this first and foremost, okay? I think hating on this Reagan person based on everything we know now doesn't make any sense. There is no indication that this individual, quote unquote, pushed her out. There's no indication that this individual was involved in Brett leaving. I'm hearing all sorts of rumors of what Brett's next projects are, but I'm going to let her be the one that, said, hey, maybe she left this for a $5 million a year deal at Fox.
I don't know how you can start off with giving us the evidence that Brett Cooper deleted all of her pictures with Reagan, and then you're like, yeah, it just doesn't seem to make sense that anybody would hate Reagan. It's like, wait, why does Brett hate Reagan? It sounds like Brett hates Reagan. It sounds like Brett doesn't like Reagan. So why are you kind of like throwing away all the evidence that you brought up at the beginning?
Why would people hate on this woman when Brett took some crazy better deal? Like, the Daily Wire decided to continue the show. I don't think hating on her without any evidence makes a lot of sense. That said, the episode got destroyed with nearly 5,000 dislikes to just 7,000 likes. You see, pause the video, clicks on video, pause video, checks comments. Shoe on Head said, this is like when my parents replaced my dead goldfish with another goldfish as if I wouldn't notice. This feels
shit. Shoe on Head in the comments.
Weird. It no longer feels like a personality, but a brand now, which is exactly what Daily Wire wanted, by the way. The show finally lives up to the name, because without Brett, all I'm doing is looking at the comment section and not the video. This is the first video. I'm literally just reading the comment section. The only reason I clicked on this video was to look at the comments. No hate to Reagan, but this is and will always be Brett's show. She just hits different. Moment of silence for Brett Cooper. I'm just here for the comments. Everybody just absolutely shredding her. And then there's some interesting theories in the comment section of the comment section. But to dispel these rumors, one, why did Brett unfollow you everywhere and remove all pictures of you? If that's true, there's more to the story. Why do you guys never do a video together, or at least a video where she has endorsed you or passed off the torch? Now, that's not a
that is a good question. That is a good question, and that would like fix everything. That would have fixed everything. Is if Brett, when she was leaving, said, "Hey guys, I'm heading out. Just wanted to let you know that like I enjoyed my time here, but I'm just moving on to bigger and better pastures, and I'm handing the torch over to my best friend Reagan." That didn't happen. Actually, what happened instead is that the comment section was initially still had all of
Welcome to
it still had Reagan, or sorry, it still had Brett every single day, and then all of the sudden Brett was just gone for a little while, and then all of a sudden it was Reagan, then Brett, then Reagan. And so Brett was gone for like a week, and during that week Reagan stepped in and was just doing the content for her. And yeah, you can see that like it gets into like a mix here where you have in the shorts the Brett, Reagan, Brett, Reagan, Brett, Reagan, Brett, Reagan, Brett, Reagan, Brett, Brett, Reagan, Reagan, Brett, Reagan, Reagan, Brett, Reagan. Like, it's just very weird how they were doing things, where Brett just kind of disappeared for a little bit, was just all of a sudden gone, and this Reagan girl was here instead, saying, Brett's gone for a little while, she'll be back. And then, all of a sudden, she came back for one episode. And this is
True.
what she said in this one episode.
Hey guys, some of you have heard the rumors online, and the rumors are mostly true. Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily Wire. It is not true that
So, hold on.
I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet. I have had the most unbelievable 3 years helping to craft the show, building this community, and telling stories and sharing the truth every day. Through the comment section, you all have made me braver, more articulate, more...
So yeah, but this is kind of going over
Welcome
the parts
back
that
to the
I was
comment
talking
section.
about.
I am producer Reagan, filling in again for Miss Brett Cooper, but don't worry, she will be back on
Filling
Monday.
in.
And don't worry,
She'll
Brett will
be
be back
back.
on Monday. And don't worry,
She'll be
Brett will be
back.
back on Monday. Today,
She'll be
December
back.
10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section
She's back.
and working for the Daily Wire.
And now
Well,
she's
the
not coming
rumors
back.
were true, and just after a month of denying it, Brett Cooper announces she is leaving the Daily Wire. There's a lot to unpack here, from this inorganic scripted statement from Brett, the confirmation of rumors about why she's leaving months ago. But as for the rumors, I'm thinking they're true.
And it's not just that the Daily Wire is pushing
I'm
out Brett
thinking
Cooper.
they're
It's
true.
actually that Brett Cooper is under one of these contracts that has her basically tied to secrecy and silence under NDA and can't say anything about it while they spin whatever narrative they want about it. They are promoting her best friend, who was her maid of honor at her wedding. They apparently, allegedly gave her
Just an announcement real quick. My appeal did go through. My content did not violate TOS. They have granted my appeal, and the warning has been taken away. So it was just a glitch. It was just a problem. That's why they took down the stream a little while ago. So yeah, that's it.
her acting classes to help her imitate Brett's mannerisms.
No.
And when I was talking to a girl with the family I was staying with before, she's like an 18-year-old chick that
I was saying earlier, her mannerisms literally are like her cadence, the way she talks, her body language, like everything across the board. They dress her the same. Like it is Brett Cooper across the board. Just very, very much Brett Cooper.
loves Brett Cooper. She's a total super fan. And she was like, yeah, the Reagan episodes are kind of weird.
Welcome back to the comment section. So obviously, I talk Harbrand into a whole new stratosphere of woke confusion. I'm concerned about feminism. I'm concerned about the growing gender divide. But before we get into today's episode, make sure you like this video. Before we dive into this episode, though, make sure that you like this video if you have not already. If you've not already,
As I understand, two best friends are going to have similar mannerisms, but you can't convince me this isn't done entirely on purpose, as this just looks like when two people pick the same character in Street Fighter, where they have all the same moves with a different color scheme. And at one point in time, it worked, as the first time
That's good.
Reagan hosted the comment section a month ago, it was received incredibly well, stating Reagan was a natural. They wanted to see an episode that featured them together, speculating she will be a stand-in for when Brett gets pregnant. But looking back on those top comments, I honestly wonder if those weren't planted by the Daily Wire themselves, to try to astroturf a narrative of Reagan is just as good as Brett. Us fans should have loyalty to the brand. But unlike sports teams that have star players come and go, I don't think people see the Daily Wire like the Dodgers or the Celtics. I think
I actually don't disagree with that. I don't think that that's like a crazy conspiracy theory. I think that's something that I would do. I think that's something that I would do. That like, if I'm running a company and I want them to switch out people, yeah, I think that I would put comments in there that that say stuff like that, like, oh, they're so much alike. I love both of them. They're like best friends. They're like the same person. And so it makes it to where you're like kind of like giving this idea that they are the same. And you don't just put the comment there, but you bought the comment to like rise it up to the top, to make it one of the top comments, so that when people scroll to the comment section, the first thing they see is, you know, everybody's liking this comment that says that they love Reagan, that she's just like Brett, that she should take over for her. So yeah, when he's saying this, I don't think that this is like just a crazy conspiracy theory. I think that that's good marketing. I think that's good branding. I think that's a good idea for them to do something like that. It's I saw some of you said it's manipulative. I mean, it's not really. It's not telling you that you think that. It's just like putting an idea out there that they would say anyways, right? They would say those things themselves. Hey, they're pretty much the same person. They're doing pretty much the same things, and so they're not there's not a big difference here, right? They're saying the same things. Now they're just putting it in somebody else's voice to where you don't feel like it is it's like corporate jargon now, but instead it's you know, something that the community feels. But obviously it didn't work, right? It's not telling you what to think. It's just telling you that this is how people feel in general, but it's not telling you that you need to think this unless you're like easily influenced by everybody else's opinions. It doesn't really make much of a difference. But that is like a narrative that's good to put out there, as though this is how people feel, to where you're more willing to like question your presuppositions about it.
YouTube stars are more seen like musicians on a record label. Sure, the production team can swap out a singer and make an identical song, which is exactly what the Daily Wire is doing here, but the fans develop these parasocial...
Thank you for the 99 cents in California dollars, Testicle Johnson. Let's freaking go.
relationships with the individual, not the platform from which they discovered that person. As a...
Thank you.
Fans began to notice Reagan replacing Brett more frequently. So recently, whenever Reagan recorded an episode for the comment section, their comment section started to sour on Brett's absence, saying they only watch the show and the Daily Wire because of Brett Cooper, and if she leaves the Daily Wire, so will their...
Thank you for another 149 in California dollars, Testicle Johnson. Let's go.
money. And when Brett recorded her final episode, officially announcing her departure, people stated they were only watching for Brett, not the show itself. They'll follow her in whatever she does next, even a farming channel.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I've said a million times, is that like this is content creation. People don't really care as much about the content. They care about the content, but it has to be the content and the person. The person, if you're going to spend a lot of time watching them, if you're going to spend a lot of time listening to them, it's got to be someone that you relate to. It's got to be somebody that you would feel comfortable hanging out with. It's got to be somebody that you would feel comfortable talking to. It's got to be someone that you would feel some sort of connection to. And this is why we talk about things like, what do you call it? Damn, I'm blanking on the word, but it's where you feel a connection to the content creator and you feel like you guys are friends. Testicle Johnson face with another $2 in California dollars. Thank you for the new moon face. I don't know if that's something having to do with your horoscope or something. Parasocial, yes, MW, yeah. So yeah, it's parasocial. Parasociality is like, yeah, where you feel like you kind of know that person and you feel like you have like a connection with them, even though they don't know you, they don't know what you look like, they have no idea who you are, but you watch them enough to where you know them and you know who they are, you know about their thoughts, you know about their opinions, you know about their life, they out of it and the other person doesn't. And that's why, yeah, like people watching for Brett Cooper makes a lot of sense. And so it is normal that if she leaves, they're all going to feel kind of betrayed. And again, she gained 5 million subscribers on this channel or 4. It's at 4.5 now. I don't know if they've dropped subscribers. Let's see. Because people earlier kept saying that she had 5 million. This is not the channel. Yeah, here it is. Okay. They're down over the last 38 days, 56 million views. Total subscribers weekly, they are down 160,000 subscribers. Yeah, and here it is. Yes, they are actually losing subscribers. Yeah, they got up to 4.52 million and then down to 4.51, 4.47. So they lost 40,000 in this one day. 4.45 million, 4.43 million, 4.41 million. This has them back at 4.4, but that doesn't sound right because now they're back at 4.38, 4.35. So yeah, they've been dropping subscribers by tens of thousands daily since this took place about 5 days ago. And everybody was already whispering about this. When Brett Cooper was off for that week, everybody was already whispering, like, what's happened to Brett? They keep saying she's coming back, but is she? This seems weird that she just disappeared for a whole week and they had someone replace her. They've never done that before. Normally, if she takes time off for a week, they just don't make videos for a week. Why all of a sudden are they continuing to make videos while she's gone? This is strange. And so, yeah, it kind of started to get people talking. I see you're in the waiting room. I've only got like 3-4 minutes left in this video, so I'm going to finish this real quick and then I'll pull you on.
As this is like the Joe Rogan podcast without Joe Rogan, because many people don't 100% believe this seemingly scripted statement.
It is not true that I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet. I have had the most unbelievable 3 years helping to craft the show, building this community, and telling stories and sharing the truth every day. And I'm grateful that the Daily Wire gave us a platform to grow this community. But at this point in my life, I am ready to take on a new direction, both personally and professionally.
Which was followed with an HR-sounding statement from the CEO.
We're sad to see Brett go, but we're excited to see her take the next step in her journey. Brett's an amazing talent, both as a personality and as...
This is. I heard that he said something, but I couldn't find it. It is in this video. Okay. Because in this video, this is titled Jay-Z Accused and a Special Message from Brett. So that's the title of the video. So they just made a video about Jay-Z, and then at the very beginning just had her talk about the fact that she was leaving, and then they added in Jeremy Boring, the CEO,
thoughtful, more hopeful than I could have ever imagined. And I'm grateful that we spent this time together. And I'm grateful that the Daily Wire gave us a platform to grow this community. But at this point in my life, I am ready to take on a new direction, both personally and professionally. This means new challenges and new endeavors, which I will share with you soon. As for the show, the comment section will continue with the Daily Wire. My producer, Reagan, is taking over as host of the comment section, and I wish her and the Daily Wire all the best. We have had 3 great years, and I'm proud of what we've accomplished.
Yeah, see, that's not a great endorsement there. That is not a great endorsement. She has to know that there's going to be a lot of, like, hurt feelings over this. She has to know there's going to be a lot of people who are not happy about the fact that she's just leaving and just disappearing all of a sudden. And then all of a sudden, yeah, she's just she just says, my producer Reagan is taking over and I wish her all the best. Moving on. Like, Sounds like you're just saying what you're supposed to say. But yeah, that wasn't a great endorsement. Like, I would have expected her to say, you know, my producer, my best friend, and somebody that I have a lot of faith in is Reagan. And I couldn't think of somebody better to take over for me than, you know, somebody that I feel closest to. And I know that this channel is in good hands moving on with her going into the future. And I hope that you guys are all very supportive of her, as this channel goes in a new direction with Reagan, but still doing the same content that you've always enjoyed with me, just with her hosting instead. Like, that would have been, you know, just something simple, something quick that would have been like really saying like, hey, I'm really on board with this. I really like this. And I'm, even though I'm leaving, I'm happy that it's not just some, like, they didn't throw some random weird, like, fat guy in here that's like gonna be the new you know, comment section person, but instead it's somebody that I really like and that I really trust. It's weird that she just didn't say anything about Reagan.
Together. Leaving the show and platforms that we've built is hard, but I'm very excited for what's to come. Knowing that we have brought so many people together in laughter over these last 3 years means the world to me. I appreciate all of you, so let's chat again soon, but in the meantime, go touch some grass, kick some rocks, and we'll catch up shortly. And now for some final thoughts from the God King himself, Jeremy Boring.
Bittersweet indeed. We're sad to see Brett go, but we're excited to see her take the next step in her journey. Brett's an amazing talent, both as a personality and as an actress. It's been a pleasure to see her bring the comment section to life these last 3 years, and her performance in the Pendragon cycle is sensational. I'm certain that whatever Brett creates next will be filled with the same joy and laughter and heart that she's brought to all of her work at the Daily Wire. And we wish her nothing but the best.
So, my friends, while I have you here, I thought we could run it back one last time with the comment section.
So yeah. And if you don't know what her channel is, the main thing is her going over the comment section. So she'll go over like a video in short, just kind of talk about the controversy, what they're talking about. And then she'll give like a little bit of her thoughts on the whole thing. And then she'll go into the comment section of videos and start reading like what other people had to say about this and their thoughts, and just kind of giving you the feeling of the community and crap like that. And so that's what she was doing. And so that's why when this other guy was going over, when the quartering is going over a lot of these comments, a lot of what they were saying was, you know, for once, we're actually just going over the comment section. This person said, yeah, all I'm looking at is the comment section. And I think that I don't even think that they meant the comment section of the videos that they were reviewing. I think they meant the comment section of this video to see what the hell everybody else had to say about this shit, because they were a bit put off by it. They're like, what the fuck?
It's been a pleasure to see her bring the comment section to life these last 3 years, and her performance in the Pendragon cycle is sensational. And we wish her nothing but the best.
And I imagine every word of those statements were pre-scripted and lawyer approved, as it really comes down to who had the final cut of this clip. Because even if Brett wrote it herself, she recorded it knowing nothing other than the narrative the Daily Wire wanted was going to get posted on the channel the Daily Wire owns. Which sadly was something Steven Crowder had discussed back in the beginning of 2023.
Kids out there, coming up, we need to build a bench here in this movement. It's almost impossible. Don't sign these contracts. Effectively, full ownership of all your social media platforms, channels, in perpetuity, the rights to your content, name, image, likeness. Frankly, it's worse than Disney. It's worse than ABC. It's worse than NBC. It's worse than CBS. This is ownership of you and everything that you do.
Young talent, they don't get deals like this.
So they don't get.
This is so dumb, dude. I cannot believe he's like presenting what happened with Steven Crowder as though this was a legitimate grievance.
Deals that
they can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand.
That you then own.
Well, I own parts of it. I don't own it. They can, when their contract's up, they can still go out and they'll still be famous. They can keep doing their shows, so go do a show somewhere else. They'll be in a far, far, far better place. You helped make them.
No, I'm not looking at this contract. This contract.
Yes, no, that is why people take the contracts, is even though they understand that they're selling their their channel to Daily Wire, they take the contracts because now they're on a platform. So where I was saying earlier, they get Brett Cooper on their catalog to where a ton of people who follow Brett Cooper are now going to the Daily Wire website, getting memberships from the Daily Wire, getting their Leftist Tears mugs, and now they're watching people like Ben Shapiro and Dennis Prager, Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh. They get to see all of these other content creators that helps them get cross-platform viewership. But it goes the other direction as well. When you're Brett Cooper and you get put on these platforms, you are now in, like freaking God tier company with people like Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Dennis Prager. Like, you're on the fucking tippy top tier, and now you get cross-pollination from their viewerships as well. And so, yes, it is very beneficial for people who really want to like help grow their brand, help grow their platform. She was in a movie called Snow White where she played Snow White. Like, she would not have had a lot of the opportunities that she ended up having if it wasn't for Daily Wire. They blasted her off in a way that she may have never gotten a chance to get if she had never joined their platform in the first place. It's possible she could have, but she made the calculation that this is what was best for her, and that's why she took it, is because it is a good opportunity to get the cross-pollination on the catalog. Did anyone even know who she was before Daily Wire? I believe she had like 1 million subscribers first. I think that's what it. I believe. I'm not sure though. I don't really remember. It's all fake and gay, bro. You should not give any of these e-celebs a second of your time. I don't know. I'm sorry. I have no idea what that has to do with anything. Never mind.
Owns it in perpetuity even after the contract. You're paying a lease but getting ownership. That's what this contract reads.
On the content that we paid to produce, yes.
Now, a lot of people were outraged to hear him say wage slaves, but I somewhat understand what he's saying here, as I used that record label analogy earlier, because I truly believe social media influencers are the rock stars of Gen Z. As kids no longer want to be musicians and professional athletes, they want to be TikTokers, Twitch streamers, or YouTubers. So just like how record labels would sign unknown singers into predatory contracts to take the lion's share of the revenue, before home studios and social media, musicians needed the infrastructure of a record label to...
Well, again, and that's the other thing that Daily Wire provides. Daily Wire provides all of the production. They help with your writing. They help with, they get much better cameras. They get a much better studio. They really bring in, like, bigger shit that will, like, really helps your channel become more professional.
Attain stardom, which was basically the same thing that Daily Wire did for Brett Cooper, as she is a superstar right now, but how quickly do people forget that she was essentially an industry plant? It isn't necessarily a negative thing, but unlike most YouTubers starting off in their studio apartments with 480p webcams talking into a headphone mic, Brett started her channel doing collaborations with huge YouTubers, with hundreds of thousands of dollars of professional video production, and most importantly, mentorship from people at the top of her niche. So even if you believe that Daily Wire is the villain in this scenario, if you love Brett Cooper, you should still somewhat be appreciative for platforming her in the first place. Because even if the Daily Wire sinks, Brett Cooper is the Justin Timberlake, as the comment section has already deleted with Brett Cooper and replaced her with nothing. It appears the channel is starting to lose subscribers by the tens of thousands, while Brett Cooper's new YouTube has over 100,000 subscribers before even uploading a single video, which is especially significant as the channel that she's leaving
I use this music. A lot of the music that he's playing here, I really like. And I have the song that he's playing here, I've used this song in my own projects.
As every single video receiving well over 300,000 video views. Compared to the Daily Wire star Ben Shapiro, despite his over 7 million subscribers, sometimes struggles to get even over 50,000 views, which should be alarming, as this one-man bootleg operation at Decoy Voice is closer to Brett's numbers than Ben's, and that's me doing videos about squirrels. But if you look at the Daily Wire's other personality that left the network, Candace Owens looks like she's at the top of the niche, regularly receiving over 1 million views per video, with her live stream seeing identical, if not better viewership, which I think Brett Cooper will see similar success on her solo channel, as even though the Daily Wire controlled Cooper's career during peak election season, likely raking in millions of dollars from ad revenue and brand deals, in the long run, Brett won, as I think most people would rather be in Brett's position than Reagan or even Ben. So if you appreciate my one-man operation that provides concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status of today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how even New York City is beginning to reject their woke nonsense.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like his video. I think that was well done. I just don't want to... it's kind of dumb, some of the stuff that he was giving credit to. Yo, caveman.
Yo, oh shit. I didn't know you brought me in. Hold on. Shit. I needed to mute the stream. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I was saying earlier that I said I saw you there and I was going to finish the video real quick and then pull you in.
I didn't hear it. So,
sorry.
Anyways, what's going on, Tom?
Nothing, man.
Sorry, I was on with Joel earlier trying to set up my stream.
Oh, were you?
Eventual stream, you know? But we'll talk about that another time. But no, I was really actually shocked. I didn't know that Brett Cooper actually got fired from the Daily Wire, man.
I don't know that she got fired again. From what we understand, the phrase is that she decided to leave and either end her contract or not sign a new contract. So yeah, it's.
But I thought she was going to be Snow White. What the hell?
I think she was Snow White. They already did it.
Oh, they already did it? Okay,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that came out already.
All right.
All
right, Brett.
Wire Snow White. Yeah, 2025 film, so it hasn't come out yet, but
I mean, like, production's finished. Like, if it's coming out in 2025, yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that the Quartering said, he said that she deleted all of the pictures of her friend Regan, who's the girl who took over for her. He said that she deleted all of the pictures of her from her Instagram, which we went through her Instagram, and it doesn't seem like there are any pictures of her, which that was her best friend. It was her producer on the show, and it was her bridesmaid, like her that was her bridesmaid at her own wedding. And so we could not find a single picture of her on her entire Instagram. And then they also said that she deleted everything from Snow White. Now, we did find a bunch of stuff about Snow White, and I would assume she's not allowed to delete the Snow White stuff. It's probably in the contract that she has to post this stuff on like social media platforms, posting like the trailer, posting like posters for it and crap like that.
It might be, especially if she started her own YouTube channel. It might be she has to post them specifically on like Daily Wire affiliated channels. So the idea that she is no longer affiliated in like a meaningful capacity, like that could stand to reason. I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's like
it is complicated
contract.
when it comes to when it comes to social media platforms. They will have like requirements of you posting some things on your personal social media, like clips and crap like that from your show, and those will have ads for like Daily Wire and their website and their catalog on it. But when you leave the Daily Wire, you keep your personal social media platforms like Instagram, like Twitter, like things like that. But
yeah,
the channels, they buy those normally. They're buying them from you.
Right.
So when it comes to like her YouTube channel, Daily Wire owns that. That is theirs. They own the comment section. There's likely Facebook pages. So there's a difference between a page and a Facebook person. So like you can have your own personal page where if you follow somebody, you guys are friends now. But then there's pages that are normally like businesses or content creators, things like that. And so if there's the comment section page, okay.
This is why I feel like contracts are a completely legitimate form of commerce, and I will probably never sign one when it comes to like doing things on YouTube or anything like that. Because the idea that you can create a YouTube channel, which is another company's platform, and then like the company that you work for could own your YouTube channel, like that blows my fucking mind. That would ever hold up in court.
Well, wait, what do you mean? It definitely would hold up in court.
Well, no, that's the thing though, is that like if you establish it as like your own channel, but then like you affiliate yourself with the Daily Wire, like why shouldn't Brett Cooper be able to take her?
No, it's not
YouTube
affiliate yourself with it. No, they bought your channel. They bought.
Oh, yeah. If there was a contract that bought it, then sure. But yeah, that's what I would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that they buy it. So this is all in the contract where they talk about the fact that like, yes, you have to post some clips on your social media stuff. You have to post on Twitter. You have to post they'll decide like what clips get posted. And
right.
And on your own show, you get to say whatever you want. This is like part of their contracts. Is like you get to say whatever you want. You get to script your own shows. You get to do all of that. Then you can just give it over to their editors, and they'll edit it. They have producers who come in and produce the shows for you. They will give you this, like they'll have a whole set for you to do your to record your episodes on. They have they bring in all the cameras, all the lighting, they get like a very professional set for you to sit on, and like they do all the audio, they do everything for you. You just show up and do your thing, and now they are paying you as an employee, as talent, but you're still allowed to write your own shows. You write what you talk about. You write about
of course, that's all I'm saying is that like if she I wonder if she started this channel specifically under the Daily Wire label, and that was the situation from the get-go. I'm just really, again, this is idle curiosity. This isn't like a criticism of anything.
She did. Let's see.
Because like if she had started a channel, then she got appropriated by the Daily Wire and she signed this contract. Like, yeah, of course she has to abide by the terms of the contract. But like all the work that she did prior to becoming part of the Daily Wire for this specific channel, key, the stream key, whatever you want to talk about. Like now you've commodified something that is like I guess, for lack of a better term, the intellectual property of YouTube. I'm curious. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm curious about how the legal framework works around this, because like YouTube ostensibly is an organization where all of this is taking place, and yet they don't really have skin in the game. So anyone who's I'm not criticizing anything about this.
I understand your thought process. The problem is that this is like standard show business. So when like Steven Crowder made a big deal about this shit, the problem was that he was acting like he just didn't understand contracts or how show business works. Whereas like if you go and you do a show for NBC and you hire all your own writers and they pay the writers for you, but you get to tell them what to write about, you get to pick your own stories, you get to talk about whatever you want, you get to script everything the way that you want. But they produce everything. They come up with all of the, they pay for everything themselves. Like Tucker Carlson, right? The Tucker Carlson show, like he doesn't get to like leave Fox and be like, well, I want to keep my show and I still want to be able to like, have my time at 8 o'clock on that channel and Like, even though I'm not with
Right.
Fox anymore, and I'll pay for the production myself and blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's not how it works. Like, they own the fucking show. You were an employee for them. And so I'm saying that this is similar in this way, where they're producing everything. It's all theirs. They produce everything, and all of the money from your YouTube channel, everything that it makes, all of the members, all of the super chats, all of the ad revenue, that all goes to Daily Wire. Daily Wire pays you from what they make from your ad revenue on your YouTube channel, on like any channels like Spotify and any podcast platforms, anywhere, Rumble or anywhere else where they might put your shit. Like, they get all of that, and then they also put your stuff up on their website, which is the Daily Wire website. They put you on the catalog, and then people subscribe to Daily Wire, and now they get access to your full episodes of everything that you do. Instead of it all being in sections, they get to watch the whole thing there. And YouTube only gets small sections of it on the YouTube channel. And they get all of the money from the people who are subscribing on Daily Wire, but then they pay you out based on your contract, and you just get whatever your contract says you get.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not criticizing the way that things went down. I guess I'm just like curious how, like, the considerations of intellectual property with respect to, like, Tucker Carlson prior to leaving Fox News and whether or not he has to control it. There's obviously Fox News is both the producer and the medium by which that media gets out. With YouTube, like, I know this is something that a lot of like conservatives are bringing up, is that, like, okay, Raceland actually brought this up with me. Is YouTube a publisher or is YouTube a social media platform? I kind of err on the idea that they're a social media platform, because YouTube might ostensibly be held responsible incorrectly for media that gets posted on their platform, even though they did nothing other than provide the software or the not even the
YouTube
software.
can't get held accountable for stuff that's on their platform. They can
but that's the point I'm trying to say, is that, again, I don't want to get into like a whole debate about that. All I'm saying is that it's interesting that there would be a third party involved in this, and how the contracts might be shaped around a situation where YouTube is like the medium by which things happen, but they're a bit more invested than you would say like TikTok is.
Well, think about
TikTok
this.
is
It's the same for like shows, where there'll be like a channel called like the Tucker Carlson Show. It's not going on to the Fox News channel. It's going on to the Tucker Carlson Show channel with Tucker Carlson's face on it. But then when Tucker Carlson leaves, that's still their freaking channel. They still own that channel. They still put all the content on it.
Okay.
And so it was already like a norm with a lot of these things, in the same way that they would take different shows and turn them into podcasts, in the same way that they would. This is just like, and this is good for YouTube. Like, while we do think of YouTube as independent media, and that these are people just doing whatever they want to from their own spaces. I've had people like invest in my channel. I've had people offer money to go do different things, and it's beneficial for the YouTube sphere to get money in this space, to get real production, real like big time money backing channels to where they can do more and they're able to present themselves better. That is really good for everybody. And so the more other content creators do it, the more it becomes a norm, and the more of a possibility it is for the rest of us.
Dude, that's why it's so good being like not a socialist, because like we can like look at those opportunities and be like, yeah, dude, if the money's worth it and I don't have to violate my own principles, then let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing that you were talking about before is there's I'm blanking on the exact like thing. It was section 230, I think is what it was called. And
yeah, so I had this debate with Raceland. I feel like he tried to maybe bring it up with you the other day, but like I tried to explain to him, I don't know how you could ever hold like 4chan, Reddit, Twitter.
Well, I'm saying you literally can't.
YouTube.
I'm saying you
Yeah.
literally can't. That
Well,
like
legally,
the section
legally
2
you can't.
no, legally you cannot. I'm saying section 230 is a thing that says that social media platforms are neither publishers nor platforms, meaning they're not going to be like a newspaper where they have editorials and they decide what does and doesn't go on their website, but they're also not a platform like like AT&T or like you know, a Verizon Wireless or something like that, where people are just communicating over their phone lines and to where they have no editorial power over what is or isn't said on their lines. They cannot say anything. And so normally people like to make this dichotomy of, well, you're either a publisher or you're a platform. You have to be one or the other. But Section 230 says, no, they are neither. They are social media platforms and they fall under Section 230, which means that not only are they not editorializing what's on there, but they also have a TOS, and that TOS is demanded by government, where like Congress says you have to have what we call good faith moderation, where you are choosing like what is and is not allowed to be said on that platform, and that like you're yes, like banning people and moderating the platform responsibly.
That's why I felt like I didn't explain things well enough, because like when I was engaging with Raceland on this, I was like more focusing on the spirit of the law rather than like the structure. And I think you did a really good job of explaining why structurally it's not okay to consider YouTube to be liable for the content that they post, because he was basically trying to say that, okay, well, like YouTube may miss a video where a bunch of like, you know, racial slurs were used and someone was affected so severely emotionally that they could like sue. Like I said, like the spirit of the situation is that like YouTube is a platform that offers themselves up. They may have like relatively limited terms of service. But I even agreed with him when he said, okay, well, YouTube is basically engaging in like striking of videos or you know, limiting of access to videos based on some arbitrary set of standards that aren't like clearly listed in their terms of service. Like that's a fine thing to argue against. But you know, that's the thing, is that like we can have Raceland's here. Thank you. Yeah, Raceland. Like we basically like said like, hey, these platforms can't be considered publishers because they don't have any active role in actually putting this content out. They're basically offering people the ability to act as a medium for people to access this content. So that's why I would say that they're more of like a social media platform. But if they are engaging in a relatively arbitrary standard by which they're going to say these kinds of videos don't get to be seen, but like they don't have a clear set of terms of service to say like why they made that change, then I think that you could hold them accountable to a certain extent if they're like, and this is where I don't even know like legally if this would hold up in court, but like that you could say like, hey, you YouTube breached the contract by not giving clear guidelines by which your videos are going to be censored, or the videos on your platform are going to be censored. What do you think about that?
It is, well, so again, the Congress says that they have to have a good faith moderation. Like this is part of like their the Communications Decency Act, is that they have to have a good faith moderation to where they are not allowing people to like threaten others on their you know, they're not allowing people to say that like, oh, I'm gonna kill you or I'm gonna murder you, and then that's like the worst that it can get is like, you know, saying like, you know, pushing terrorism and crap like that.
Yeah.
And then there's a scale there from like where you start to draw the line on things like racism, things like you know, anti-religious rhetoric, you know, there's a whole lot of things in between like, just I hate Mondays and murdering people. And
oh no, for sure. Like there's obviously a wide berth of opinions that could be falling into the category of, clearly hateful messages or threats against someone else's life or someone else's continued existence. I guess I'm, I'll want to get your take. It seems like, and again, I don't know if this is hearsay, but it seems like YouTube has taken a particular penchant against the freedom that individuals who want to spread like pro 2A content or gun related content. Like what do you specifically think about that? Like if that is the case, that they're saying, well, you need to have clear guidelines about how you present videos. Like I'll even say, like, there's certain situations in which I'm like, okay, yeah, you might need to like express some kind of like measure with respect to like gun safety, but if you want to show a particular type of platform, you shouldn't be restricted in doing so. But like again, if it's not clearly outlined in the terms of service, is it is it fair to be engaging in that?
Nothing can be clearly outlined. Nothing can. Like, there's always going to be some subjectivity to things, and that has to be the case. This is even the same within laws. Like, literally, the law will say things like, you're not allowed to use discriminatory practices as businesses or as government entities. And it's like, okay, well, what is like discriminatory practices? And then they'll list these things as like, hateful language, unfair hiring practices, like stuff like that. And so now you don't know what all of that means. There's a lot of subjectivity in there, but our legal system is all based on what we call like reasonable conclusions, right? So like even if you're supposed to be convicted of something, you're convicted based on beyond a reasonable doubt. But it's all about reasonability. Though, like, everything has a lot of subjectivity to it. And so if TOS says you're not supposed to be racist, and then Candace Owens is like saying a bunch of like shit, but then all of her fans are like, what? That's not racist. There's nothing wrong with that. Why are they calling that racist? That's not racist. Like, well, okay, well, there's some subjectivity in there, but like it's about reasonability, and most people would call that racist. That is just what most people would call racist.
It's the difference between saying that, like, people who are of a of a particular ethnic background have a slightly larger than average, facial structure or something like that, versus all these people have hook noses. It's like obviously the latter is a clearly broad reaching judgment of individuals, but like based on no like clear, concise evidence.
Right. Well, I mean, consider this as well. So let's say a social media platform opens up. This is what I normally use as an example when I talk about this. Is let's say a social media platform opens up and they want to do streaming, just streaming, and whoever is streaming is supposed to just be doing prayers, and they're doing prayer requests. And this is a Christian platform just for prayer requests. And if you're doing any other type of content outside of prayer requests on their Christian platform, then like they're gonna cut your feed and give you some sort of strike or something like that. And so the chat is supposed to just be a bunch of people coming in, giving you prayer requests. They're telling you what they want you to pray for, and you, as the host, you are supposed to pray for these people. And now somebody comes on and is doing devil worship. They're a Satanist, and they want everybody to pray to Lucifer. And now all of the Luciferians come in to pray to Lucifer, and they're all giving their prayer requests for this person who's like got
Dude,
all of their demonic stuff on.
I only do that on Thursdays.
Yeah.
I only do that on Thursdays. Okay.
But yeah, so the where they draw these lines on when it's no longer prayer requests or when you've been going too long without doing prayer requests, because we would assume if you took 30 seconds to say, yeah, sorry I was late today, I had to stay at work a little bit too long and I got kept up, hopefully you guys aren't upset, blah blah blah, hopefully they're not gonna, oh nope, you went half a second without talking about like prayer requests, we're cutting you off. And then what is considered prayer requests is also going to be very subjective. And when they say we accept all sects of Christianity, and somebody who says, well, Lucifer is in the Bible, Lucifer is also somebody who's part of the Christian belief, like why would you say this isn't part of Christianity? Like this is all based on reasonable understandings of these words, reasonable conclusions that you're going to come to based on the semantics of the language that's used. And so Caveman, appreciate the Fools 2 membership. Let's freaking go.
You know what? I think this is a good sect of the or section of the online discourse individual group. And I appreciate your particular take.
Based? Well, thank you. But yeah, I think I think that there's.
I didn't mean to derail the conversation.
No, it's just there's a lot of subjectivity in there, and I think that people when they act like, well, it's not clear. It's like, well, it could be clearer. Like when we're talking about Twitch, they could be a lot clearer, but it's about like I know what I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do on YouTube. I know it's taken a while. It takes a bit of like what's it called? Practice and error, or what is it?
Yeah, like this is why I think that like the criticism that people give, especially like if I was going to use Second Amendment content as a proxy, like there are still so many videos where you can watch like automatic fire from certain
trial
firearms.
and error.
You can see all this shit. I wonder though if and this is what I've felt like is the case for so long. Is there something else to that video that is more likely to be violating terms of service? But you're like, dude, I totally 90% of my video was showing off the action of this particular rifle. But I only had 5 seconds where I said that Kamala Harris is like a secret communist and hates white people. It's like, yeah, it's like,
well,
it's like, okay, but yeah, but that 5 seconds is.
That was, it was me playing a clip from my Candace Owens documentary, and they took me down for hateful rhetoric and or hate speech, and it was me playing clips of Candace Owens and Kanye West saying anti-Semitic things. They took me down. I appealed it, and then they're like, "Oh, you're playing them to talk about the bad stuff that they're saying. Okay, that's fine." And then they put it back up. Like that's reasonable. If you're somebody who's criticizing others who are saying those things, it's reasonable to allow that platform or that content to stand. And
or YouTube knows they got caught, but they secretly Nazi rhetoric, but they didn't want to admit that. So, guys, it's all a conspiracy, by the way. Nothing can actually just happen.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that, yes, I've spent a lot of time on YouTube, and I think at this point I know where I stand, what I'm allowed to say, what I'm not allowed to say, and where they draw their lines, and that they are very good about comedy. If you're doing parodies, if you're saying something in a joking manner, if you're doing things to be funny, or if you're doing it to debunk somebody or to be critical of them, or if you're breaking down hateful speech or breaking down bad actions or terrorist actions or whatever, that like, yes, they are very good about not just being like, wait, you said the words, therefore you're getting banned, but instead they're like, no, we want to look at the context of how you said the words, what you were actually communicating, what it meant, like what is the message here within like the big picture. They're very good about that.
I'll say that. Yeah, you know better than I do. By the way, I'm just saying, like, yeah, it seems like the criticisms that a lot of individuals give, especially in the context of the free speech absolutist crowd that says like, oh, we're tired of getting silenced by X, Y, and Z platforms, but then they don't seem to be particularly perturbed with the rhetoric that Donald Trump pushes, which is like silence all the people who disagree with me. Especially given the circumstances that you pointed out, knowing YouTube then ostensibly better than anyone here, and like how to deal with situations like that. It seems like the accusations are really hollow, because especially considering that like all the individuals that are like major content creators,
Like what
like from the right wing
accusations?
sphere. Oh, the accusations that they're like throttling, shadow banning or throttling.
There's so
content
many
from
studies on
right-
this, dude. Right-wingers
I
actually
I
get
know.
better interactions and do better in algorithms than lefties do. Like across the board. There's things that you can say where you're feeling like TOS is not like a conservative TOS, or this isn't the TOS that a conservative would make. More so MAGA, but that just means that like, yeah, MAGA needs to like integrate with society a little bit better and start to like start to really like gain some American values and start to like get more in line with our norms as Americans, and start to
this conversation could be perfectly juxtaposed to like Russia and like people who are like, well, Russia's like being threatened by NATO. It's like, well, what if Russia just like got along with people rather than trying to be its own thing?
Yeah.
Like Russia doesn't have the economic capital. They don't have the clout to be able to be their own individual. They have to get along with people. But again, people will say like, well, Russia had nukes in the past, so they therefore deserve to be like a major superpower. Well, no, they don't. Not economically, at least. But again, this is what like the larger point I'm trying to get to is that the accusations that we hear from a lot of people on the right, especially given what you just said about the studies that have been done, is that they don't have a leg to stand on. But I think that's important, especially if we're going to try and move people away from like the MAGA movement, is to say we can't keep letting them just say that all media is against us. We can't keep saying all media is liberal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. Like we're not going to say it's all conservative, because that's not founded.
Mm-hmm.
But we at least have to say like media is. I fucking hate to cite the newsroom here, but media is biased towards fairness, and they're biased towards success. Yeah.
Yeah, they are biased towards American values and American norms, and the MAGA people all complain about the fact that a bunch of immigrants are coming in and they have trouble, gaining American values and stuff like that. But most of those immigrants probably have more American values than somebody who voted for Donald Trump. So.
I see comments like this, and I know that you have like two different streams going on because I can't see it in the stream from where I'm watching. But James Andrew Morrison, 90% of media is liberal. Based on what standard, my dude?
What
can
media?
you honestly tell me that? What media by what standard?
I would say that's probably true to an extent. Like if we're talking about most TV shows are not really like conservative. So if we're talking about especially like NBC, ABC, CBS, if we're talking about like movies that are coming out of like Hollywood, most of those are going to be liberal and are going to have like a more liberal bent to them. And when I say liberal, I mean like center, like kind of centrist, like, just normal, like American sort of values, because most of them are not leftist. Most of them are not Marxist. Most of them are not communist shit. It's not, and it's much more likely that they're going to have like Christian values in there. They're going to have like people who believe in God or go to church than it is that it's going to be people who are like, getting ready to go do the Marxist revolution or some shit like that. So it's more like the centrist liberalism of the world. Yes, the media is going to represent the centrist liberalism that is what America was built on. That is what the Constitution was built on. That is what our values are built on. Yeah, our media is going to represent that for sure.
Yeah. Like I'll give a case in point. Like whoever the guy was that was making that comment, it's like Modern Family, the perfect, like, I guess for lack of any other show, you have like a show that basically says like, here's all the intersections that we might see in like the 21st century with respect to an American family. It is not conservative to the extent that Cam and Mitch were stoned in the town square for being homosexual. But you also didn't see Cam and Mitch lambasted by their community for being socialists. Like they weren't outed for being in favor of like market socialism or in favor of seizing the means of production. Like, again, this is where I really cringe at the criticisms of like the media is liberal. Because especially when you get into the situations of like flat Earth, but flat Earth is the most recent iteration of people who don't like that science disagrees with them because they don't like what science says with respect to their deeply held beliefs. It used to be creationism. It used to be creationism. It used to be that all these individuals who are Christian who are like, yes, the Earth was created 6,000 years ago. We don't have any evidence to support it. And every single bit of media confirms the idea that the Earth is billions of years old. We don't like that, so therefore the media is liberal. Like, that's not being liberal. That's you being brain damaged.
Well, wait, now this guy's saying we're talking about news media. Yeah, if you're talking about news media, you're just wrong. Like, oh, okay.
We're not talking about news media.
Yes, I'm sorry. If you guys said when you guys say 90% is liberal and you were just talking about news media, then never mind. I was being too charitable. I was giving you like a take where this actually made some sense. I'm sorry that I was so charitable. That's just fucking retarded. If you think that 90% is liberal, like that's just not true. But
Fox News still has the #1 viewer base, and I'm sorry, Jessica Tarlov can't save America being the one liberal voice on The Five, which is one show on Fox News.
Yeah, and then when we get into like biggest political content creators on YouTube, it's gonna be people like Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, like it's when we talk about lefty content, it's not one person that's blowing up almost ever. Like it's like the Majority Report where they have a bunch of different people that are on there. We're talking about TYT where it's an entire fucking network of people who are all on there.
TYT's going conservative.
Well, yeah,
it's like.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to interject, but like, I was kind of half joking when I said, like, yeah, it kind of is that there's one person. It is. I hate to say it, it's kind of Destiny.
And then somebody says smug much. Like, this isn't smug, okay? You guys are anti-intellectual. You are anti-understanding things. You're anti-education. You're anti-college. Like, this isn't smug when you guys are literally trying your best to be retarded. Like, I'm sorry, but this is not it's not smug. You guys, you made your fucking beds, lay in it.
Yeah, horses. Okay, horses. Here's the problem: is when you say some conservatives or MAGA types say Fox News is liberal to them. You know why? Is because they still have some semblance of a fiduciary responsibility to not lie about shit outright.
Right.
So when they report on things that you don't like, but they're just objectively true. Like, they can't. This is literally how the Dominion lawsuit started and ended. Is that Fox News realized they can't just go along with the narrative that the furthest extreme of the right wants to agree with. Like,
Well,
the
again,
furthest
just to
right
be
wanted to
clear,
agree with, Dominion
be
was
clear.
like rigging votes.
They got pushed into that too. Like they were initially, I remember watching Tucker Carlson come out and saying,
Okay,
the
sorry,
election
Horse.
wasn't stolen. Like he's like, the election was not stolen. That's like ridiculous that people would say that. But like, you know, there were some things that happened that's a little suspicious. And like I think that it's fair to talk about those things and say that, like, you know, Joe Biden won. He won fair and square. Anybody who says otherwise is kind of a whack job. But like we can talk about some things that happened. And he got canceled. Like hardcore canceled. Everybody was like, fuck Tucker Carlson. He betrayed MAGA. He betrayed Trump. He betrayed all of us. Fuck that guy. And his ratings dropped off a cliff. And then Fox News was like, shit, OAN is popping off right now, and we are losing everybody. We have to start lying like them. We have to start making shit up and start doing the whole like, yeah, Dominion, the fucking voting machines, the dead people are rigging the election, like, and shit like that. And they did. And that's what they did. And then they got sued for it and they got in trouble for it. So, yeah, like they have.
So Tucker spoke out against the assassination of Soleimani. Okay, and Kyle Rittenhouse also said he was going to vote for Rand Paul, like, because I guess he was trying to be principled. Like, this is where I say, like, I even really struggle because I would love to be able to just constantly, like, ad nauseum say that conservatives don't have principles. They do have principles. A lot of them do. And a lot of the like there are some principles where like I could agree with them because like I'm very much free market. I'm very much let market solutions solve things, and I've like really shifted on that in like the last 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, I think the conservative movement, especially under Trump, and I really would like to see what happens in 4 years. I'm being like super positive. I'd really like to see what happens when you don't have the audience capture that Trump interjects into the conservative movement. Because Kyle Rittenhouse, especially being like such a conservative darling with respect to the Second Amendment, should have been able to come out and say, "Hey, Donald Trump did the bump stock ban.
Yep.
He caved so quickly.
Yep.
Based on public perception.
Yep.
I'm going to vote for someone else who's with me."
And
immediately he got lambasted.
Oh, they canceled him.
Immediately got lambasted.
And this is the thing with conservatives is that they all get to pretend they're anti-cancel culture. We're so against that. This is so bad. But then as soon as somebody like Tucker Carlson or Rittenhouse or any of these people step out of line on the narrative, now they're all canceled immediately. And the reason that they get to pretend they're anti-cancel culture is because nobody fucking steps out of line. These are rare occasions that somebody steps out of line on the narrative. Outside of that, they just never happens.
It gets swept under the rug, yeah.
Yes, everybody does what they're told. They stay in line. They take their fucking marching orders. They put their head down and they do what they're told.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, this is what I've talked about a lot. One of the biggest reasons that I started moving like left was because there was just so much more diversity of thought on the left. They had way more diversity of thought. They cared a lot more about having different opinions, different ideas, they cared a lot more about having debates. They cared a lot more about having conversations, and they would argue with each other. And the right took their fucking, their talking points books and said, oh, okay, that looks like they're being like fair and like they're actually willing to challenge each other and hold each other accountable. So let's call this leftist infighting. and then we'll stigmatize it. We'll say it's a bad thing. And then now they see two lefties fighting with each other, two libs fighting with each other, and normally you would think, oh, cool, they're allowed to disagree with each other. They're allowed to argue, and they can have these like real big intellectual battles over who they vote for, what kind of policies they like, what kind of social justice they like. There were people fighting over whether or not Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty and crap like that. And instead of saying that, they say, oh, leftist infighting, dude. They just can't help themselves. They're falling apart, dude. They're always falling apart. They can't stop fighting each other.
Yeah. It's like, and to an extent, like people on the left, they act like they actually wear that as a badge of honor. Like, and they should. Mm-hmm. The problem is the right should be able to do that too.
Yep. They should
but they don't, because for some reason or another, and this is what gives me hope. Once Trump is gone, I don't know who takes up that mantle.
I mean, I've said a bunch.
Gates is out. Boebert's out. Boebert and Green are out because they're women. Like,
I think it's going to Christian nationalism. Like it seems trending pretty hard.
And
like,
that I think is actually going to be a lot more cringe than we give credit. I will say that right away.
Oh, it's worse than what we have now, for sure. Like it is.
Well, no, it's worse than what we have now. It's gonna be less politically effective. The reason I say that is because the market does adjust accordingly to situations like that. Like there's a reason why we don't have the same level of like adherence to societal norms under Christianity than we did like even 50 years ago. It's because people don't like that. Like as long as we don't try to like dictate what people think or what people feel, we're not going to see a situation where people are going to like gravitate towards the societal norms of following Christianity to the letter. It just hasn't happened. Like it's consistently been a trend towards secularism, even with like a vocal resurgence of fundamentalist adherence to Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just not going to happen. Like this didn't happen back in the day when you had all of these supposed like founding fathers who were all Christian. Like they didn't establish the country to be a Christian country. It's not going to happen now. Like again, this what I would say is that it's like a relative fluke in the national mindset where Trump is somehow able to corral disparate groups of conservatives together.
Yeah.
Not super disparate, like so many different tribes. Like they're all on the same wavelength to an extent, but I would say that Trump has a unique X factor that I just don't think anybody else is going to be able to capture.
As I said, I think that Trump is going to like towards the end of this, 2 years into this administration, all of the big dogs are going to start saying, hey, you have to start crowning somebody. You have to start like presenting somebody as the next. You have to show them as the person who is going to lead everybody moving forward. You're leaving, you're fading into the shadows, and this person is going to take your spot. And he's going to pick someone and then undermine the fuck out of them because they cannot be above him. They cannot be the new leader.
Maximus
Only
Decimus
he can do it.
Meridius, commander of
one
the
second,
armies
I
of
got
the
a
North,
TTS.
general of the Felix legions and loyal servant to the true emperor.
Thank you, Testicle Johnson, for the $5 California dollars. Appreciate it, homie. We got 1 out of 5 in the shorts chat. We got 2 out of 5 in the based chat. So we got a total of 3 out of 5 so far in hitting the goal to go over 6 hours of streaming today. So appreciate it so far.
Long live the true emperor, Tom Decimus Meridius Foolery, the
Based.
second, the first of his name.
The first of his name, yeah.
Yeah, I like. Shit, I feel like we lost our train of thought here.
Well, yeah, it's just that
at least 12 pivot. 12 pivot. What do you mean 12 pivot positions? I really want to know what you think you mean.
It's
James. Like, can I invite him up on your behalf?
I mean, I would talk to him, but I would do it by myself because I don't want
I
like
know.
double team people, but the yeah, like you guys are welcome to jump on. Yeah, if you guys disagree, this is an open call-in show. You guys are welcome to jump on, and we can have it out. But yeah, this is so what I was getting to, and I was getting to the talking points earlier about the fact that they all stay in line to say that you literally all you have to do is say the right talking points, and you will grow on YouTube. That's it. You just say the right things and you will grow. And you literally, I review Republican and like MAGA content all the time. It is just the same things repeated by bots, and they're just NPCs over and over and over and over. We can script AI to be a conservative who will say all of the right buzzwords that they're going to flock towards. Yeah. And when you look at the studies about the algorithm, YouTube just wants people who are going to get like interactions, engagement. They just want them to be on the platform. That's what they push. So if you're getting engagement, they will keep lifting you in the platform. Now, obviously, they're going to kick people who are going to be like, Nick Fuentes or Richard Spencer or people like that. But outside of that, yes, if you're conservative and you're just saying the right talking points, you're going to get the engagement because everybody, like I've done this here where I've gone like a couple of episodes just memeing, pretending to be a conservative, just saying the right talking points with hundreds and hundreds of people immediately in my chat, immediately subscribing. I think I had one day where there was like, there were thousands of people just flooded in because all of a sudden I was joking, saying the dumbest shit I could think of, but it was all the shit that they wanted to hear. And so they immediately just started fucking, yeah, man, right on. That's what I'm talking about, brother. You just got a sub. Like, and it was, yes, it was literally the dumbest fucking shit possible, but they are all NPCs. They hear the right buzzwords and they hit subscribe. And that is how the algorithm works. And that is why on Twitter, on YouTube, like on Instagram, like conservative content does really well because all of the NPCs are immediately hitting the like button, immediately in the comment section, immediately hitting subscribe, and just, yeah, that this woke shit isn't going to happen in my town. No way. And it's like, yes, they just want rage bait. They just want to be made angry. They want somebody to fearmonger to them. And then they want to sit there and feel righteous in their fear.
They want to feel validation. Yeah.
Well, they want to feel like a victim. They want to feel like a victim. They want to feel like they want to throw a pity party.
I don't even necessarily think it's like they want to feel like a victim. I just think they want to feel validated. Like,
yes, but
again, I think we can go to more of a bedrock consideration.
No. That's what we're talking about. Like, think about like 2016, like when we're talking about conservative media, we're talking about the people who were anti-victim narratives. And we would talk about like the oppression Olympics coming from the left and how they all were, they were all victims and everything was just how sad everything was for them. And that, and we were all about like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, hard work, like just, the American way, like that's what it was. But now it's, no, the deep state's coming after us. We got to drain the swamp. It's the mainstream media hates the conservatives. They're all shadow banning us, and they're throttling us, and they won't let us have a voice. While they are all of the biggest accounts and biggest content creators and biggest Twitters and with the most followers, they are still victims. And the reason is because Black people got a lot of power off of like claiming to be a victim and claiming to be like oppressed and claiming to have systemic racism and trans people. And they got a lot of validation from it. They got a lot of security from it. And that is like validation is one of the aspects that comes with the oppression Olympics, but it's not the thing. You want to feel like everything that is a problem in your life is not a problem because of you. It's a problem because of them. And you need someone to point the finger at.
Here's the problem I would push back with a little bit. Like, I'd say that like you're right in the sense that they want validation somewhere. I think they want validation in the mainstream. As much as conservatives lambast the mainstream media, they realize that at least on the local level or even on the state level, local media really does still have like a major impact. Like I personally, like, I don't have, regular cable, but like the majority of people, as long as they live in a house, they probably do, and they see the local media, and they're going to look at the local media and be like, okay, well, the local media is not talking about the fact that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, and Donald Trump, won the 2020 election. They're going to see everything opposite of what is like inherent to their identity.
Drones are trying
even
to take
on the
over
local
the
media side,
presidency.
even when the local media is supposed to ostensibly be the least partisan media that they see. What they're looking for is validation that what they believe is what everybody else believes. And that's just simply not going to happen.
Right.
Because the majority of people are either apathetic or know that the Earth is billions of years old, that there aren't space lasers manned by Jewish people who are controlling the weather, and that Donald Trump actually lost the 2020 election. But they want that to be validated. So while they can seek refuge in conservative media who are going to repeat the same things that they want to hear,
they need that.
It's kind of like saying, I don't. It's kind of like saying, well, God, there's this analogy that's on the tip of my tongue. Like, if we're like, you could have the biggest band of the century, be able to like gain millions of fans. Like Taylor Swift is now an afterthought because this band has like surpassed her in every way, shape, or form. But if they're like, well, we're not on MTV yet, if that actually means anything, well, it's like, yeah, like they're going to be like, okay, well, like our success means nothing. Our acceptance means nothing if we don't have that like particular codified validation.
Well, I do think CNN is moving in that direction. I think that CNN, throughout the last election, I think that they really pandered to MAGA, like the show, not like articles and stuff like that, but the like the television CNN really pandered to MAGA and were like really trying to like push a lot of the same talking points, a lot of the same like skepticism, a lot of the same bullcrap that left out so much context. And that's what made them who they were, is that they were willing to give like all of the context and come to like a fuller picture. And now it's just in little clips and little anecdotes that I've seen, I am getting more and more frustrated with them to where they aren't seemingly telling a true story. They are telling a story that is going to help them in some ratings to get more. I was honestly, okay, this is a little bit of, I'll admit this was a little bit of hate watching, but I was trying to go to MSNBC to try and figure out about the Wisconsin shooting because I wanted to see how they were reporting on it. I didn't trust CNN to do it, but I went to CNN as well. By the way, anybody who's listening, if you don't search at least 2 sources that you think politically disagree with you with respect to any major occurrence in politics or like society, you're doing it wrong. Like, again, I'll preface this by saying I'm actually anti-gun control. And so I wanted to go and look and say, hey, did CNN report that the Wisconsin shooting was done by someone who had an assault weapon? I didn't see anything. Was it like how many people actually lost their lives? I think the reporting was pretty calm. But again, I didn't like the format. I didn't like the way that MSNBC or CNN were trying to report on this. Give me a story, give all the facts you have, say, hey, we will continue to gain facts as time goes on. But I really worry that CNN and MSNBC are trying to essentially play like a neutral playing field on principle. And
I agree with making sure
Well,
that
just
you
to be
don't
clear,
make your output too
CNN has
biased.
always done
Yeah.
that to some extent. CNN has always done this to some extent, where they try to like hedge their bets a little bit to like give this impression of fairness, to where they're willing to leave out facts that would be very much like just owning the fucking conservatives. They will leave those out and just give a story that tells everything but that, so that there's still some
But
ambiguity there.
but the conservatives will never do that. Yeah.
Right. Well, but then when we look at like MSNBC has always been very different from CNN. They've always been very different, where they are willing to like buy into this fucking like hardcore bias that is even very populist at times, very progressive, very leftist, very like they're just they are like, you know, Rachel Maddow, like she was very like you know, feminist SJW, like just kind of like the straw man of like liberals. Like that was Rachel Maddow for a long time, from what I saw from her. And so but CNN, they would try to like hedge things a little bit to seem a little bit more fair, to where they were willing to leave out facts that would have just like dumbed things down to a point that
but like as much as I would criticize them for that, I would also say that like I allot them a certain level of trust for being willing to not report things until it's confirmed.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't want them reporting things until it's confirmed. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that like.
But what I would say is that like they're withholding. Yeah, but like let's say that like, oh, we don't have any major like current news outings in CNN right now.
Sorry, my point was on like a totally different.
That either A means they don't care, or
my point was on something totally different. I'm not talking about the shooting. I literally don't even know about the shooting. I haven't seen anything about it whatsoever. I know nothing about it, and so I was more so just talking about like the aesthetics between the two, not really like pertaining to that specific issue.
I agree. Yeah. No, I think we're largely on the same page of like what the faults of these organizations were. But again, do we have anybody on the right who are, other than saying, I disagree with that point, so therefore they're on the left? Is there anybody on the right who's looking at like major media sources like Fox News and being like, oh, they're like, I disagree with them, or I disagree with their content, or I'm criticizing them for their standard of journalism? Like, no, we don't see that criticism on the right.
Unless you step out of line on the talking points.
Yeah, like that I think is the biggest criticism. Is like, I think it's a strength as long as it's wielded correctly for the left to be like, hey, we can come from a bunch of disparate views, but ultimately come to like an agreed upon consensus. I think especially with the situation in Florida, where there was like Valdez who said, I ran as a Democrat, but I'm going to switch to Republican, thus kind of ensuring the Republican supermajority in Florida. I think Republicans are kind of minded towards the idea that they don't want to like engage in compromise. They don't want to engage in bill crafting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is especially true. Like, could either party get whatever the fuck they want done if they had a supermajority? Yes, that is true. This could be applicable to either party. But the fact that DeSantis is celebrating this individual who says, I'm switching to Republican because I don't want to be a protest vote for my last term in office. Like, I don't know how to read that. I don't are you saying that you don't want to get nothing done? So are you only going to vote for the things that Republicans want? You're going to join their caucus. Like, are you going to vote? Are you going to advocate for the things that you ran on? Well, you're probably not going to get those done if you are going to be trying to compete with the Republican caucus. Again, I think that Republicans have it in their mind that they don't like direct democracy, in the sense that they don't like being outvoted. but they like the effect of direct democracy, as in they don't like being contested.
Yeah, I guess I don't know much about that either.
Yeah, I guess I would wonder, like, do Republicans like the idea of a constitutional republic where you don't have simply a simple majority vote getting things done for you, or preventing you from getting whatever you want done without any kind of compromise? Or do you like the idea, or do you hate the idea of direct democracy because theoretically people who disagree with you could get what you don't want done if they have the majority? So you basically only like the idea of the majority rules if you're in power. That, I think, is where I look at situations like those, and it's like, why would it be that an individual would switch immediately after the election from Democrat to Republican, unless the Republican Party has this idea that they essentially like the idea that they can be uncontested in their efforts, politically speaking, so long as they have the majority. If anything, you should be like, hey, I don't like either majority having the ability to, to get what they want done on a 50+1 vote.
All right. Well, yeah, we just hit.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I lost myself a little bit there, but yeah.
We just hit the next goal, guys. I appreciate it. So yes, we are going over 6 hours now. We're at 4 hours and 15 minutes so far, and we will go over 6 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna set another goal. If I did, it would have to be 10 or something that time. But thank you guys for filling up the goals twice now. You guys rock. Thank you so much. So all right. Yeah, I gotta move on to the next thing, but I appreciate you jumping on.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey,
caveman.
If you got other people waiting, then you and I agree on a lot of stuff, so that's like really boring. So
yeah. All right. Thanks.
But hey, man, I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you later.
Later.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, we just finished going over the Brett Cooper stuff. And there's a lot of conspiracy theorism going on there, and a lot of nobody knows what the heck is going on. But I think that's where it's going to be left. Things look weird. Things look a little shady. And so I don't think we're going to find out exactly what is happening in that area. And I think, yeah, a lot of people are looking at what happened with Candace Owens, and they think the same thing happened, even though they were wrong about what happened with Candace Owens. They might be right here. There's a little bit more evidence here, so we'll see. But yeah, one of the things that I talked about in the new video essay, if you guys haven't seen it yet, this came out yesterday. It's a newer video essay, just kind of talking about some of my problems with the right in the way that they kind of choose not to understand things. And so I gotta run to the restroom real quick, so I'm just gonna play a little bit of this while I go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. Literally nothing about politics. I mean, he starts off by saying that he was radicalized into liberalism, which is that literally makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. Liberalism is the centrism of world ideology, but okay, fine. He was radicalized into liberalism. But then he says he was radicalized into leftism, and by going to college and crap like that, which I know that lots of right-wingers these days don't know that there's a difference between liberalism and leftism. I know that growing up, when I listened to Ben Shapiro, I listened to Dennis Prager, I listened to Dave Rubin, even Candace Owens, all of those people always said there was a difference between being a leftist and being a liberal.
What's the difference between a liberal and a leftist? This question stumps most people because they think liberal and left are essentially the same. But they're not. In fact, liberalism and leftism have almost nothing in common.
I don't equate liberals and leftists. They're not the same.
Okay.
I think there are liberals who believe what old school liberals used to believe. The whole idea, I may disagree with you, but I'll die for your right to say it. But that's a liberal value. That's not a leftist value.
But what is the difference between a leftist, a liberal, and a progressive?
A liberal is just somebody that believes in like the Bill of Rights. So you think that you should have like some freedom of speech, freedom of religion, private property rights. You're probably a capitalist, broadly speaking. Like worldwide, that's what a liberal is. In the United States, liberal just means Democrat. If you go to Europe, they would say like, oh, in the U.S., like conservatives and Democrats are both liberals. They're liberals. They believe like in democracy. They believe in capitalism. They're both liberals. And then a leftist is usually, in the United States, people will say anybody that's a Democrat is a leftist sometimes. But broadly speaking, like around the world, or sometimes in the U.S., a leftist is a socialist or a communist, somebody that is not a capitalist.
And what about a progressive?
Progressive is they can be a liberal or they could be a leftist, meaning they might be capitalist or anti-capitalist. But a progressive is somebody that's usually more social policy aligned, where they feel very, very, very strongly about like anti-racism. It might be like trans, LGBT stuff, white supremacy and stuff like that.
This guy in 2024 is saying liberal and leftist interchangeably, it seems like, or at least he thinks that they're that this guy could be both somehow, maybe. At this point, I wasn't sure. And so, yeah, I'm listening to this and I'm thinking this is a little crazy. And then he says that the guy was radicalized into gayness. So after he says the guy was radicalized into gayness, the next caller calls in to take some issues with that take, obviously, because that's he sounds like a freaking crazy person when he says this. So he like goes to commercial breaks, but he's still streaming this on YouTube somehow. It actually amazes me that his producers allow him to stream the show that they pay for the mics, the studio, and everything, and then he's able to stream it to his YouTube channel, and he'll talk to the YouTube chat sometimes. While he's on commercial. You can hear it in the background.
We'll be back shortly, guys. Who's Trump picking for transportation secretary? I don't know, but if it's a man, they won't breastfeed. I promise you that.
So yeah, so he takes the next caller who talks to him about the guy being gay, so I'm going to show you that call real quick now as well.
Back, if you're on hold, stand by. I've covered a lot in the first 50 minutes, almost 50 minutes of the program. You're welcome to call in about anything I've brought up so far. Our number, toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Is that you, Brian?
Yes, it's me. Is it you?
Indeed it is. The long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, my goodness. That's the kiss of death. Long-time listener, first-time caller. That's like the last thing somebody on the radio wants to hear. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Oh, my goodness.
The show, which is how I know you don't like it. So, I listen to your show in a thoroughgoing spirit of irony, and every now and again you say something that is so clueless that I feel compelled to come.
Wait, you're talking about me saying that I'd be shocked if the shooter were straight?
Definitely one of the most asinine things I've heard.
Yeah, I knew that's what you were talking about. How do you think I knew that's what you were referencing out of all the asinine things I've said in the last 50 minutes?
Well, again, it's tough to list, but...
Because my gaydar went off. You're gay, which is fine. It's okay to be gay, but you're gay. So I knew, and I know you're gay, and I could tell as soon as you said hello, and I knew that's where you were going.
Realize that makes you weird and not me. Right?
No, are you gay?
No, I am very straight.
Oh, please. Okay, go ahead.
I am married, but
sure.
So it's super weird that not only is he like saying like being gay radicalizes you, but also the first caller who calls in, he's now saying that that caller is gay, and the caller's trying to tell him, I'm not gay. He's like, yeah, sure, okay, yeah, you're not gay, but yeah, sure. I'll admit the guy responding sounding like Tim Gunn afterwards, like, well, I'm married actually.
So I know these women intimately.
It wasn't the best response, but this is wild.
I am married, but
sure, Liberace was married, I think. Yeah.
All right. Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts of 1844, the German Ideology, Das Kapital. What Marx have you read? What philosophical works by Karl Marx have you read?
Philosophical works. I've worked for a living since I was in high school. I haven't had time to sit around and read the philosophical works of Marx. Although I did have to read some things in college.
So you haven't read any Marx?
No, actually I did in college. They make you read all kinds of stuff.
Well, yeah, so this is part of what I'm talking about when I'm complaining about people like accepting being uneducated, accepting not understanding things, accepting being anti-intellectual. But then you're still sitting there telling people what Marxism is, who's Marxist, who's, leftist, who's, what's the motivating ideology behind this shooter, and what's extremist, and what's far left and far right, and blah, blah, blah. You're willing to like act as though you understand these things and act as though you can talk about these things. But then when somebody challenges you on it, you're like, what? I don't have time to talk about this stuff. I don't have time to read the philosophical works of Marx. I have a life. It's like, okay, well then shut the fuck up. Like, stop acting like you understand it then. Stop acting like you're some sort of like understander of Marxism or of politics or any of this crap. If you're gonna, as soon as you're asked about it, you're gonna sit there and be like, what? I would never try to understand that crap. I don't want to know any of it. So, okay. All right, bro. You're Thomas a Marxist. You'd think you'd be a little slow to be calling people socialists after the last one with Jola, but you do you, wrestling. Yep, I'm a Marxist just like Jola. Yeah. Strange.
This club is from the streets.
I was at Cipriani Wall Street for the annual New York Young Republicans Club Gala, whose black tie attendees were toasting a populist uprising.
We're not going to take down this system in the CEO suites. We're going to do it from the streets.
The special guest was the person I wanted to talk to, former Trump advisor Steve Bannon, recently out of prison for contempt of Congress. Since the 2016 election, much of the media has cast Bannon as one of the great villains of our time. He's been charged with racism, anti-Semitism, and white nationalism. So you can imagine how surprised I was to hear an avatar of white supremacy bringing up racial representation in tech and using phrases like lived experience. Take a look.
Good to see you again.
Mr. Bannon,
hey,
I'm Ben. I'm with the Free Press.
Oh my God, how you doing?
Good to meet you.
Free Press.
Are you good for an interview? Like right now? Should we start?
This is. I said this the other day. Normally, lived experience is a lefty buzzword. Normally, lived experience is something that only leftists say. But the right is starting to say it. We heard it by the black guy in the last video. We heard it from somebody else, I forget who, but yeah, during the last stream. Maybe it was Glenn Beck who was talking about his lived experience or something like that. This is normally something that you only hear from the left, but lately we've been hearing the right say lived experience a bunch. It's been strange.
Shooting the breeze? Did you just get into town? Where do you live?
All over the place. Mainly Capitol Hill.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that where you're coming from now?
No, I've been here 2 days.
Oh.
Just taking meetings.
Where are you staying?
I can't tell you. It's top secret.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I could tell you, but I have to blow the camera.
Well, I guess I don't really care about this info that much.
It's a secret location.
Okay. All right. Well, that won't be a scoop then. I just watched the Errol Morris documentary on you.
American Dharma.
Yes.
What'd you think?
I found it fascinating.
Why?
Why?
So we're going to do jujitsu here.
Yes, no, I love that. Why did I find it fascinating? I guess what was interesting about it was that, well, you seem to have a project. What would you say your project is, if you could sort of sum it up?
It's populist nationalism. It's to make sure that the little guys in this country, who are the full faith and credit of the country depends upon the working class and middle class, not just for taxes and for the pension funds that drive the capital markets, but also for their sons and daughters who serve in the military. And they're the backbone of society, but they always get the short end of the stick. And the film ends, I think, quite powerfully. This film was made in 2018, where I say there's a burning building, and I say, hey, unless there's some fundamental basic changes in the structure of this country, particularly the economic side, you're going to have a French Revolution. It's going to, it's going to turn bad. You've got to, thanks. You've got to make basic changes. And look what happened in Midtown, 10 days ago, where a guy got gunned down in the back because of, people's anger right below the surface on things like health insurance and healthcare, kind of their lived experience. So I keep telling people, particularly donors and these rich folks, that unless we make some basic fundamental changes, you're going to have, what happened in France in 17. So you can have another version of the American Revolution where we make everybody a capitalist, or you're going to have the French Revolution version. You're going to have one or the other, and you can pick them. The wealthy can continue to try to beat back this rising populist tide, or it can kind of make some basic changes, and we're going to see that over.
Yeah, this is it's what we were talking about towards the end of the election. Obviously, we've talked a lot about populism. The populist movement right now, and the fact that Trump came up as a populist, it's Steve Bannon's fault. Steve Bannon did this. The reason that populism is popular on the right now is because of Steve Bannon. It is him. He did it. If you need someone to blame, blame him. He did it. And the reason that Trump identified as a nationalist is same thing, Steve Bannon. He did it. He set up Trump's branding. He's the one who told Trump who to appeal to, and told him that all these other groups, they won't vote unless you appeal to them. They will not vote for anybody unless you appeal to them. They are going to be very critical of the Republican Party and the kind of elites and the establishment, and they feel like they've been left behind. They've been forgotten about. So they're not going to vote unless you appease them. But you can appease them, and while talking to them, give it a Christian aesthetic, a conservative aesthetic that will make it seem to everybody else that you're still one of them. And that's all you have to do. Get the people who are not going to vote unless somebody says the right thing. Get them. Then everybody else will just kind of have to fall in line because you got the fucking ones that nobody else can get. It wasn't that nobody else could get them, it's that nobody else wanted them. Nobody else wanted those people. The GOP was very much ideologically opposed to the populist right, and so yeah, it made it to where a nationalist populist coming into the Republican Party was able to do a lot of damage. So yeah, all of Trump's branding, like obviously this guy's been a liberal most of his life. He's been against most of the things that he pretends to be for today. And that is all thanks to Steve Bannon, who curated the current politician character that Trump plays.
Over the next 2 years, we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, I think at one point he asks you, okay, so you want a working class revolution here, or maybe you want to stave off a working class revolution.
Yes.
Is that more accurate to say?
I want working class and middle class people actually have a bigger ownership stake in society. I call it a piece of the action, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not socialists, we're capitalists. We just want people to actually have a stake in society and have decent wages and decent living conditions.
So is that going to be accomplished with cutting off immigration? I mean, is that sort of the biggest thing for you?
No, but it's one of the key things for wages.
Mm-hmm.
The Biden regime allowed, 12 to 15 million people in here, and they were upfront about it. The Federal Reserve said for them to take down inflation was to lower wages, particularly of unskilled workers. I mean, it's very evident what happened. You can look at the math. So number one, for the working class, really near the bottom in the unskilled area, you have to stop illegal immigration. You have to stop illegal alien invasion. Otherwise, they're never going to have a chance to have rising wages because they have to compete. Of the 12 to 15 million, I think there's 6 to 8 million in the workforce. That's just flood the zone with the workforce. Now, I'm also for big restrictions on legal immigration. Until Silicon Valley, until these places have, 20% African American and 20% Hispanic, and kids that can go to college, and every college you go to, every engineering school you go to is flooded with foreign students taking American jobs. I don't agree with that. American jobs should be for American citizens. President Trump and I actually disagree with it. President Trump said a couple of months ago, he said, hey, on every college graduate, right, and every graduate of a community college should have a green card stapled to their diploma. Remember he said this? This was after he came back from having dinner with David Saxon.
This is bullshit. Nobody's looking for a job right now. Our country is still in a labor shortage. Nobody's looking for a fucking job. If you're looking for a job, that's on you, dude. You're just, you just kind of suck. I'm sorry. But like, when we're in a time where businesses are very much looking for more employment and looking to hire more people, and you're just still incapable of finding a job, sorry, bro. That's you. It is not the illegals. It's not immigration. It is nobody else. It's just you. Plenty of people are looking for jobs. They're just refusing wage slave bullshit. Well, sure, and that still means that it is them. That, yeah, like if they're not willing to engage with the market and where the market is and where free markets put wages for their type of employment, then like, yeah, they're probably either going to have to up their skill level, up their education, get a degree, get something that is going to pay more or whatever. But yeah, that still means that it is them who's refusing this. And so, yeah. Did I miss? Did I miss a super chat? So my screen says that there's a super chat from Naomi for $1.99, but it's not on any of my lists. But my screen says it. Oh, there it is, 1 hour ago. $1.99 super chat. Tug Life. Weird. I don't know why it's not popping up anywhere else. Strange.
These billionaires out, the tech billionaires in San Francisco, he said every graduate, foreign student graduate, and every foreign student graduate from community college should have a green card attached to the diploma. I said, President Trump, on the show, I said, we have tremendous respect for you. We love you. We're at your base. But I've got another recommendation. I'd like to put an exit visa on every college graduate, foreign student that graduated from college here in 30 days to leave and go back home and help make their nation great again. And we shouldn't take any foreign students in community colleges. That should be for American citizens, particularly for African Americans and Hispanics. They're never going to get up the economic chain unless we do this. So
that thing you said earlier about until we have 20% representation of African Americans, 20% of Latinos in Silicon Valley jobs, we shouldn't be going to.
Right now, I have zero. Almost all. By the way, I went to before I went to Georgetown and Harvard. I went as college to a land-grant university, which is basically the blue-collar universities that President Lincoln started. They're supposed to be for state kids. It's a good engineering school in Virginia. And today, you go to the engineering school, particularly the graduate school, it's all Asian or South Asian students. And here's the reason, is that their governments are paying full freight, the full freight for them to go. In-state students pay 2/3 less, so they always want to take foreign students. You can't do it. You're not going to get folks into high-value added post-industrial jobs based around artificial intelligence or coding or anything like that until we make the engineering schools and computer science schools available to them. And right now we don't. This is the reason. It's not about intelligence. It's about access to opportunity. This is why Silicon Valley has virtually no African Americans and no Hispanics. It's de minimis. That's because they have to compete against the whole world for those jobs. Why should an American citizen, his family's been here 5 or 6 generations, that can go to college, get a degree, and is smart enough, why should they have to compete against the world on the territory inside the United States? It's not fair. And this is one of the reasons you're seeing the seething anger, is that people aren't getting good jobs. And one of the reasons they're not getting good jobs, they have to compete against the whole world here in the United States. It's simply not fair. And
have you ever thought
it's going to stop.
Have you ever thought of teaming up with Ibram X. Kendi?
No, haven't.
Do you see why I'm making the kind of parallel there?
Why?
Well, I mean, he's sort of all about
I don't know who he is.
Oh, he wrote How to Be an Anti-Racist?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Do you see why I thought of him?
Yeah, but they come at it from a racial point of view. This has nothing to do with race.
Because you've mentioned until we have equal or proportionate representation.
This is why President Trump and this kind of revolution you're seeing going on now is going to get African Americans and Hispanics, because you realize we're getting beyond race, beyond eventually gender, and get down to economics and money, or money and.
He literally just complained about Latinos taking the jobs. Like, he can't keep doing this fucking bullshit. Like, at least with Ibram X. Kendi, like, at least he's being honest about the fact that he's just kind of a black nationalist and that he's a little racist. Like, at least he's willing to do that shit. Whereas Bannon literally just finished complaining about Latinos working these jobs and that these should go to Americans first, is what he said. Why did you complain about Latinos getting the job then? Like, when you say Americans, who are you talking about?
Power. That's what this will all go to. And quite frankly, if we keep this populist nationalist revolution going, we're going to have more than enough votes that we can make fundamental change here. But you're going to have, they're not going to pat you on the head and go, oh, this is terrific, this rhetoric's great, we're just going to toss you the keys and allow this to happen with working class, middle class people. It's not going to happen. The system is so rigged, not just for the wealthy, but really for the super wealthy now. It's almost an oligarchy. That totally different than what our founders and framers in the revolutionary generation had in mind. Totally opposite of what they did. They broke off from essentially an oligarchy where the landed aristocracy and the crown had corrupted commons so much to make it really not governable. So we're kind of back in that same situation, and that's why you got to keep hammering. And we're going to know in the next 2 years, this coming year and then the year after that, whether we're successful or not.
It seems like if we want to counter an oligarchy, people in charge like Elon Musk might not be the first people that would come to mind.
Well, I have to say,
what do you think of that critique?
Well, he put in $250 million in kind of a grassroots. He didn't really buy. He had a little bit of money put into these Ginsburg ads, but other than that, he put about $200 million into having essentially people like on our show, our audience, that did the election integrity things and to make sure the vote wasn't stolen, and also just went door to door, did the canvassing, did the voter registration.
Well, my point is that having these very wealthy people involved in, a populist revolution led by Donald Trump and Vivek.
Well, Trump is definitely a populist nationalist. We'll have to see, I believe, and look, the proof's in the.
Yeah, this is something that I spoke about like shortly on this on this video, but I think I made a list here. Where these are like billionaires that are working for Trump in the under his administration, and this is like, yeah, Trump was 4.5 billion, Elon Musk with 439 billion, Jared Kushner 3.8 billion, Charles Kushner, Jared Kushner's dad, 2.1 billion, and then a bunch of other billionaires as well. Like yeah, this guy's another 1.1 billion. She's 4.8 billion. He's 14.9 billion. And then there's still way more that are also in there that like just fill up a fucking list of like yeah, Howard Lutnick 2 billion, Vivek Ramaswamy 1 billion, Steve Witkoff 500 million, Chris Wright 171 million, Doug Burgum 100 million, Robert F. Kennedy 15 million, Michael Walls 2.2 to 10.5 billion or million, Pete Hegseth 6 million. Like all of these people are they have billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, and then hundreds of millions. And like, yes, we are just this is when we're talking about like a populist group that's against the establishment, then putting in a bunch of elites to run the country. Yeah, you're really putting some faith in these people if you think that, yeah, the billionaires who are the ones who are cutting prices and cutting wages and cutting you know, how much Americans are able to pay and how much everything costs, they're making everything more expensive, that those are going to be the guys who are going to really care about you guys and really help you guys and all this shit. Like, you got a lot of faith. You got a lot of faith.
The pudding. I'm in absolute agreement with you that, hey, the policies going forward have to be populist policies. We have to cut no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security.
That's so arbitrary, though. The tips thing, I mean, everyone else pays taxes except that if you're a waiter.
Yeah, it's not just the cabinet; it's just the administration overall. Like they have the Doge group. They have like that's because that's what I was talking about after that. Is that a lot of this is like the Doge people or people who are working with the Trump administration towards some sort of end, and that these are people with power, responsibilities, things that decision making abilities.
Why? No, how do you justify that?
It's all three. It's no tax on Social Security, which is about $600 billion, and no tax on overtime. If you start focusing on
no tax on Social Security, meaning no Social Security taxes, meaning no putting. No. Oh, people pay taxes on the Social Security that they were.
Yes.
That doesn't seem. I'm not an expert. That doesn't seem right.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, these are people who are retired. You just sort of keep more of their money.
I'm going to make you a populist. I'm not a Republican.
You don't identify as a Republican.
I'm not a conservative. Not a Republican.
What are you?
I'm a populist nationalist.
Yeah.
By the way, so that's a populist.
So this is a thing that a lot of conservatives have trouble with today, is that I keep saying, yeah, you guys aren't really conservative, you're populist. They're like, what? Yes, I am. I'm a conservative. I'm like, no, you're a populist, dude. You're not a conservative. Or they'll say like, oh, shoe on head, the liberal moved over to the right. I'm like, she wasn't a liberal. She was a populist. What are you talking about? She was a fucking populist. Like, Trump voters say very commonly, wow, if Trump wasn't running, and Bernie Sanders was, I would have voted for him. It's like, yeah, that's because you're a fucking populist. You don't care about right and left. You don't care about conservatism or liberalism. You don't care about those things. You care about populism. That's what you care about. Quit fucking around. Like, don't fucking bullshit us. You're a populist. Stop pretending you're these other things. You're just a populist. You can be both. I don't know that you can. I'm sorry, I don't know that you can. Yeah, I don't know that you can. This is like why the political spectrum doesn't make sense right now when one side of it is majority populists. And that, yes, if you're somebody who's saying, oh, I'm a conservative, yes, I would vote for Bernie Sanders. He's my second pick. Okay, yes, you're not a conservative. I'm sorry, you cannot be both. No, you cannot be both. That's fucking bullshit.
You're right. It doesn't seem fair. You work all your life and you get a little $1,200, Social Security check, and they tax you on it. They tax you on your income. That you've already done it once. You've already paid tax
This is
on
an
your
interesting
income.
thing you said about the guy who shot.
You're fucking retarded. Don't fucking the fucking pill pull. Are you are a fucking retarded motherfucker. You know that? If you're so dumb that you don't understand what I'm saying, so you just fall back to pill pull, then like stop listening to fucking politics. If this is if the little like if the little things that I'm putting out are still too fucking big brained for you, then just go fucking die somewhere already and quit quit like acting like you're actually paying attention and understanding things that are going on. You're arguing semantics and actually in ignoring the actual argument. No, I'm not. This is not semantics. What do you call someone who isn't for any side, Tom? An independent. Like if you don't have like some sort of like political ideology that pushes your vote in one direction or the other, then you're an independent. I would consider myself an independent. Just currently, I go based off of facts and who engages in reality more often. And currently, that just is the Democrats by far. I have conservative values. I have a lot of, I believe in conserving, traditions. I believe in conserving. I believe I'm fiscally conservative. I'm pro-life. I'm definitely in favor of a smaller government and local governments having more power and things like that. But there is no conservative representation right now. There is none. And that, to me, Trump is populism is. I'm very anti-populist. Just across the board, I'm anti-populist. And so if Bernie Sanders was the Democrat representative and George Bush was the Republican candidate, I would vote George Bush without ever even thinking about it for half a second. There's no thought process that would make me think, well, I don't know, maybe. Nope. Fuck that shit. So you're pro-establishment. Yeah, depending on the establishment, but yeah, sure. I'm pro-institutions is the main thing. I'm pro-institutions, and I'm I think anybody that degrades institutions that are working is a threat to the nation, a threat to democracy. If you are taking our American institutions, the fundamental things that make our country great, that make our country what it is, that have brought us to the top and brought us to the pinnacle to make us the greatest things ever, and you're dogging on those things, lying about them, challenging them in insane ways, then yes, I think that you are the worst thing that could possibly happen to this country, and I am more in favor of institutions than anything else. So things like, the Constitution, checks and balances, separations of power, those sorts of things, media, journalism, science, history, colleges, universities, like these are all the things that made us great. Our economy, capitalism, like competition, like these are all the things that have made us great and made us who we are today, and have put all of us in a place to where we are the most privileged people who have ever existed. And yeah, if you are challenging those things and making them less of a priority, then yeah, to me, you are an enemy of the state. You're as good as Russia. You're as good as China. You are the same as those people, because what China and Russia want to do is they want to fucking flood propaganda in that are going to damage our institutions as well. That's all they want to do. They just want to damage our institutions. They want to damage the trust within our institutions. They want people to question these things to such a level that they don't know what's true anymore. And I think that is what populism does more than anything, is just seed distrust in the institutions. And yeah, now people are just doing it for Russia and China. They're not even getting paid. They're just doing it for them. Yeah, that is the thing that I am most against, and it's the things that, like, I consider to be the most American things. Like, yeah, when we're talking about the things that made our country great, the things that brought us to this level, that if somebody sits there and says, like, oh, I'm an American, I'm about American values. If you say you're a populist anywhere in that fucking sentence, everything you said before that just goes in the fucking garbage to me. It all falls right into the garbage. I could understand people being a bit more populist in some other countries. Like, I've talked about the fact that I think Australia could do with some populism. I've talked about the fact that, like, the UK probably has a lot of distrust there. And it makes sense with, like, the problems that they have with the royal family. And yeah, I don't think populism in and of itself is a bad thing, but in America right now, with the institutions that we have, I think it is the worst possible thing. I think, like, there couldn't be something worse than populism. That is, hell no, we don't need populism. I'm just saying there's some places where I would find it a lot more acceptable. I've talked about the fact that, like, the problems that I have with populism across the board, the main issue I have with populism, the institutions created COVID. Yeah, sure, dude, that makes a lot of sense. You're the guy who understands. We'll listen to you. But yeah, like, the main issue that I have with populism is that it has to have an enemy, right? Populism has to have somebody that's evil. It has to have the bad guy. And then we're going to use the bad guy to say that I'm the one who will defeat him. I'm the one who cares about the bad guy. I'm the one who's coming to take the bad guy down. And then from there, whether or not they actually defeat the bad guy almost never matters to populists. Like, it becomes, yes, exactly. It becomes this God complex where it is all about that guy. It's about what they want. It's about what they say. It's about what they're pushing for. And whatever they say going forward is fucking Bible. That's it. And so, yeah, people like Trump can say he's going to drain the swamp, and that he's gonna get rid of all the fucking lobbyists and shit like that. And then he literally, in his first term, sets the record for the most elites, the most billionaires in the richest administration of all time. And then also sets a record for the most lobbyists of all time, by times 10 of second place. By times 10 of second place. The guy who is supposed to drain the swamp is the guy who sets the record for the most lobbyists. Like, give me a break, dude. But nobody cares about that. Nobody challenges him on that. Nobody actually looks into that. Nobody questions it. And then when he gives all of those, people associated with the lobbyists, pardons and crap like that, nobody cares. Nobody questions it. Nobody looks into it. And it's like, lots of the time they'll turn around and they'll say, well, Obama did this stuff too. You're right. Obama did do that shit. Trump was the one who came in saying that he wouldn't do it. Trump was the one saying that he was going to drain the swamp. Trump was the one who came in totally against all of that shit. He was going to put a stop to it, but he instead didn't put a stop to it and did it worse than anybody ever before him. That's what populism is. Wait, hold on. Political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel their concerns are disregarded by establishment elite groups. That's an oversimplification. That is by far an oversimplification. Populism is the people versus the elites or the establishment, right? So left-wing populism is the people versus the elites. Right-wing populism is the people versus the establishment. And it's not just we don't feel like our concerns are being met, and we would just appreciate it if you guys would maybe listen to us just a little bit more. We have some things that we think you would be interested in hearing, and we could find some benefits for both sides. Right? No, it is the people versus the establishment. It is the establishment is evil. The establishment are the bad guys. The establishment are the people that we have to take down. It literally is that. No, it literally is not. There is, again, I'm going to bring up academia. You're not going to believe in academia, so I'm not going to waste my time. But, so there is zero corruption in the establishment then, right? No. Why do you guys see this why do you guys do this? Why do you guys do this? Where like, I say I believe in the institutions, and then you take it to some like insane fucking extreme. That's like, oh, so there's zero? No. What the fuck? Who the fuck said anything remotely close to that? Like, there's no way you can interpret anything I said to come anywhere close to that. But the idea that it's like, oh, well, it's zero then, huh? No, it's not zero, but it also, it's not the entire institutions. It's not the entire establishment. It's not the norm. It's not the majority. It's not the big problem. You're trying to go to extremes to disregard the literal definition of populism. Populism, a political approach that strives to appeal to the ordinary people that feel their concerns are disregarded by the establishment elite groups. Support for populist politicians or policies. The quality of appealing to or being aimed at ordinary people. So, sure, this is a dictionary definition. Again, this is not what populism is. Like, if I asked you what fascism is, you could go give me a dictionary definition that will not tell you what it is. That's not gonna, it will not, the dictionary definition will not tell you what fascism is. It'll just tell you what the, like, what it like, as good as it can get, or as close as it can get to, like, a line that it can draw. But that's it. That's all it is. So yeah, it's you were going to say what it is. I already said what it is. I've said it 3 times. I was not going to say what it is. I've already said what it is. And literally, I've had numerous populists on my channel. Every time I talk to them about this, not one of them has ever disagreed with me on what populism is. Not one. Like, this is just the understood definition of, like, populism as far as, like, what it is about. That's what it's about, right? Like, if you're going with this, okay, a political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel that their concerns are disregarded by establishment elite groups. Okay, cool. George Bush was a populist. Hillary Clinton was a populist. Hillary Clinton was a huge populist. Huge populist. Bill Clinton, also a populist. They're all populists. Yep. Pretty much every politician who's ever run for president has been a populist. Good job. Wow. This is a great definition. Thank you. Well, I'm glad we all understand now that literally all politicians ever have been populist. Well, fucking shit. Great.
Shot the Luigi, who shot the CEO.
There's a seething anger right underneath it.
What should be done about that?
Well, what should be done about it? I think you need to fundamentally, and look, health insurance and healthcare is not exactly my line of country, but I think you're going to see people address this. There's clearly a seething anger underneath there of people.
I think the government is fucking us. If normal people agree with me and that makes me a populist, then so the fuck what? Normal people agreeing with you doesn't actually make you a populist. Populism is about the type of rhetoric you use and your approach. That's what makes one a populist. You can be a populist without having a leader, but all populist movements have a leader. One leader, one person running the group. And that's a populist movement. You can feel like I think Freddie. Freddie's somebody who has like populist leanings, populist bents, populist feelings. But I don't know if Freddie actually follows a leader that he feels is the guy to lead him to the promised land. Am I tripping, or does he look like one of the founding fathers? Who? Him? With the hair slicked back like that, maybe. You just need some powder in it.
People that don't feel that the insurance companies and the medical companies are looking out for their interests versus focused on just profits, right? And so I think it's got to be addressed. Obviously, you can't have a situation.
What's the populist nationalist way to address that?
You can't have a situation where people are lying in wait and come out and gun people down in the back. I don't know. Is the French model work? Does the Singapore model work? There's a ton of alternatives out there. A lot of people are addressing. President Trump's looking at now different alternatives. Like I said, other smarter people than me will come at the conclusion, but there's a couple of pretty good models out there. Singapore's got a model, France has a model, there's other, we know certain things don't work, like the British healthcare model, the Canadian model. So a lot of smart people, I think, are now going to put this further up
What's up? Sorry, let me change my source. I was not expecting that. I've been ignored all night, you see. By like other people.
What's up?
I said I've been like rejected by like a bunch of people, even on X, who didn't want to talk to me. Like I wasn't expecting you this quick. Okay.
Well, what's up?
I think I got it. Chat. Yeah. The Trump pick, the cabinet picks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sure that there's Trump supporters in your audience. How do you guys feel about that? Because I'm not that satisfied about it. And you were talking about draining the swamp, which he didn't do, which I actually agree with you on that. However, I believe that he did what he had to do to win the election. He knew what he had to do, and I gotta give it to him. That unlike in 2020, he did what it took to win. Anyone?
I think it was hard. I know that he barely lost in 2020, but I also felt like it was. I felt like it was an inevitability with the way that things went with COVID, where I felt like people were just like really. They were kind of like it felt like most Republicans were kind of like tired of his antics and tired of like him being in the news for crazy stuff, especially with the shit that he said during COVID and the way that he talked about it and the way that he dealt with it. Yeah, it seemed like a lot of people were just kind of sick of him, and they were all just, they didn't like being locked down. They didn't like having to stay in their houses. They didn't like having to deal with
Well, that was a
all the
state thing,
masks
no?
and social distancing. He was the one who told everybody to do it. He was the one who led.
Yeah, he's the one who gave
told
like
everybody to lock
Fauci
down.
the.
Well, no. He literally told everybody to lock down. Then I live in Georgia. When Georgia didn't lock down, he scolded our governor and said, "Hey, like, you guys have to get in line. You have to do like this stuff. This is kind of disappointing that you're not going along with the rest of the country." So then Georgia locked down, and we only locked down for 2 weeks, and then we unlocked down and opened back up. And then Trump scolded our governor again and was like, "Hey, you're fucking up. Like, this is not what we told you to do. I told you guys to stay locked down. I told you guys to kind of get with the program, but you can do what you want. I'm just saying, like, we told you to do this and you didn't." So, yeah.
Yeah, there was also the, let's face it, like all that Trump had to do to win the election was to shut the hell up, and he didn't even manage to do that. So that's where the frustration from a lot of people was coming from. But again, like a lot of people, I'm under the impression that they're not so much in favor of favorizing, how could I say, I don't want to like flirt with US here, but supporting them boys with their conflicts that shouldn't involve us. But looks like there's a whole lobby that supports them boys abroad before supporting their own people, if you know what I mean.
I don't. We've talked about this numerous times. Like, every time you say this, you say it. You always do this in this dichotomy where if they're supporting people abroad, they're not supporting people here. But that just doesn't make sense. Like, if you can give me an example of a bill that was put up and they said, "Hey, here's a bill to help veterans in America, and either you can vote for this bill that's going to help veterans in America, or you can vote for the people in Ukraine, and it's got to be one or the other. You got to pick one."
That's
and
not
everybody's like,
what I'm talking about.
Then what are you talking about?
I don't want to jeopardize my channel or your channel, so I'm just gonna leave it there. But it's all good.
What? Okay. You talking about Israel?
Yeah, we should. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, I don't care. We can talk about whatever on my channel. I don't know about yours, but we can talk about whatever on mine.
Well, it was more about what I was going to say about it, but now I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're,
just knock it off.
I'm saying I don't have a problem with it. I talk to like neo-Nazis and pedophiles and all sorts of people all the time, so it doesn't. I don't care what we talk about.
Say it then. A lot of AIPAC, okay, like Miriam Adelson, and all those pro-Israel, get rid of Palestine, supporting Netanyahu, basically. That's the whole Israeli lobby, the whole AIPAC lobby is up there. They control a strong majority of, you already know that. Trump knew what he had to do to win the election. He won the election, but I'm quite frustrated with his cabinet pick, and I believe that a lot of centrist, more modern Republican are also very frustrated with that.
Yeah,
because we're more in favor of, hey, like, we've got issues here that need to be solved, and you're going to be in favor of sending stuff abroad when people here need resources, right? And also to get the U.S. involved.
Yes, you realize that that's. I'm sorry, Josie, just real quick. What you're saying is what I just responded to. That is what I just said. Okay. What I just said was, you're talking about this as though there was like a bill that came up to send money to Israel or Ukraine or anywhere, and then And they said, you can either vote for this one or you can vote for the one that'll give money to like homeless veterans or something. But you got to pick one of them because we only have enough money for one of these. Like, if that happened, then sure, that would make sense. But that's not happening. They're not choosing one over the other. There isn't a bill to help homeless veterans because all of the states and the federal government and everybody already has tons of programs to help people who are homeless, to give them homeless shelters, to give them jobs programs, to help them get clean, to help them get back on their feet, to get them places to stay. Like, those all already exist, and so there's already money put into those
we're not in favor of that. That's you guys.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm saying that here, like, we have money for those things already. That like America has money for people to like get back on their feet if they're homeless, and so it's not
about the money more than that. It's about who your connections are, who you're actually working for. You're hired by the people, working for the people, not for the Israeli government or your Israeli friend. The United States of America should be your priority, not a country abroad.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about, is that the United States is the priority, and that even though you're bringing up areas where we're going to support our allies, that doesn't mean that we're supporting them over our American people. You haven't given that example where there actually is a dichotomy. It's just that, yes, we also help our allies.
Yeah, aren't we supposed to not help them if they were to have a nuclear weapon? Isn't that the condition?
I don't know. I think that we have allies with nuclear weapons. What are you talking about?
We're not supposed. The condition is that you're an ally as long as you don't have a nuclear weapon.
I don't think that's true. I know that like there's a bunch of stuff about like Israel stealing uranium and nuclear waste or some crap like that to try to build a nuclear weapon, but I don't know that they're not allowed to build one or what. I have no idea.
Well, yeah, they're not supposed to have. And then they found uranium that could only be found on U.S. soil that was apparently stolen, whether it's a conspiracy theory or not.
I mean, it's not really a conspiracy theory. It does seem as though they took it. It just seemed like the U.S. didn't care.
And devil's advocate, but yeah. So just to make a long story short, I would say it's mostly like the majority, like boomer, older Republicans that were probably on the fence with Trump that are like supportive of his cabinet pick. I think that like the majority Republican or like people that would be like our age would say I found that a lot of people have strong disagreements with his cabinet pick.
I don't know. Trump literally advertised himself as the most pro-Israel president ever. Like he
I mean, who isn't pro-Israel in that?
Yes, but that's what I'm talking about. Is that it's not a thing where it's like, oh, the neocons are trying to make him, get the fucking pro Israel people in there. Like, no, he literally like advertises himself as the most pro-Israel president. Like, he personally seems to want to be known as the guy who helped Israel.
Why do you think that the media didn't talk trash about it as much this election cycle?
Say that again?
Who controls the media, Tom?
Nobody controls the media.
Come on.
Nobody controls the media.
Them boys, that's right.
It's not them boys.
Go look up their last names.
They
look
do
up their
not.
last names.
I understand that it is Jewish people who own the businesses. They own the production companies. They own the media corporations. But that doesn't mean that like they run the media. They're not, like, you're making it sound as though they like pick and choose what stories are being told, or pick and choose what's true and what's
They
not
do.
true. Or
They do.
okay, yeah,
They
there's
100% do.
there's just no evidence of that. So like, that's not that's just not like anything that's ever actually founded.
Well, we could look up who their staffs are, and whoever's in charge of curating whatever headline is going to be on, and you would check and look up their last name, and usually they went to school together. They're related. Ends in Steinberg.
Yes, I understand. That's none of those things. None of those things actually say that they're doing something that's actually like just beneficial to their people or anything. Because even when we look at the production groups that have like anti-Israel sentiments, they're also run by fucking Jews, because those are the people who tend to go to school for these things at the highest rates and tend to just be.
Trust
in
me,
these
I'm
industries.
one of them boys. I'm one of them boys. I'm not here to talk crap. I'm just really here to like give you the facts, and it's just because it's
What do you mean?
It's just a
You're
fact.
not just giving me the facts. Nobody disagrees with that. Like, no, that's not a fact that anybody's like,
I can tell
no,
you, it's a
Jewish
known
people are
thing, even
not
amongst the
not.
community. It's a known thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Literally, nobody disagrees with that. So you're not just stating facts. You're saying, you're bringing things up as though there's a reason for it. And then once I want to know the reason, then you're going to act like, well, I'm just stating facts. But no, you're not. You're bringing it up for a reason.
So the reason is power.
Yes, but the power for like a specific person, power for a group of people, power for a bunch of
group of
specific
people. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's just kind of ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. There's no evidence of this. You're doing correlation equals causation stuff, where you're just saying, yeah, there's a lack of Jewish people and a disproportionate amount of power, and it's like, yeah, true. There's also a disproportionate amount of black people who are.
It's a known thing within the community.
Again, you're saying it's a known
flex
thing.
about that
What is
shit.
it? You're saying it's a known thing. It is not a known thing that they are like trying to conglomerate power for themselves, for their for their group of people. It is a known thing that they are very they're well known for. Yes, that they keep things in the family, that is true, but that's obviously based on history and the way that things have gone for them, that's like, that would make sense that they would do that. But you're saying it as though like this is a like a political endeavor for all of these people to be there to push the Israeli message, while they're just not really like talking about Israel very much, or things that associate with the Israelis very much.
So why did Myron Gaines get banned off?
Because Myron Gaines is a very like hateful and anti-Semitic bigot who should be put in a corner somewhere by himself.
I don't know. I've had nothing but nice interactions with him, so I guess maybe.
Oh well, as long as he's nice, then maybe it just doesn't. All the other things just don't matter anymore. Crazy. I guess he can just be nice, and there's no such thing as like a yeah. Hitler was a nice guy too. Did you know that when he pet his dog, he was like he would give her treats and like pet her a long time, and really like was really sweet to her, and was just so nice, and loved his dog so much. Did you know that? He's not that bad of a guy, you know? People try to make him sound like he's a bad guy, but he was so nice to that dog.
I mean, he's a bad guy. He created Volkswagen. Those are pieces of shit, but
well, no.
Yeah.
He was nice. He had friends. People liked him. He couldn't be that bad, right?
I'm sure Kim Jong-un has friends too.
Well, exactly. Okay, yeah.
I heard his
so
sister's a
you
nice
get what I'm
gal.
saying. Yeah, so you get what I'm saying. Nobody
his
gives a
sister's
fuck
nice.
that you thought that Myron Gaines was a nice guy. Like, that doesn't change anything.
Well, let's just say he's been very vocal about his dislike of them boys and that country. And let's just say that they've been trying to cancel him really freaking hard.
You say they have, but that's the majority of people. Have nothing to do with they. It has to do with just most people who don't like bigotry.
Bigotry. Can you give me an example of bigotry?
Yeah, so like where we're
Come from
talking
him?
about people who, coming from him, have you not seen like he's like yelling the N-word with the hard R at black people? He's calling gay
Klan
people
meetings?
F slurs. Huh?
The Klan meetings?
The Klan meetings. What are you talking about?
Tell her about it. Yeah, on Twitter.
Yes, I was in a Twitter space with him, and I was talking to him about like racism and crap like that, because he kept acting like he was offended that people kept calling him racist. But then eventually he was like, yeah, I am racist. I am sexist. I do hate black people. I do think that they're all criminals. I do think that they're, there's N-word behavior. These N-words, literally yelling N-word and F-slur at people, not in like a way just to call them like a douchebag or something like that, but he's literally targeting their race and their sexuality and things like that. That is very clear over and over and over. And then, yes, if you're complaining about if you don't like rich people doing certain things, that makes sense. But then if you don't like them doing certain things because they're Jewish, well, that's just called bigotry. That just totally changes everything now.
What's the definition of bigotry? I'm not even sure what that means anymore.
It's generally going to be like some sort of unfair discrimination towards a group of people based on like immutable characteristics.
Be fair. You could call it bigotry, but oh well. So, I mean, was he wrong?
Yeah, well, when we say it's
Minority
unfair,
doesn't make the rule.
when we say it's unfair, definitionally, that would mean that he's wrong.
Well, does the minority make the rule?
No. That's why I keep referencing that it's not the minority, it's the majority of people who say these things. It's not Jewish people.
No, but
who
when
say
he's
these
talking,
things.
the way that he's talking about black people, for example, is that, if you look at numbers, you can tell that, there's hood behavior that correlates with skin color. That's statistics.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, okay, if you don't feel targeted, I just don't see, like, if somebody says something and
I don't know
you feel
I
targeted,
literally have no
that's
idea what
that.
you're saying. You are like way too broad right now. If you feel targeted, I don't know what you're talking about.
If you feel like Myron, like, not you personally, but somebody feels like Myron Gaines is talking about them when he talks about, like, black people, does you think that maybe it's because he feels like he's talking about them? Maybe they're part of the problem? A little bit when he talks about women, and he says, well, I'm not like that. You're such a misogynist. Like, yeah, okay, if you're the exception, but the exception doesn't make the rule, so what's your point?
No. So the rule only matters based on like when you use a word. Is that word the defining characteristic? Is that the thing that is pushing things? So if I'm talking crap about black people, right? I'm talking about the fact that 13% of black people commit over 50% of the murders, right? So this is a real stat. This is a very real thing. But when I say 13%, it's actually like 4% of that 13% that I'm talking about. So not 4%.
Debatable.
Instead of 13%, I'm saying 4% of the 13%, which makes it a very, very small percentage at that point. We're talking about like way less than 1%. And that is who we're talking about. But we're broad brushing the 13% to talk about the 1%. The defining characteristic, the motivating factor, the thing that makes the difference is what matters. And if you believe them being black is the defining thing, if you think that is the motivating factor, then you'll mention the blackness there. If it's not the motivating factor, then you don't mention the blackness. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. It's about, how they came up or their environment or something like that. But if you do think it's the defining factor, then yes, you will mention that they're black.
He didn't say black people. He said niggas.
Okay. What do you...
Well, there you go. Niggas is a behavior.
It's not, though. That's the thing, is that, like, if I decide to say, every time I see you, I call you a dumb bitch. Everywhere we go. Every time you're on a Twitter call, every time you're on a panel, I'm like, what's up, you dumb bitch? And you're like, why do you keep calling me a dumb bitch? And I'm like, when I say this, I'm saying this as a term of endearment, that I like you and I think that you're kind of cool, you dumb bitch. You dumb fucking slutty dumb bitch. Like, it doesn't matter what definition I feel like using. That's not what everybody else hears. So I keep calling you this dumb bitch everywhere you go. This is going to come off very differently to literally everyone else. And I know that when I keep calling you a dumb bitch, I am well aware everybody else hears what it is that I'm saying. And they all know what it is that I'm calling
You would be talking about a dumb bitch, or would you be talking about a dumb bitch because I'm white? Or, like, do you refer to dumb bitch as
Hold on.
white?
No. You're misunderstanding. I'm saying that the words have meaning. Everybody, we have a, like, social understanding of what words mean. So if I call you a dumb bitch, everybody hears me just calling you a really dumb woman who just doesn't understand anything. You're just too retarded, right? But I tell you, no, it's a term of endearment. It means I like you. It means I think you're cool when I say that, okay? Well, I came up with my own personal definition for dumb bitch. This is my own personal definition, but nobody else knows that's what I mean. Everybody else, when I say dumb bitch, they all hear something very different than I like this chick and I think she's really cool. Nobody hears that, right? So words have meaning. If he wants to say that there's nigger behavior and that's what it means, is that, like, it's just this specific time. Well, no, that's not what he said. No, he said hard R, like, very clearly over and over. And so he says that yes, if you're saying that this is behavior of black people, he says it has nothing to do with race. Okay, cool. Well, historically, everybody else associates that word with not just race, but a very specific race. So if you're going to just use your own secret language going on here, that you just feel like you can use your own definition for this, and then keep saying things that everyone else is going to hear differently, then you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Everybody knows what you're doing. Literally everybody.
Well, are you sure that you got the right definition?
What?
Are you sure that you've got the right definition of what nigga behavior is? That's hood ratchet shit, like the way that Lucky makes fun of Shaniquas and
again,
niggas with Jordans.
I don't know if you're doing this just for, like, the sake of TOS, but when you're saying nigga, you are adding an A on there that he is not. Okay? He is not adding that A there. That is not there. I can give you the recordings, or I can pull it up on stream right now if you'd like to see it. That A is not there.
I was there.
Huh?
I was there. I know.
Okay. So when you're saying yes, there is a way that that nigga is used with a soft A, that does have, like, a term of endearment attached to it sometimes, or it means different things in different contexts. Sure, that's like that makes sense. But the hard R, no. That does not mean different things in different contexts. And when he says that he's using his own private language, his own private definition that nobody else uses, that you will not find anywhere else, that is insane. We all know that that's not what he's actually saying, that nobody else hears that.
Have you ever been on Smoke Signals? The panels?
No, I don't. I've never heard of that.
I would be curious to bring them up. They're mostly, I believe, like, African American debating racial issues, and it gets pretty intense called Smoke, because smoke is gonna kick you off unless you bring smoke. But I would be curious to know if their definition of that word aligns with your definition. That would be something to sleep on.
Wait, what do you?
But
I'm not understanding. What do you mean? I have no idea what you mean.
I just think that his definitions of the word might actually make sense to the people he's targeting, and the fact that they're being called out is mostly the reason why they're upset.
But again, they're you realize that, like, if those people aren't committing crimes, if those people aren't out there like doing hood rat shit, if they're not out there selling drugs or engaging in like gang behavior or anything like that, then they're really not meeting his definition. They're not being called out. But because he says
that would
the
be
N-word,
the minority.
Yes, but that's the thing, is that no, hold on, wait. No, it's not the minority. It's not. That is by far the majority of black people. And when you say that the N-word...
It's not of black people, it's of niggas.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying, is that you're even saying that they are being called out, and you're only saying that because they are black. Like, just because they're black, now they're being called out.
You can be a nigga and be any color.
Oh, okay, so are those people black? Are those people black?
Originally, historically, sure.
No,
Now,
on the smoke. No, hold on, wait, hold on, hold on, Josie, hold on. When the smoke show or whatever you were calling, where they're supposed to bring the smoke, are the people on that show black?
Yeah.
Okay, why did you say they? Why did you say they feel like they're being called out? Why them? Why the people on that show?
Oh no, not those people, No, I meant the people that hop on Myron Gaines' Twitter space. They say, oh, if there's a hater, come on. And I mean, they're being like as racist, if not 10 times more racist than he is afterwards, so...
Yeah, a lot of people get defensive against racism and respond to it with racism, but that's not good. But it is it's not something that he can complain about. With the way that he talks about people.
People of color are always the most racist ones. I mean, that's just a fact.
Yeah. So like, I don't know how to like get this across. Like, there's this there's an actual like linguistic term called private language, where people use words differently than everybody else, and then they act like, oh no, I'm using this definition, so because I'm using a different definition than you, it's okay. It totally changes it. And that's called private language, because nobody knows that they mean that except for them. So it's like when somebody just puts on a wig and then they tell everybody to call them a
I feel
woman.
like people on that space knew very well what it meant.
I'm saying that they all know what it means, and they're pretending that it means something else. So this is like if somebody puts on a wig and they say, I want everybody to call me a woman. And then we're like, wait, why would putting on a wig make you a woman? And they're like, because I just identify as a woman. And that's how I'm defining woman. I'm defining woman as just one who identifies as a woman. So as long as I put on a wig and I identify as a woman, I am now a woman. And so I'm just going to refer to myself as a woman. Well, literally everybody knows that that's not what anybody hears when they hear the word woman. We all know that's not what we hear when we hear the word woman. They're using private language that nobody else is going to hear except for themselves. They will feel like it means something different, but it doesn't. It doesn't mean something different. We all know what a woman is.
Sure. But I think it's pretty obvious what he brings up is mostly people get triggered is when he starts to talk about black women. That's when all the freaking wig warriors come out.
Yeah, but I agree that,
That's when they
yes,
get
I
real
think he's
triggered.
trying to be a shock jock. I think he's trying to like, trigger people, and that, yes, I think that is like the priority to him, is that he just wants to like upset people and get them all riled up.
Yeah. I mean, is he wrong?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that he's wrong. Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. So you would... I don't mean to get things personal, but you would date a black woman? Like, have you dated a black woman?
Yeah, I've dated black women. Like, not for long periods of time, but I'm personally, most of the time, yeah, I'm just not, like, attracted to black women most of the time. But it has
Wonder
nothing
why.
to do with their hood rat behavior or anything like that. That is not.
Oh, I'm sure it doesn't.
It doesn't. I like there's
Come on.
also Indian women, by far the majority of the time, not attracted to them, not interested. But there's a reason why black men are attracted to black women and Indian men are attracted to
That's all they
Indian
can get.
women. It's not all they can get. It is a cultural difference. There's a values difference. There's a socializing difference. What we find attractive today is very different than what we found attractive even 20 years ago. When I was growing up in the 90s, guys would look at somebody like Kim Kardashian and call her fat. Like, that was disgusting in the 90s. If a girl asked you if her butt looked big, you had to say, no, hell no, your butt doesn't look big. It looks flat as hell.
Mm-hmm. And now it's people pay for that. Crazy. Okay.
But yeah, I'm just saying that, like, what we're attracted to is, like, yeah, socialized. It changes over time. We can watch, like, trends go in different directions based on, like, who's most attractive around that time. We look back at, like, the antebellum days where they wore things behind them to make their butts look bigger, and they tied their like breast up hardcore to get their boobs to stick out real big. But then, yeah, 80s, 90s, like, it was all about being small, petite, like very, very thin and slim, no real, like, curves. And then, yeah, we get into the 2000s, hip hop music gets bigger and starts
the 90s
changing
were like
the way that we look at
anorexic
women.
phase.
Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, and then
That's
we get
nasty.
into the 2000s where hip hop music and, like, music videos and crap like that really changed the way that we saw women and what we were attracted to, and the way that, like, what became, like, the best looking body. And then, yeah, we change over and over based on what we're socialized into.
Okay. All right. Well, I would ask you, I had an inquiry in my chat to define what women is, but I do want to head to bed because it's
Well, I mean, real quick,
3:29.
you know, like, pretty much all men would date, like, Halle Berry or Beyonce or, like, a black guy and a black cop here. Sorry, hold on.
I mean, I'm not a guy. I haven't been one in a while, so.
That's not what I asked. I said, you know that most guys would date, like, tons of black women. There are tons and tons of black women out there that most white men find attractive, and that they would jump. Yeah, Rihanna, like, they would jump at the chance to be with these chicks.
Chat. I'm a straight woman. They said no.
I don't know why you're saying you're a straight woman as though you don't know what an attractive woman is or what most guys like.
I don't know.
there's no
I'm not. I
shot.
don't want to answer for.
You're lying. You're coping right
sure,
now.
some
You
of them
watch
would.
dating shows all the time. I know you know what it is that guys are attracted to. Like, I know that you know, like, what women are attractive. Every woman that I've ever dated was straight. All of them knew what attractive women were. All of them.
All right, I guess some would.
All right. Well, never mind.
Some would. Some wouldn't. I mean, whatever into. Whatever your preferences are. All right, I'm gonna head to bed. I'm gonna send the raid over. You have a
All
wonderful evening.
You too. Later.
Yo.
Wrestling, just give me a second. I'll pull you in a minute. shit. I don't know why. I don't know why this isn't here, but I was going to try to pull up the conversation that I was talking about with Myron, because the video got taken down, obviously, because he had said a lot of fucking words in there. So I got suspended from YouTube for a week, and the video got taken down. But yeah, here it is. Oh, what the Myron's in here?
Then I won't be able to cancel you. But because I can Paula Dean you, because I can Ryan Garcia you won't be making a mockery.
Dude, you're
of
a
my community,
fucking
right?
nobody.
Hey, Rios, it's fine. I'll finish it for him. You're a fucking nigger. Now shut the fuck up. There you go. You're welcome. You got what you needed. Thank you. You're a fucking nigger. None of you fucking faggots can scare me. I will say what I want to say, and I've been doing this shit for years. It is what it is, man. You guys are a bunch of pussy faggot niggers. You got it right there. Get your clip. There's your clip, assholes. You're fucking welcome.
Myron, bro.
Nigger faggots.
You knew I was too nice, man.
What is he doing?
Nigger is behavior. I don't necessarily consider it a skin thing. If someone's acting like an ignorant fucking dumbass, whether they're white, green, black, whatever the fuck, you're behaving like a
What is he doing?
Activities.
After I hear people use demeaning language towards a
Here's
specific
another
group
thing, too.
over and over.
Why is racism bad? Let's ask the real question. Why is racism bad?
Well, because generally it's going to harm that group in some sort of like socio-economic way to where they're less likely to get jobs or less. Oh, what the Myron? Yeah, we had a whole conversation. The video got put up, but yeah, I didn't bleep all of it out. The initial stream is still up, and I thought this was the initial stream. I could have sworn that this was it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't see the call on here for some reason. What was I wearing there? It is this, right? It's the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I thought it was this stream. I could have sworn it was, but I could be wrong. Yeah, no. I don't know. Okay. I guess maybe the stream was privated. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, that is like a part, those are part of the clips that we were talking about, and I had a long conversation with him about it. And yeah, he's kind of fucking lost it. And one of the things that I brought up with him is I was like, bro, you keep complaining about the fact that like who are those two black guys that are always like calling him out for all sorts of shit and making fun of him and everything, and he always gets like really triggered and butthurt about it. I can't remember. It's dude, what is Mantis going off about? You're gonna get struck again? It's all edited. What are you talking about? Abba and Preach, yeah. So I was asking him, I was like, bro, you keep complaining about Abba and Preach calling you racist and saying all the shit about you. But then you go and do this as though like you're trying to prove that they're right. I don't know why you ever acted like they were wrong. Why did you ever act like they were lying about you, that they were misrepresenting you? Like, why did you do that? Like, if they were right the whole time, why the fuck did you act like they were being unfair to you? Hello.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Well, I was originally calling in for to talk about something you said earlier when you were saying that you can't say that you're not a populist if your number 2 was Bernie or something like that. But then
No. Wait,
you said
no,
something
that's not what I said. I said the
even
opposite.
stupider.
No, I said the
after
opposite
that.
of that. I said that you're not a conservative if your number 2 is Bernie. I said you are a populist if your number 2 is Bernie. Like, I said you are a populist because this is like why, yeah, somebody like Shoe on Head, people say like, oh, she moved to the right. I was like, no, she didn't move to the right. She was always a populist. She was never really like conservative or liberal or anything like that. She was just a populist. And so she's going to vote for a populist candidate one way or the other, and that's most populists, is that they don't really care about like conservatism or liberalism as much. They care about populism.
I mean, I guess how do you define conservative then? Like, what do you think is a conservative?
Well, in America, it's gonna have like a bit more to it, but technically, it's just gonna be like traditional values. That if like if we're talking about like social values, like it's gonna be traditional values, things that like keep American traditions. In America, it's gonna be Christian traditions to a large part as well. And then also with like the liberal rights and freedoms that like the Constitution has, but then also with like fiscally conservative values as well. It's like low taxes, small government, local government having more power, things like that.
Well, I just don't. I don't know if you have to be like if like I think you can be conservative and say like that you think that our institutions are being blended with like corporate interests and you want to stop that. Like you want a candidate that goes against that. Like that's not necessarily taking you away from conservatism.
I'm sorry. I'm not understanding. You're saying that someone can be a populist conservative?
No, I'm saying I don't even know if it's necessarily populism to say that you like for example, I think that there's too much lobbying going on. Like corporate interests are merging with government interests. Or government interests are merging with corporate interests. It's not really clear which one is happening, but one of the two is happening, and that I don't think that makes me a populist.
That being against like, hold on, wanting like regulations on corporations and shit isn't populist. I don't know. I'm not really understanding the like corporations are so like lefty populism will care a lot about corporations, but that's not like essential to it. It's just that they're like their main issues are that they feel like elites make it to where like the business owner class, it's very like Marxist in some ways, where they're looking at everything based on class, and they're saying that elites and the business owning class make it to where the people get paid way less. They don't make like fair wages, and then they're not able to pay their bills enough, while all of these other people are out there with billions of dollars and more than entire countries sometimes. And so they're going to be against like people having too big of salaries, CEOs making too much, and then they're also going to be against them being able to use their money and power for lobbyists to stop things like free healthcare, and crap like that. And so they're they're gonna care a lot about like what corporations do and want a lot of like corporation regulation and be against people making a lot of money. But generally, right-wing populism doesn't care as much about that sort of shit. Those aren't normally their priorities as much.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if Trump weren't running and for some reason Bernie was running against someone, like against a traditional conservative, I probably would have voted for Bernie just because
there's people who will vote for Bernie that aren't populist. There's people who will vote for Trump that aren't populist. I would say that's probably, I think populists on the right are probably only like 30% of the Republican base right now.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were generalizing it as like anyone who would vote for Bernie as their number 2 is populist and not conservative.
Yes, I do believe that. I don't believe that somebody who is like their values are conservative values that they would vote for Bernie Sanders, a democratic socialist. No shot.
So my opinion on this is that like we can't even have like a discussion about whether we need free markets or whether we need more regulation or democratic socialism if our institutions are being like merged, like if the government and corporate interests are being merged, then we can't even have conversations about how we're going to run our economy.
How else would you do that without talking about regulations? How would you talk about those issues without talking about regulating them?
Well, first of all, I would say regulating is actually what they want. A lot of like they want regulation to, and you can see this because the number of the amount of lobbying spent in politics has actually gone up proportionally with the amount of regulations that have been passed, and it's because regulations actually push competition out of the market and make it higher for competition to buy into the market. So, like you don't have to be for regulations.
That's not really true in most cases. Most regulation does not stop businesses from being capable of running their businesses, but like
what the average. Sorry,
but also
you
most
can finish,
regulations are kind of like necessary for consumer protections. They just like if you're gonna go and you want to start like a business where you're selling fried chicken and you got a ton of chickens in your backyard that you're gonna like kill yourself and fry up yourself and then serve them yourself. Yeah, you're gonna like it's sad that you can't just do that, but it is true. You need to be able to follow pretty strict food safety guidelines if you want to be able to serve food for a price in America. Like that just is the case. And so while that is going to be more expensive for you, that is just necessary at the same time. There's not much we can do about it. You have to be able to serve safe food, and you have to be able to afford normally third-party companies to come in and do audits on you to make sure that that you have high enough standards so that when the county shows up to do health to give you a health score, that like you're gonna pass and you're gonna get a high enough score to where it's not gonna drive away business. And like that does cost more money. That's also necessary, and that's just kind of the reality with regulation.
Well, I'll just give you one example of what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And there's plenty of other examples. This is the one off the top of my head. We need to have something that solves the problem of salmonella in eggs, right? If people are going to continue eating eggs. Now, there's kind of two ways you can approach this. A lot of other countries just vaccinate their chickens for salmonella. We instead of vaccinating the chickens for salmonella, require a lot of these companies to essentially have these big machines that clean off the eggs and like thin the shell down. That most people who are looking to sell eggs aren't going to be able to afford the equipment for that. They might be able to afford the vaccination, but under the law, that's not what is required.
I thought there were different regulations based on like how far the eggs were traveling, and that there were different like necessities. I could be wrong, but because like if that's the case for homegrown eggs, what about eggs that are transferred in from like Canada? Are they allowed to
So
vaccinate
this
their
regulation
chickens?
that I'm referring to only applies to like when you're saying like when eggs are traveling, right? Because technically, if you go to like your local farmers market, there's like very little regulation that's around that. But what I'm talking about is like when you have to transport these eggs from somewhere, they like to be like sold at a like your supermarket or whatever. They either have to be or they have to go through this process where the shell lining is thinned, and this is to prevent salmonella. But like I said, the equipment to do it is much more expensive than if the vaccination would be. And other countries just require the vaccination. And this is just one example. Like especially in the pharmaceutical industry, there's probably like 100 other examples that I can give you of these regulations purposely being passed to push competition out of the market.
So from what I'm looking at, this is just like the first thing that pops up. It says the United States does not mandate that hens be vaccinated against salmonella because there's not enough evidence that it would prevent people from getting sick. However, there are other ways to reduce the risk of salmonella in eggs, including, and then it goes through the things that the United States does require. Because, yeah, I was going to say, this is actually the first time I've ever heard of salmonella vaccinations for hens. I've never heard of that before.
Lots of other countries do it and are very successful, like Japan. There's some countries in Europe that do it. Yeah, they just require the hens to be vaccinated. They don't require this really expensive process of thinning the eggshells.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can find some data on this. So yeah, this is the very first thing. Again, this is a study. It said there have been many vaccinations that have been made for hens, but none of them have been done at a countrywide level yet. And then yeah, this goes on to talk about why there needs to be new vaccines for salmonella.
I thought this was done in Japan. I swear I remember this being done in Japan, like throughout the whole country.
Let's see. This does not.
And the commercial eggs have like a significantly lower.
Oh, this is 2014. Okay, so this could be old. This could be really old. Let me try to find.
Yeah, so in Japan, I think it was like from like 2012 they started vaccinating their hens, and they have a way lower rate of salmonella than us.
General
and it's so much cheaper.
The control of salmonella, basic regulations for the EU. What is the vaccine regulation? EC number 1177 2006 requirement for use of antimicrobials in vaccines and control programs for poultry. All right. So this is the Commission of the European Communities have regard to the treaty establishing the European Community. Regulation 1 lays down rules for the detection and control of salmonella in poultry pursuant to Articles 1 of Regulation, blah, blah, blah. It may be decided that specific control methods are not to be used as part of the national control programs established. Okay, hold on. Here it is. The Commission consulted the EFSA on the use of antimicrobial and vaccines for the control of salmonella in poultry. Following the consultation, the EFSA issued 2 separate opinions on those. Its opinion on the use of antimicrobials for the control of salmonella in poultry. The EFSA recommended that the use of antimicrobials should be discouraged due to public health risks associated with the development, selection, and spread of resistance. The use of antimicrobials should be subject to formally defined conditions that would ensure protection of public health and must be fully justified in advance and recorded by the competent authority. Then the EFSA concluded its opinion on the use of vaccines for the control of salmonella in poultry. The vaccination of poultry is regarded as an additional measure to increase the resistance of birds against salmonella exposure and decrease the shedding. The FSA, in its opinion, also stated in particular that provided that the detection methods are able to differentiate the vaccine strains from the wild strains, both currently available inactivated and live vaccines can be safely used throughout the life of the birds, except during the withdrawal period before slaughter and with regard to live vaccines. In the laying eggs, during production, vaccination of layers is considered useful as a measure to reduce shedding and egg contamination when the purpose is to reduce high prevalences. Salmonella is the most important cause of outbreaks in humans. It says the vaccine should not be used as part of a national control program to be adopted pursuant to Article 6. Live vaccines should not be used if the manufacturer does not provide an appropriate method to distinguish bacterial strains. So yeah, even this is still not a nationwide basis to end salmonella.
What? I don't know what you're reading right now, bro. I
was reading.
I can tell you.
I was reading the EU's laws on regulations that they have around vaccines for chickens, and I was looking for something that actually shows that it's like, lessening the amount of the amount of people getting salmonella, the amount of salmonella poisoning that's happening, or something like that.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so I'm not 100% certain about Europe, or the EU, but I know there are countries in Europe, and they don't even do the same processes of us, because the process we use to clean the eggs actually thins the cuticle of the egg, and it's bad for the consumers too, because it lowers the shelf life of the egg, like the amount of time that you can keep it. And they don't do that same process in Europe. I don't know what other process they use. And in Japan, I know what process they use, and they vaccinate the hens. That's the main thing. So I'm not as familiar with the European laws, but I can tell you, like, I know for a fact there's a nationwide vaccination of hens
It
in
says
Japan.
the primary method to control salmonella is by vaccinating the laying hens, significantly reducing the risk of contamination even without extensive egg washing. Okay, yeah, I would have to look into why they're not using it currently, but normally when people bring up regulations and things that need to go away, normally almost every time I look into them, and they're regulations that just kind of have to exist. And like, were you here recently when we went over the clip from Joe Rogan with Dave Rubin talking to him about regulations for building houses.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think all regulations are bad. I think there's definitely like a lot of regulations that are good. What I can say for a fact is that there are regulations that are purposely designed to hinder competition in certain markets. Like this is one example. If you want, I can give you a lot more examples, but I didn't really come on hand with them because I don't even know how we got into this conversation, to be
We were
honest.
talking about populism. You were talking about the fact that like corporations want regulation because you said before we even talk about like regulations or whether or not we want capitalism or socialism or anything like that, first we would have to deal with the problems with the corporations. And I said, how do you deal with the problems with the corporations without talking about regulation? Like that's the only way that you can do it. And you said, well, I think companies want regulation because that benefits them because it kind of gets rid of competition from smaller businesses.
Okay, so I think I didn't even answer your question then. So if your question was how do we handle that without talking about regulations, the answer is one, we need to stop people from holding offices at high levels that work for these companies. Like for example, a Pfizer CEO will work at Pfizer, he gets paid in stock, and then he goes and works at the head of the CDC, and obviously he has an interest in making sure his Pfizer stock does well. So, that needs to stop. They need to sell their shares in their companies, and also banning stock trading for members of Congress.
Wait. He was the CEO of Pfizer, and then went where?
Man, you fact check everything I say.
No, I'm asking you.
Hold
No,
on.
I'm not fact checking any of it. I
I'm
just
saying in
spaced out for a
general,
second. I was reading
we
the chat.
will.
I didn't hear where he went. He went from Pfizer to where?
So I'm just saying, in general, like it doesn't have to be a specific person, but in general, someone will go say work for Pfizer, and they get paid in stock as a part of their, and then they will come in and work for like places like the head of the CDC and have an interest in protecting their Pfizer stock. Obviously,
yes. Well, not only just an interest, like if they're, lots of times. Well, I was gonna say generally they're not gonna still be the CEO. So I was gonna say if they're still the CEO, they have
anymore.
They have a fiduciary responsibility. But yeah, well, I mean, and that's part of the problem. Like this is a thing that Matt Gaetz actually brought up, and he outed a bunch of people who were buying and selling stocks that were like associated with some sort of like committee that they were on or group that they were associated with. Now, it turned out that he was wrong about a lot of these and was making a bigger deal out of it than he should have. But like I know that I'm not specifically talking to you, but there's a ton of people who talk about this sort of like corruption. They talk about these sort of problems. I agree. These are conflicts of interest. I don't know if I would call them necessarily corruption, but I do think that these are conflicts of interest. We do have regulation on this sort of thing. We have people who are supposed to make sure that like congressmen and people who are in the judiciary are have like they have regulations on what they can or can't do with stocks. I don't think they do with the executive branch. I don't know, but it sounds insane that somehow the president of the United States still owns businesses that have fucking businesses in foreign countries and even enemy countries sometimes, and they're trading with them, and they have like buildings and manufacturing and shit in these other countries that they're making trade deals with and negotiating with and talking about going to war with and shit like that, that they're putting tariffs on, that like that is insane. And they have tons of stocks and tons of real estate and all sorts of shit to where every decision that they make is affecting them personally and affecting their pockets. And they're giving tax cuts, major tax cuts to the top brackets, and then giving major tax cuts to big corporations, and bigger than they gave to the middle class, bigger than they gave to anybody else. The fucking top brackets and the fucking corporations got the biggest tax cuts of everyone. Like, that's insane too. Like, if as I said, this isn't directed at you necessarily, but when people complain about this and then they go vote for Donald Trump, I don't think they give a fuck about this shit. I don't think they care about it on the slightest. And I'm happy to like talk about issues like this that exist. And I'm happy to talk about like regulations that can be on lobbying. I'm happy to talk about regulations that could be on stock purchases. I'm happy to engage in these things. I wouldn't call any of that populism, though. Most people want that sort of shit, but they don't make like those people all like the bad guys, the enemy. They don't act like this is a systemic problem that is like running all through our institutions and all through the establishment. And the only reason that these people are in government is because they're getting paid and they have, lobbyists protecting them. And like, that's the shit that I have problems with. That's the stuff that I don't like.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the only people I see talking about this are regarded as populists, like Josh Hawley, Bernie Sanders. Trump has talked about it. I know he's guilty of a lot of it himself, but
Obama was not a
and so is
populist. Obama made a big deal about a lot of this stuff. Biden was not a populist. Biden made a big deal about a lot of this stuff. Nancy Pelosi was not a populist. Nancy Pelosi made it. Well, he didn't fix anything, but he put fucking band-aids on things. Like, he
it's because like it's like everyone criticizes Trump's like picks, like for example, like Pete Hegseth, right? They like criticize Pete Hegseth because he isn't like some 3-star general, but like that's exactly what you want. You don't want a 3-star general for be the head of the Secretary of Defense if you think that they have an interest in defending the complex they were brought up in. You want somebody to come outside of that to kind of fix it.
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with the military-industrial complex, though. Like, I don't think that that's a real issue.
I was just giving an example, honestly. Like,
okay,
I do think the military.
I was about to say we can get into a
too
fucking
much
full
money.
debate about this if you really have issues there, because I think this is a made-up problem. But
the only criticism I have of the military is the contracts they take. So I was actually in the military up until probably like I think it's 2 years ago now, and I was working at a training command, and we would have to go to this big warehouse to buy stuff, and the prices there were just absolutely ridiculous. I've never like that. I've never seen anything like that, and we would just spend fucking. It was a pretty big command, and we'd spend like millions of dollars there, and we could get a lot of that shit off like Amazon for sometimes a tenth of the price. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I used to think that there was a big problem with like Lockheed and like Boeing and crap like this. It was actually Trump who convinced me otherwise. He made an argument that made so much sense to me, and I ended up looking into it, and he was actually like dead on with this one. Like he knew what he was talking about, where he was saying that lots of people, they look at the budgeting, and I think it might have even been during the shutdowns when people were like upset about the government shutdowns, and it was over obviously Congress trying to negotiate the budgeting. And so he came out and he was like, lots of people have problems with the money that's going to the military, and they think that like, oh, we're always trying to go to war, or we're always trying to like keep these people rich or something like that. But really what it is that we have to stay prepared for war. We have to always be ready. We have to always be stocked up on everything. And that if all of a sudden we did go to war, we need those companies to exist. We need them to have money. We need to make sure that they didn't go out of business, that they didn't disappear somewhere. And so even when during times of peace where we don't need anything and we're all fine and everything's nice and cushy, we still have to keep paying them because they cannot go out of business. So we're going to go buy extra helicopters. We're going to buy extra tanks. We're going to buy extra bombers. We're going to buy all of this other stuff that we don't need. And then all of the old stuff that's kind of like dated and used and that we don't need anymore, we start giving those to other countries. Like, we're so nice. We're so gracious. We're just giving you such expensive things all the time. And we're just so charitable. But really, we just don't have room for it anymore. We're bringing in all this new stuff. We need to get rid of this. Please take it. So he's like, yeah, he's like, it's like a necessity where we just have to make sure that these things keep existing and that they're always around. And so yeah, it's like people can have like problems with the defense contracts and how much they cost and the revolving doors that exist between, like, you know, Raytheon and the Pentagon and crap like that. But but at the same time, like when we look at the amount of money that's spent on these sorts of things, well, people like widely misunderstand what's actually going on there. And it's what is the chat on screen? There's a number of different chats that there's different streams, and so they're all it's a mixture of all of them. But yeah, anyways, these I think that a lot of people like misunderstand how it actually works.
Yeah, I've never heard that argument before, but it makes sense to me. That does make sense to me, but at the same time, like when you're talking about like even things like pens, like you don't think there's going to be someone else to supply the pens? Like, do we really need to keep them in business? Like,
wait, but the government's not going to like disappear. The country's not going to disappear if we don't have pens.
Exactly,
Like,
but we're still
no,
overpaying for fucking pens. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
I don't know
even
anything
simple
about
shit
that.
like pens we're overpaying for. Like we were paying. I think we were paying like $15 for like a pack of 12 shitty pens. Like, and you could get like.
To who?
It was just
Not
everything,
big.
huh?
I said to who? It's not big.
Is Bic more expensive?
No,
or
Bic
less
is
expensive?
like
I don't know.
no, Bic is like the most popular pens that are just super cheap. That everybody they're like the most they're like the generic pens that you think of. So the like white pens with the blue top and the blue lid, or the black top and the black lid, or like they're just the generic pens that you picture in your head. So,
Yeah,
you know
we
what I'm talking
didn't
about,
buy
right?
any Bics. I know what you're talking about, but yeah, we weren't buying any Bics. We were buying I don't know. Anyone who would, I don't know what the name was, but if anyone who is in the military will know exactly what fucking pens I'm talking about, because everywhere in the military uses the same pens. But no, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not stuff that like it's not just the the planes and the missiles. It's like also like something as simple as pens that we're overpaying for, and
You
backpacks
guys got the gel pens, from what I've looked up. You guys got those shitty gel pens with the fucking rubber, the rubber holder on it. I hate those fucking pens. They never last. They go out. Like, it's like they get clogged up or something, and then they're just done. And they're pure garbage.
Yeah, so okay, so I just found it. They're called Skillcraft. Yeah,
Yes, that's
they're
what I'm
called
looking at.
Skillcraft
That's what
U.S.
I'm looking at.
government. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So
We were
it's
paying
this one
like
says it's
$15
ballpoint.
for a pack of 10 of
Well,
those.
this one says it's ballpoint. Ballpoint would be fine, but the Skillcraft gel ones are fucking shit. They are pure shit. They are horrible. They are the worst things in the world. I at the at stores that I ran a long time ago for a company that I was working for. I bought all of the stores, like, same thing, just like 50 packs of these pens, and they went out so quick, and they were all complaining because they all had to use pens like consistently, and they would run out of them, and yeah, I went and got these, and every single store very quickly it was like, please don't get those pens again. Like, they all just stop working like immediately. It's like they dry up on the tip, and then it clogs, and then we just can't use them anymore, and they're still full. we just can't use it. They're like, it's really annoying. It's like, oh shit. Okay. So yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know exactly
they're
what you're talking
terrible. But yeah,
about.
I think it was like I said, like $15 for a pack of 10, and like I said, it's not just pens, it's backpacks, it's chest seals, it's tourniquets. Like these are things that
Yeah, it's
like we have
weird.
so much competition in the market that
It is weird that the government does overspend on almost everything that it buys. They're willing to like spend way more on stuff that they buy, but then they underpay everybody that works for them. Like that is kind of obnoxious that they like all government employees make shit for what they do. And then when it comes to private contractors with the government, they just they don't really pay them anything. Especially teachers. Like I grew up with a bunch of teachers in my family, and they all made crap. And the federal government does like add to teachers' salaries to kind of like help them out a bit, but it's not much.
yeah, that would be my only gripe with the military-industrial complex, honestly. Like, but I think there's more pressing concerns, honestly.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, so
But yeah,
back to okay. Bernie Sanders is somebody that like people think I'm a leftist. People think I'm far left and I'm a progressive or crap like that, right? I would never vote for Bernie Sanders. He is way too far left for me. He is not somebody that I would vote for, and he's also populist. But like on top of that, he is just he's a bit too much of a lefty. His like Medicare for All plan was extreme and kind of insane and didn't make a whole lot of sense. I didn't even think it could possibly work. It was there was just there was a lot that like Bernie Sanders is just kind of wild. And yeah, I would never vote for that guy. For somebody who calls themselves a conservative to be able to move past me on the spectrum and go that far left to vote for somebody, that's like really hard for me to comprehend that person would call themselves a conservative afterwards.
So, and here's where I'll say, like, I agree with you on everything you said. Like, I think Bernie, all of his policies pretty much are terrible. But here's the thing: I don't think he'd be able to pass any of them. But you know what he might be able to do? He might be able to clean up some of the corruption. He might be able to pass some stock trading bans. He might be able to get this revolving door stopped. These are things that he might be able to do. Medicare for all, in the way he was proposing it isn't happening. Neither is democratizing the workforce or extreme minimum wage increases. Like none of that's gonna happen. It's just never gonna happen, no matter how hard he pushes for it. But the stuff that he might get done, I'm all for. So that's why, I wouldn't have had a problem voting for Bernie, honestly, even as a conservative.
So, but you would have voted for Bernie over like Kamala Harris?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, without a doubt.
Right.
Also, Bernie is free speech, and Kamala Harris is for censorship. So that's like another thing that
what are you talking
matters
about?
A lot to me.
Bernie was one of the people who was like a part of the. He was one of the people who was part of the regulations put on social media to make them censor people more. What are you talking about? We're like I don't call that. I don't think that's part of free speech, but I think you do. I think you would consider that
it is.
To be anti-free speech.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know if he was part of that. I know from the things he said.
Earlier you heard a little bit of what we were talking about when it came to the regulations that were put on like in Section 230 and all of that. Were you here for me talking to Caveman about that?
Yeah, I was the one that talk
You were
to
the one that
Caveman
was
about
selling
that
out.
B.
Oh, there was somebody. Yeah, there were people
No.
freaking out in chat during some of what I was talking about. But yeah, I would go watch the court hearings for Section 230, where they're talking to Mark Zuckerberg. They're talking to I forget his name, but the guy from Twitter. They're talking to all these people and doing hearings with them, and they are very like and when the Hunter Biden laptop thing happened, okay, you have to understand. It's hard to have that conversation with people when they don't understand what happened in these Section 230 hearings, where they got grilled for allowing Russians to take over the platforms and how irresponsible they were and how they were like kind of looked at as though they might have been in cahoots with the Russians, that they might have been the ones helping the Russians to spread propaganda, to sow dissent and shit like that. So they were a bunch of Congress people were like, yeah, like if you guys cannot reasonably moderate your platforms to protect your own consumers, then like we're gonna have to strip you guys of Section 230. Like this is ridiculous that you're not able to be responsible here. So afterwards, the fucking social media platforms are terrified of anything having any like Russia on it, like anything remotely related to Russia. They were fucking terrified of this shit. Now, the reason more recently they're not as terrified anymore is because they feel like Congress has kind of changed a bit to the point that they don't have to be as strict as they were before, and they can, let things go a little bit more, be a little bit more loosey-goosey, because they think, yeah, the vibes in Congress have changed. But back then, that was not the case. Back then, they were all terrified of getting stripped of Section 230, because that's their golden goose. If they lose Section 230, they just can't exist in any meaningful way. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you want to get into the Section 230 conversation that I was having with Caveman, but what I will say is on the misinformation stuff, I actually align with a Democrat perfectly on this, and his name is JFK. He said, "A nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth from the falsehoods is an open market, and is a nation afraid of the truth, or afraid of its people."
That's okay. You
Sorry.
Understand that the
and he was saying this during the Cold War. By the way, during the Cold War, he was saying this. All right, so
I don't care. The Constitution and like liberal values are built on the ideas that we have institutions that will be responsible with what information gets out and how it gets out. So, not
I don't think
just
that. I don't think so.
That is 100% true. So like there's the
I don't think so.
The idea that we are supposed to be we are supposed to be intolerant of the intolerant. We are supposed to be tolerant of all things except for the intolerant. This is also part of that. When we write the fucking Constitution, you look in like the Federalist Papers, they're talking about how journalists have to have ethics, they have to have standards, they have to be able to make sure that they are getting things across to the American people responsibly and correctly and in a way that is going to reflect American values. And
again,
yeah.
Tom, you're playing right into JFK's quote that I just read right here.
No, I'm not.
You're saying that you're afraid of the American people being able to decide what is and isn't the right thing.
It's not playing into it. This is about pragmatism.
You're doing it exactly like he's saying. You're saying that you're afraid of the American people to hear these things. Whether you don't think that they can judge the truth from the false because you don't.
I don't. Think Correct.
Yeah, we
Correct.
we completely disagree
retarded.
on that. Absolutely,
Humans
we completely
are
disagree
retards.
on that.
They're the dumbest fucks in the like. You got to be kidding me. You understand? Like, this is one of the great
like an
things.
elitist mindset. Like this
It's
is like
not.
It's
not.
like
It's
a
not. It's a
pro-elitist
pragmatic mindset.
Yes, it is.
It's a okay.
It
Okay.
100%
Let's break this down.
is.
Then. Okay, we're gonna have to break this down. Then this is actually insane. Okay. People don't pay attention to the news and then go and do their own research afterwards. They don't go look at studies. They're not reading long pages of articles on things. They're not like going back and watching hearings to see all what was said. They're not going through like meta-analysis and comparing and contrasting and checking if these have been been able to be duplicated, and they're not checking polling and data. They're not doing what I'm doing. They're like, I am like a 1% of America when it comes to the amount of effort and time that I put into understanding these issues. Everybody else just expects it to be told to them. They want the conclusions, and they want somebody who did all of that themselves to just come tell them the conclusions and just give them a simple explanation of. That's it. That's all they want. So once they just trust somebody enough, they trust that person to give them the conclusions. That's it. They're without somebody actually vetting this information themselves and then telling them, people don't know anything. They literally don't know shit until someone tells them. If we all just came out and started telling everybody that it's not drones that's in New Jersey, it's a bunch of fucking ghosts that are running around biting people's heads off, unless you live in New Jersey, or even if you do live in New Jersey, you don't know if that's true or not. You have no fucking idea. You have no idea. You have to trust what it is that they're telling you. That's it. You have to just trust them.
I have more faith in people than you do. Like I think that most of the time, like I think the drone thing was overblown. I think most people looked at these.
The drone thing was overblown, bro. They are literally saying that the fucking government is controlling hurricanes to get them to go and attack Republican states. They were saying that FEMA was coming to take their homes from them. They were saying that the fucking Haitians were coming in and eating their cats and dogs. Like, this is not a I mean, it was a little overblown. It's just a random thing. This is what they do. This is just what happens. You can just make something up that makes people afraid, and they fucking start pissing their pants and running all over the place, adding more and more information to it. These people are retarded. They don't know what left and right is. You need to put them on a leash and walk them. That's how it works.
No. Okay, here's the thing. You're seeing what's going on the internet, right? Because the internet, in all of it, the good things it does, it also gives the minority a fucking megaphone to go and say the craziest shit that they.
I agree.
And so you're looking at the megaphone. You're looking at the person with the megaphone instead of the 300 people surrounding them.
It's the loud minority, correct. I'm not saying that is the majority. I'm saying that is a growing minority. That those people, like recently, that even just like 5-6 years ago, those people were a small minority. And they were a small minority only after Trump got into office and made them a little bit bigger and a bit more normalized to be like QAnoners and Pizzagators and shit like that. But still a minority. Now, after they all bought into the idea that the election was stolen from them and that all of the ballots were being changed and that all of the judges were working with the DNC and the Supreme Court with all of Trump's picks on it were working with the DNC, and that all of these people were working together to stop Trump because they were afraid that he was going to take out the deep state and drain the swamp. So they all had to put a stop to him. These people believe something like that. There is no end to the fucking bullshit that they will believe. There is no end to it. It is endless at that point.
Yeah, I think there's definitely, probably, unfortunately, somewhere between 25 and 35% of Republicans right now that are like completely and totally committed to everything Trump does, which is unfortunate, and because it kind of locks all of the rest of the Republicans in, because you don't want to go against your own candidate, but at the same time it's like this guy says some stupid shit sometimes. So
yeah. But again, that is growing. That is not going away, and that to me is a side effect of populism. That populism gives you this distrust in your institutions, in the people who are giving you the information, in journalism, in government, in like all these things. It breeds conspiracy theorism because you have to believe those people are evil. That is like fundamental. You have to believe they're evil. They are evil to the fucking core, and they just want to see you suffer. That is all of their enjoyment, is just getting to see you suffer. And when that is what you believe, there is there is nothing bad you can be told about these people that you won't buy into, because I can make up. Literally, they start believing that they're having seances and eating like babies' dicks and like eating, drinking babies' blood and shit like that. Like there is no end to what it is that they're capable of believing, and this is, to me, a side effect of populism, that it just breeds conspiracy theorism.
And I don't even necessarily disagree with you, but what I disagree with is the idea that, okay, we need to start shutting down these people's speech. Like that's where I'm like, okay, that's where
hold on.
we're
Shutting
disagreeing.
down is like an aspect of it, right? Like somebody says the Earth is flat. Okay, I think that's fucking insane, but whatever. Like, we don't have to ban those people. We don't even have to censor them. We don't even have to put a marker under their videos that say that they're wrong, or that, we don't have to put a fact check on it. We don't have to put a community note on it. Nobody gives a fuck. Let them believe the Earth is flat. Who cares? Whatever. People believe that God is real, or that like science has proven that Noah's Ark was real, or whatever. Okay, fine. Like whatever. I don't care. Like whatever you feel like. If they believe that the government is using vaccines to inject you with mind controlling technology, yeah, I think that like if that's being spread by prominent figures, that probably needs to be shut down. That is a level of fear mongering that is going to cause chaos. And I think at this point, it's been proven well beyond a reasonable doubt that sunlight is not the best disinfectant, that sunlight is just what makes life grow.
No, I think if you actually allow these people to speak, I think they'll be pushed out a lot faster. Like I think we should let truth stand out from the falsehoods, and yeah, I think a free market of ideas is just the best way to go.
So you're right in a sense that there are going to be a number of people who are going to look at somebody like Nick Fuentes on Cozy TV and be like, wow, he's only over here because they're afraid of what he has to say. Otherwise, they would just let him speak. But obviously, they're afraid of what he has to say, and if they're afraid of it, that means there has to be some truth to it. So, I'm buying into everything that this guy has to say now, because they had to ban him and put him in the corner over here on Cozy TV. Those people exist, yeah, sure, and they'll find him, through different avenues, of course. But way less people are gonna find him on Cozy TV than we're gonna find him on YouTube. I know that much. I know that's for sure. And that his audience and that his following was way bigger when he was on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and all the Instagram. Like, it was when he got banned from all of those places, and his audience started to get older and age out and get families and responsibilities and stopped being incels and started to engage in the real world, that they started to see that like things were not as crazy as it was made to seem online, and that he's able to have a community in some fashion, but it's not as much as it would be. I know that for sure. I'm positive of that. And that his community has only grown since he got put back on Twitter. 100%. 100%. It has only grown since he got put back on Twitter.
I'm not even against like private companies like banning these people. More so, I'm against the nature of Section 230 and how it kind of lets companies play both sides of the coin.
Hold on, you made this about free speech. That's why I said we're not talking about free speech, because these are private companies. This is their property. They can do with it what they want. And you were like, well, I think it is an issue of free speech. Like, what the fuck? What's the what? How is this free speech?
The government,
the
government
of
is
Section
what?
230. You're just saying that it's against like the First Amendment because Congress shall not like infringe on speech or whatever, and this is Congress like having a hand in what is or isn't said.
No, so kind of two separate issues here. With Section 230, my problem with Section 230 doesn't have anything to do with free speech really. The free speech issue comes from and this was even, I mean, in court, the Supreme Court even said that the FBI did coerce companies to take down posts.
The Supreme Court did not say
and
that.
that's
The Supreme Court did not say
they
that.
did. I can
No,
say
no.
they
Not
turned
the
down.
Supreme
They
Court.
turned down.
It was not the Supreme Court.
No.
There were
It was the
lower
Supreme
courts.
Court. It
There
was
were
the
lower
Supreme Court.
district courts that said this.
No, Tom, it was the Supreme Court. You didn't read the whole thing. You did not read the whole thing. They did not turn it down because the FBI didn't coerce these companies to take down the post. They turned it down because they failed to show damages. Because the complainants failed to show damages.
Turning it down. I'm saying that there is one court that came to the conclusion that Joe Biden and his administration and the FBI had too much of a hand in what it was that they were doing by asking the Twitter to take posts down, because even just the nature of being like this powerful entity and asking for a favor of this nature, just the existence of that disproportionality in power made it coercive. That was a lower court that made this decision. It was a lower district court.
Right. And then it was appealed. It was appealed and went to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court said that there was no evidence of damages and turned it down. But they did say that it did appear that the FBI coerced these companies into taking these posts down. And I see you looking up. It's a news article. It's not the decision.
Well, this is a news article about the decision, so that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so you have to read the opinion parts of the decision and why they turned it down.
Marshall Cohen, the founder of far-right conspiracy site Gateway Pundit, claimed the FBI coerced Twitter into censoring his posts about Hunter Biden's laptop in 2020. But SCOTUS disagrees and finds several problems with his theory. So, yeah, this is saying the Supreme Court disagreed that the taking down these posts were coercive. Twitter Nick posts. Okay.
Like I said, you have to read the actual opinion pieces of the decision.
Well, hold on. Yeah, but I want to read like summaries of it first, so I even know what I'm looking for. Because just looking for the word coerce in the decision isn't gonna be very helpful. I have to know what it is that, like, what the context
It's
around
all the way at the
decision is
bottom,
first.
and it tells you why they made the decision to turn it down. And in that, they tell you that it actually did appear that they were coercive, but the defendant failed to make any claims for the damages. Oh, you're actually looking at it there, the whole thing.
Yeah. So I feel like I'm pretty sure the like federal law necessitates damages for something to be defined as coercion. So you using this to say, oh, it was coercive,
No.
there just weren't damages. From what I understand, federal law necessitates damages in order to deem something as coercive.
In order to prosecute something as coercive, yes. So she needed to, or whoever proposed the case needed to show damages to be able to prosecute. But that doesn't mean they didn't coerce them. That just means that the coercion didn't actually have any negative impacts on them. They weren't able to show the negative impacts of the coercion. That's what that means.
Yeah, again, I from what I understand, it is
But it's pretty clear in the decision. They say multiple times that that the actions that the FBI did could be coercion, but the complainant failed to make any substantiated evidence for damages, essentially.
Ah, fuck. This is making this so hard to read, and it won't let me just open it up. I'm trying to. Here we go. All right. You said this is towards the bottom?
Yes, it's towards the bottom. Yeah. Because it goes into detail throughout the whole thing, and then at the
Alright.
bottom they give their final kind of statements.
Okay, so it says the principal recognized. Here, let me grab my glasses. The principle recognized in Bantam Books and Volo requires a court to distinguish between permissible persuasion and unconstitutional coercion. And in Volo, we looked to three leading factors that are helpful in making that determination: the authority of the government officials who are alleged to have engaged in coercion; 2, the nature of statements made by those officials; and 3, the reactions of the third party alleged to have coerced. 602 U.S. 189 through 190, and in this case, all three factors point to coercion. I begin with the authority of the relevant officials, high-ranking White House officials, and Surgeon General. High-ranking White House officials presumably speak and may have the ability to influence the president, and as discussed earlier, a presidential admission has the power to inflict potentially fatal damage to social media platforms like Facebook. Facebook appreciates what the White House could do, and President Biden has spoken openly about that power, as he has every right to do. For instance, he has declared that the policy of his administration is to enforce the antitrust laws to meet the challenges posed by the rise of the dominant internet platforms. And he has directed the Attorney General and other agencies to heads to enforce the antitrust laws vigorously, promoting competition in the American economy. Also floated the idea of amending or appealing 230 of the Communications Decency Act. B. Klein, White House reviewing Section 230 amid efforts to push social media giants to crack down on misinformation. According to CNN, on July 20th, our current White House renewal called to remove Section 230, liability shield. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. Like, they were... This is one of the reasons they were all, like, terrified, is because of shit like this. Previous administrations have also wielded significant power over Facebook in a data privacy case brought jointly by the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission. Facebook was required to pay an unprecedented $5 billion in civil penalties, which is among the largest civil penalties ever obtained by the federal government. Press release Department of Justice. Facebook agrees to pay $5 billion, implement robust new protections. A matter that may well have been prominent in Facebook's thinking during the period in question is that in the case was a dispute between the United States and the European Union over international data transfer. In 2020, the Court of Justice of the European Union invalidated the mechanism for transferring data between the European Union and the United States because it did not sufficiently protect the EU citizens from federal government surveillance. Data protection, blah, blah, blah. Not resolve the conflict on its own. Our response to the decision. It is therefore beyond any serious dispute that top-ranking White House officials and Surgeon General possessed the authority to exert enormous coercive pressure. Second, I turn to the officials' communication with Facebook, which possess all the hallmarks of coercion that we identified in Banton Books and Volo. Many of the White House's emails were phrased virtually as orders. Bantam Books and the officials' frequent follow-ups ensure that they were understood as such. To take a few examples, after Flaherty read an article about content causing vaccine hesitancy, he demanded to know that Facebook was trying to combat the issue and to know that you're not playing a shell game with us when we ask you what's going on. The next month, he requested assurances based in data that Facebook was not making our country's vaccine hesitancy problem worse. A week after that, he questioned Facebook about its policies for removal versus demoting, and when the platform did not promptly respond, he added the questions weren't rhetorical. When Facebook provided the White House with some data it asked for, Flaherty thanked Facebook for demonstrating that you at least understand the ask. Damn. Various comments during the July pressure campaign likewise revealed that the White House and Surgeon General's office expected compliance. At the press conference announcing the Surgeon General's recommendation related to misinformation, Psaki noted that the White House engages with Facebook regularly, and Facebook certainly understands what our asks are. The next day, she expressed confidence that Facebook would make decisions about additional steps they can take. And eventually, the Surgeon General's office prompted Facebook for an update of any new additional steps you are taking with respect to health misinformation in the light of July 15th advisory. The threat was more explicit. Psaki parried a question for platforms. Stop amplifying untrustworthy content with a reminder that President Biden supports a robust antitrust program.
Yeah, it's just going into why they make the decision. It's just gonna continue.
But Psaki's
And I
full
think
answer. Well, I read the emails, and I remember reading the emails and then looking at the lower court's decision. That made literally no sense. Like it made absolutely no sense
okay.
when they are saying, "We want you to do this." So what? Okay, they can tell them that they want them to do that. So what? Get over it. Like, if you call that fucking coercion, that's fucking retarded. Like, you don't know what coercion is. If you think saying, we want you to do X is coercion, and this is a private company who can make their own decisions and do whatever the fuck they want. I'm sorry, but that's just not coercion. That's insane. But if they're taking context from other outside communications that had nothing to do with that, yet are being said by like Jen Psaki or like, statements from the Biden administration or statements from Congress overall, that that's definitely going to at least have it's at least going to have the optics of pressure at that point. That can at least seem as though there may be some implied pressure at that point, to where if they're not saying it in the emails, which they weren't, it doesn't make sense to look at that and say that that's coercion at all. But if they're now taking outside statements as though this would at least be perceived pressure, then yeah, that's going to be very different. So yeah, this makes a little bit more sense now that they're adding in outside context that the lower courts did not add in.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just letting you know it's just gonna be they just outline the three elements to coercion, and they just kind of go through all of that, why it was coercion. But yeah, it just kind of boiled down to the way that these company or the way that the government in general was kind of posturing at the time, and the way that the officials were talking about these companies, as well as the communications with the FBI. It just
Yeah,
and
this
that's
is
why they
actually
say
correct.
that it.
This wasn't even implied pressure, just like by chance, but this is making it sound like that was the plan. Like this was yeah, that this was planned this way, to talk about them from in like media briefings, so that they would feel the pressure. But in direct emails and phone calls, you never mention the pressure. And so yeah,
Yeah,
this is,
and I don't know
it says here, it says
exactly. You might.
This is where it mentions like emails where they found evidence of this. It says this argument introduces a new understanding of the term bully pulpit, which is coined by President Theodore Roosevelt to denote a president's excellent position to persuade the public. But Flaherty, Slavitt, and other officials who emailed and telephoned Facebook were not speaking to the public from a figurative pulpit. On the contrary, they were engaged in a covert scheme of censorship that came to light only after the plaintiff demanded their emails in discovery and a congressional committee obtained them by subpoena. If these communications represented the exercise of the bully pulpit, then everything that top federal officials say behind closed doors to any private citizen must also represent the exercise of the president's bully pulpit. Oh, wait. Okay. Sorry. They're arguing against that. That stretches the concept beyond the breaking point. Okay. So they're arguing against this.
I don't know if you're reading the majority or the minority opinion right now, I'm going to be honest. But they both come to similar conclusions. The minority opinion, he basically says.
Yeah, this is the dissenting opinion from Alito that I've been reading.
The dissenting opinion. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
okay, gotcha. Yeah, they come to similar conclusions. But...
So wait, so if he's I thought Alito was one of the ones who said that this was coercion. Oh wait, no. Okay, so, he's dissenting in this case is the coercive position. So he says, for months, high-ranking government officials placed unrelenting pressure on Facebook to suppress Americans' free speech. Because the court unjustifiably refused to address this serious threat to the First Amendment, I respectfully dissent. Okay, so they're
Yeah, so
dissenting against the
both
appeal.
come to
That's right.
similar conclusions. If you look at both of the opinions, they both come to similar opinions. The key difference is that one of them thinks that damages are unproven, so that the Supreme Court can't do anything about it, and Alito thinks that damages are proven and they should be doing something about it.
Well, yeah, you told me to read towards the bottom, but that is.
Yeah, they're
it is
both towards the
Alito.
bottom. Both opinions are towards the bottom. You went all the way like down to the dissenting opinion. But yeah, I mean the Alito, I think he commits he provides a pretty good dissenting opinion, honestly. Anyway, so I'm glad you read that. I think it's pretty convincing.
Well, this is only the syllabus and Alito. From what I can tell, I don't see anybody else on here.
It's not the full 100-page document,
This is
huh?
62 pages.
Oh no, it looks
this is
like
the
you got
opinion
more
of
than
the
just the
court.
opinions of the court. Yeah, there you
So
go.
let me read the bottom of
Yeah.
the opinion of the court.
It's a really long. It's really long. You like. I don't know if you want to do all of this like on
I said I'm
stream.
gonna read. Well, no, I normally try to do the majority of my research on stream because I don't want,
Oh, okay,
as I said,
gotcha.
I don't want to be the guy who goes and does all the research behind the scenes and then just comes and tells you the conclusions. I don't want to do that. I want you to watch me go through the fucking research myself, and then you can come to your own fucking conclusions while I go through it. Because yeah, that's
So it looks like
I'm just gonna read the
one you
bottom
have
of
is
it.
the syllabus and then the opinions. Yeah. Yeah, I read through the
plaintiffs,
entire
without any
original
concrete
decision.
link between their injuries and the defendant's conduct, asked us to conduct a review of the years-long communications between dozens of federal officials across different agencies with different social media platforms about different topics. This court's standing doctrine prevents us from exercising such general legal oversight of the other branches of government. TransUnion, we therefore reverse the judgment of the Fifth Circuit and remand the case for further proceedings consistent with this opinion. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, so like I said, they said right there they just can't show injuries, so that the Supreme Court can't make a decision on it because.
Just to be clear, that is not what that was saying. This was not saying that they can't show injury. This is saying that these are other parts of the government that they don't have the same oversight over, and they're also acting as though other branches of government are all working in tandem with each other, and there's no way that they can come to that conclusion. So that's why this says, like, right here, it says, you asked us to conduct a review of communications between dozens of federal officials across different agencies with different social media platforms about different topics. So they're saying these are not all, just because you call all of these government, doesn't mean that they're all working in tandem with one another. They're all different agencies, different goals, different topics, different things, and you're acting like it's all one just because you call it government, but it's not. They're different. They're separate.
Okay. Yeah, you might be right about that specific instance, but if you do look in the rest of the 50 pages or whatever, they do say that she does a terrible job of actually showing her injuries.
Well, I mean, I'm happy for you to stay. I want to read a little bit more of this real quick.
Okay.
If you're in a hurry, I don't mind if you have to leave. I'm not going to get mad, but
No,
I
don't.
want to read.
I'm not in a hurry.
We conclude
hanging
briefly
out.
with the plaintiff's right to listen theory. The individual plaintiffs claim an interest in reading and engaging with the content of other speakers on social media. The First Amendment, they argue, protects that interest. Thus, the plaintiffs assert injuries based on the restriction that the countless other social media users have experienced. This theory is startlingly broad as it would grant all social media users the right to sue over someone else's censorship, at least so long as they claim an interest in that person's speech. Wait, so this person wasn't even censored? They're upset that they didn't get to hear the speech, not that they
That's
not
exactly
that their
why they
speech was
failed to show
denied.
their injuries.
That's
That's
actually
correct.
fucking
That's exactly
insane,
why.
dude.
That's exactly why they failed to show injuries. Yep.
Sheesh, that is
Exactly.
these people are fucking bonkers, bro. Now we got to the bonkers part. Did you guys? Everybody saw it? We got to the bonkers part. We finally got there. Okay. The title of this stream is this content is bonkers or something like that, with like bonkers in all caps. People kept coming in going like, wait, when's the bonkers part gonna happen? So there we go. This was the bonkers part. This court has never accepted such boundless theories of standing. They list a bunch of different cases. While we have recognized First Amendment right to receive information and ideas, we have identified a recognizable injury only where the listener has a concrete, specific connection to the speaker. For instance, in Mandel, we agree that the group of professors had a First Amendment interest in challenging the visa denial of person they had invited to speak at a conference. Attempting to satisfy this requirement to the plaintiffs emphasizes that hearing unfettered speech on social media is critical to their work as scientists, pundits, and activists, but they do not point to any specific instance of content moderation that caused them undeniable harm. They have therefore failed to establish an injury that is sufficiently concrete and particularized. The state plaintiff claiming their own version of right to listen theory assert a sovereign interest in hearing from their citizens on social media. But this theory suffers from the same law as the individual plaintiff's theory. The states have not identified any specific speakers or topics they have been unable to hear or follow. The states cite this supposed sovereign injury as a basis for asserting third-party standing on behalf of the citizens they would listen to. The states, like the individual plaintiffs, have failed to establish likely standing. Okay, so C is where they say that they don't have injury. So then I guess B. Would be.
I'm not 100%. I haven't read it in a little while. I read it, I don't know, probably a couple months ago.
Yeah, I don't see where B. Shit.
I gotta wonder, why are you reading it off of this, like, website instead of off of the Supreme Court website?
Because it was just here. I was looking for a summary before I went to the actual thing, but
Oh, yeah. The opinion piece would be the summary anyway, but summary from news articles, I guess.
The plaintiffs' counter-arguments do not persuade the first. They argue that they suffer continuing present adverse effects from their past restrictions as they now self-censor on social media. But the plaintiffs cannot manufacture standing merely by conflicting harm on themselves based on their fears of hypothetical future harm that is not necessarily impending. As we explained,
Your mic is, I'm not sure if it's also on the stream, but on the Discord, your mic is going weird.
Thank you. Oh, I gotta reset this up for him. He can't hear me. Okay, there we go. It always takes a little bit longer to get Discord back up. Okay.
Yeah,
Cannot
no
manufacture standing merely by inflicting harm on themselves. Hypothetical harm. Second, the plaintiffs and the dissent suggest that the platforms continue to suppress their speech according to policies initially adopted over government pressure. That may be true, but the plaintiffs have a redressability problem. To determine whether an injury is redressable, we consider the relationship between the judicial relief requested and the injury suffered. The plaintiffs assert several injuries. See, this is saying that they include injury in whether or not this is coercion. The plaintiffs assert several injuries in their past social media restrictions, current self-censorship, and likely social media restrictions in the future. The requested judicial relief, meanwhile, is the injunction stopping certain government agencies and employees from coercing or encouraging the platforms to suppress speech. The court could prevent these governments' defendants from interfering with the platform's independent applications of their policies, but without evidence of continued pressure from the defendants, it appears that the platforms remain free to enforce or not enforce those policies, even those tainted. Fuck, I just lost. Even those those policies, even those tainted by initial government coercion. The platforms are not parties to the suit, and there is no reason they should be obliged to honor an incidental legal determination the suit produced. Indeed, the available evidence indicates that the platforms have enforced their policies against COVID-19 misinformation, even as the federal government wound down its own pandemic response measures. For instance, Hines reports that Facebook imposed several restrictions on her vaccine-related posts in the spring of 2023. Around the same time, in April 2023, President Biden signed a joint resolution that ended the national COVID-19 emergency. The next month, the White House disbanded its COVID-19 response team, which was responsible for many of the challenged communications in this case. In joining the government's defendants, therefore, is unlikely to affect the platform's content moderation decisions. We conclude briefly that the plaintiff's right to listen. Yeah, so this looks like they're coming to the conclusion that this was not coercion, and that.
So no,
and that it's not coercion because there's not a because there wasn't injury, and they're saying that without injury, we don't consider this coercion, and therefore there's not really a case here. And on top of that, you're using separate government agencies that don't have the same goal, nor the same interests, nor the same orders, all acting as one unit or one entity when they're not. And you also are what was the last one? You're also acting like they
weren't even the ones being censored.
No, sorry. You're also acting like the platforms were only doing this because of supposed coercion, when the platforms continued censoring these things after they stopped this entire program that was supposedly pressuring them into doing this. Once they disbanded the entire program, the social media platforms continued censoring COVID-19 misinformation. So it doesn't seem like they were doing it just because of the government. It seems like they were doing it on their own as well.
Yeah, so man, I wish I had read this more recently, but there is a point in the decision where they talk about how the actions that these federal agencies take, and they say this multiple times throughout the decision, that this can be seen as coercion. They said it like, but then at the end, when you're reading the opinion piece, they're saying even if there was coercion, there wasn't, damages and
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is that they're here where they say like the first part of this is the applied pressure. The second part of this is whether or not there was damages. And so they're saying we need applied pressure and damages. That is what will make it to where I'm willing to call this coercion, and that without the damages, and while they do have some applied pressure, pressure by itself is not coercion. There has to be damages in order for it to be coercion. And your frame of damages is that you just didn't get to see the information, and that is way too broad of to call damages to the point that we would now have to like award every social media user that didn't see something.
yeah. And as I was reading this, I was like, who like is this person that brought this suit like retarded? Like you couldn't pay for someone who was getting censored to like
It's amazing
put this
that they
stuff,
even picked up the
bring this case.
that they even wrote about it. This is insane.
But what I took from it is that, like, I mean, like I said multiple times, the actions that the government took could be seen as coercion, and then I think, like I said, I think the dissenting opinion piece is actually pretty good. I think he makes a compelling case.
Alito is somebody that I'm on and off with sometimes. I like his writings on the broad immunity case. For the most part, like everything he said, I agreed with, and I thought was like spot on, made so much sense. The issue I have is with the outcome of one of the conclusions that should not be allowed, or just should not be the case. And that's that when somebody gets immunity from something, that necessitates that thing is no longer allowed to even be mentioned or used in court. It just cannot be applied whatsoever. To where I understand if you say, hey, you get immunity from this, so you're not allowed to be charged for it. But if you now also say, and they're not allowed to subpoena you on this or expect you to testify about this information, that I just cannot accept. That I cannot accept, and that is just way too far. That is way, way, way too far. And that is technically what it's supposed to do. If you have immunity from something, technically, yeah, they're not supposed to be able to make you testify on that thing. But in this ruling, for that to be applied to everything is, it's just wrong. It doesn't, that is just wrong. It is obviously wrong.
Yeah. I haven't read that one. Is it you recommend I read it?
Yeah, I would say so. I had a lot of people who were upset with like my overall take on it, because obviously the libs are all very upset with the broad immunity and felt like it was just unfair across the board that somebody would be given this much immunity. But yeah, I felt like the immunity part made sense to me. I totally understood the immunity part, totally made sense to me. It's just that, technically with immunity comes no subpoena power, and that that is just, in this case, with this much room, now you're pretty much saying anything that has to do with their job, the president is never able to be subpoenaed on anything relating to their official duties. Like, that can't be the case. That just cannot be the case. I'm fine with them saying that they can't get charged for it. I'm fine with saying that they can't face criminal prosecution. It cannot be the case that they can't even testify on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that, honestly.
Because, like, consider the actual case that they're looking through, right? Like, the case that, what was it? The fake elector scheme and Trump's election interference, right? If they decided that he had immunity from some of these things, that would be fine that they say you can't charge him with it. But if then they're charging all of the other people who took part in this, and all of it came from the top down, and all of the information was from Trump to everybody else, but now anything that Trump did is now technically part of his official duties, then now they can't include anything that he said. And now nobody can get in trouble for it because none of that can be mentioned in court. So, like, yeah, it's that was just way too far. And I was totally on board with the entire thing until I realized that. I was banned off YouTube at the time and reading it on Kick. And I remember just sitting there just like blown away once I realized how broad it actually was. You don't think it's a decision that contradicts the Constitution, like the broad immunity? No, I think that for the most part, everybody always assumed the president had that immunity. And
I think that's true.
Yeah, and I
100%.
think that because no president had ever been charged with a crime before, we never had to have an official decision on it, because the norms were that, like, we all just assume he has that immunity anyways. In this case, though, lots of the things that they decided were official parts of his duty, I think, were incorrect. Like, I like talking to your vice president. So it's about how you categorize it. It is a linguistic categorization that matters drastically on the semantics. And so they should have made it to where you have to have a very, very specific duty, not a broad general duty. So where we would say, okay, Donald Trump went and tried to pressure Mike Pence into accepting the second slates of electors and certify those, right? So that's Mike Pence's job. That's not Donald Trump's job. Donald Trump has nothing to do with certifying the electors. Nothing. It is not part of the president's job whatsoever. So he has nothing to do with that. They can definitely get him on talking to Mike Pence about this, pressuring him into this. Same with, like, the DOJ and trying to pressure the DOJ into sending letters to all of the states telling them that they had to, like, do recounts and shit like that. That they found, like, evidence of lots of voter fraud. That conversation, obviously, none of those are Trump's duties. But if you broaden it to talking to your AG is part of your official duties, talking to your vice president is part of your official duties. Well, now it's an official duty. Now we know, yeah, technically, talking to your VP, that's obviously part of his official duties. Talking to his attorney general, yeah, that's part of his official duties. Everybody knows he has to talk to his AG. So now, yes, like that we're giving it this very broad general label of a duty. Now it's categorized as an official duty when it shouldn't be that broad. It shouldn't be that general. It should be very specific. Is telling them to go and send specific letters to states that are illegal part of his official duties? No. Is telling Mike Pence what states to certify and what states not to certify part of the president's official duties? No. So That's very specific. No, it's not. Done and done. But that's not how they did it. So it's very, very annoying.
That's interesting. I just want to push back on something you said. There has been presidents charged with crimes before, or at least it looked like they were going to get charged, and then they were pardoned, like Nixon.
Yes, but he didn't actually get charged. He never actually got charged. I
thought they did bring charges.
I think it was just Congress. I could be wrong. I'll double check, but I don't think so. Was Nixon ever
I'm
charged?
looking right now.
Oh wait.
So it looks like they were going to charge him, and then he got his pardon.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah, I knew that he was.
Yeah.
That they were planning on charging him, but let's see. Trump, his case is a reminder of another U.S. president who was investigated by a grand jury. Yeah. So they never actually charged him.
Yeah, from what I'm reading, they had enough evidence and everything to charge him, and then the pardon came through, and there was no point anymore of charging him.
Yeah.
But
Which
yeah,
I think
always
was good. I think it was good that they gave him the pardon. I think it was good that he resigned. I think all of that worked out well. But Donald Trump gets caught trying to rig an election, and he just doubles down and says it's fine. I should be allowed to do this. It's like, okay, this is he's not going to resign. He's going to run again. Like, yeah, this is insanely different to the point that, yeah, if Nixon had done that, then yeah, they should have charged him then. But it's, yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Trump is. There's plenty of criticisms that you can give to Trump, but I think I don't know. At least to me, he's closer to the values that I want and the society that I want than the left is by a very wide margin. So
Nixon left office so that he wouldn't get so that he could get pardoned, and that's an admission of guilt according to the Supreme Court. Correct. That is something that a lot of people argue against, but it is. It just is. Like, you can't get pardoned for something that you aren't guilty of. Like, it's not an admission of guilt. It is implied guilt. And it just is. Like, it just is implied guilt. You cannot get immunity for something that you didn't do. But this is part of the complication in the Hunter Biden case, where he gets immunity for a decade of crimes that aren't specified. And so there, we would say, that's not an admission of guilt because there's no crime.
It was the same thing with Nixon.
Huh?
By the way. It was the same thing with Nixon. It was a complete pardon. Anything Nixon had ever done, like, pretty much, like, was pardoned.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, well, then that might be different. Yeah, it may not be. Yeah, if they don't actually specify.
They didn't specify. It's a full and complete pardon of Nixon that was done.
Right, how would he be guilty if we've always assumed he had immunity? Wait, I didn't say that. Hold on. I didn't say that they would have immunity for everything. I said they would have immunity for things that are part of their official duties. What Nixon did was part of his campaign, not his official duties. So it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't before he got into office.
Yes, so it just didn't apply. Just the same as Trump's fake elector scheme. That is not part of his official duties, so he should still be charged with it. That is the decision that was made that I agree with. The part that complicated this is the Supreme Court refused to define official duties. They refused to define it. They said, we don't want to do that part. We'll let the lower courts take care of that. And I didn't know what that meant. They literally said numerous times, we will allow the lower courts to define what official duties are. And I had no idea what that meant. So I was waiting, like, okay, so I guess the lower courts are going to come out with a list of official duties. Like they're going to come out with a list soon or something. Like who's doing
So,
this? How
do
are
you
they
want an
going to do
answer
this?
to
But
that?
that's,
Because
well, I was going to say,
I
yeah,
think
it
I know
turns
what they
out that
mean.
that once it goes to a lower court, that it has to go to a lower court for them to decide whether or not what the president's being charged with is an official duty. Now, somebody else was coming on here, and this guy's fucking retarded, so I don't take anything, anything he says, take it with a grain of salt. But he came on here and was saying that they have to get permission before they can even investigate something. So even if they don't know if there's a crime and they just want to look into it, they would first have to get permission from the lower courts and have them decide whether or not the thing that's being investigated is an official duty or not. And I was like, I don't think that's true.
Yeah,
I
I
was
don't
like,
think
I'm
that's
pretty sure
true.
they
Yeah.
have to bring charges first. Then once they bring charges, those charges are immediately like subject to clearing from the lower courts on whether or not it fits.
Yeah, the people that decide who does the investigating are the DAs and the AGs, not the courts. The courts don't decide who investigates what. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But
well, no, because so I thought initially as well that the broad immunity only applied to federal cases, but it turns out it doesn't. So the Fulton County case still applies. Well, the AG there is not in charge of the Fulton County prosecutions. So that case apparently somehow has to be approved by the lower courts. But yeah, I just don't know what that process is. I don't know what that looks like for the I assume it just technically is like an automatic appeal to lower courts for there to even be
yeah, I think what will likely happen is the lower court will decide that this is an official duty, and then it'll eventually get passed back up to the Supreme Court. Is what I think will, if it ever comes up again. I think that's how it's going to come up. Is if the lower court's going to say it's an official duty, it's going to get appealed, and then it's going to go to a higher court, and then appealed again, and then it's going to go up to the Supreme Court, and they're going to have to make a definition for it.
Right, but I'm saying that like Fulton County, they're not in the lower courts. So as soon as Fulton County presses charges and they want to go to court, before they can even go to court, they would have it sounds like it is an automatic appeal to where now it has to go to a federal court first in order for them to decide whether or not court proceedings can continue, which is also confusing because what if they want to lock them up? What if they want to arrest the person at charging? Like, we're charging you with a crime, we're putting you in jail. Like, what happens then? Do they have to wait for the lower courts to decide whether or not it's a crime, or do they lock them up and then they stay in jail until the lower courts decide, or what happens?
I think likely it's up to the judge. Like, most likely, if I had to guess. Like, the judge will decide whether he can get out on.
A lot of it doesn't make sense to me. The processes are what I'm most confused on.
Because people will sit in jail for even while their case is being appealed, like up to higher courts. It happens all the time. Yeah, it just depends on if the judge decides you're a travel risk and whatnot.
Yeah, sure, but that doesn't. You're just talking about on whether or not they're locked up. I'm not talking about whether or not they get locked up. I'm saying if they are locked up, like I would assume that they're not allowed to lock them up if they haven't even decided whether or not there's allowed to be court proceedings or whether or not the charges are allowed to go through. Like, if there's an automatic appeal there, I would assume they're not allowed to do that until the lower courts have decided that the president is that the charges do not fall under official duties.
Is it something okay, it's something that's not in a lower court. I think it would probably have to be pushed back to the lower court first. If I'm hearing
That's what
what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying correctly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what they would
Yeah,
have to
they'd
do.
have to-
It would have to pass through the lower courts first. Was technically pushed up. It would be pushed up to the lower courts.
Yeah.
And then they would have to make the decision. But that's I haven't found answers on this, because at first,
if you or a loved one have
I
been
thought
diagnosed with kidney
that
cancer,
the only
testicular
reason
cancer,
that they were saying the lower courts have to decide these things, I thought it was only because Donald Trump's charges had already taken place before this Supreme Court decision. That's what I thought. I thought it's just because he already has the charges before they ever made this decision. And so because of that, now they need lower courts to decide on this one. But in the future, it's going to be up to like the grand jury over whether or not they whether or not it falls under official duties, and that can be appealed up to an appellate court, but that like grand juries have to decide whether or not this falls under that category. And yeah, it turns out I was wrong. Nope. Every single one has to be decided. And so yeah, it's not that the lower courts came out with a list of a list of official duties, and it's not that they are deciding before they get arrested. But yeah, it sounds like once charges drop, then they have to, or once charges are given, then they have to immediately go to the lower courts somehow.
With a lot of this stuff, we're gonna have to wait for 4 years until he stops being the president, because they're most likely not going to continue to bring charges against him while he's the sitting president, because he could technically just I guess as far as I understand, he could just pardon himself.
The
So I
Supreme
don't know. I don't
Court
think
left
any
the
of this is gonna
definition
be.
open so they can define Trump as innocent. I completely disagree with that. I completely disagree with that. I believe that if they wanted to just find Trump as innocent, they would have defined it then. They would have defined it themselves right then. Giving it to the lower courts makes a much higher chance of Trump being found, this being found as something that falls under his official duties. Like, them giving it to the lower courts gave them this like separation there, where they knew if when they give this immunity, when they give this immunity, I'm blanking on the words right now. I gotta go to bed. But yes, when they decide that he has immunity, if they had also decided what is or isn't an official duty, that would have been very controversial, because not only are they in a majority Supreme Court of Trump's picks, but they're deciding on Trump's case and giving him, giving this this decision that gives a lot of wiggle room there. So they couldn't also decide where the wiggle room is and isn't, because no matter, if they decided anything that was beneficial to Trump whatsoever, there would have been another January 6th on their hands. So they would have they had to give it to another court to make that decision. And that's currently the Fulton County case is still in progress and will still proceed once Trump is out of office. And so we're seeing it all play out now. That is not why the Supreme Court did it, because otherwise Trump would have gotten off on all these cases.
He definitely can pardon himself, or I think it depends on how you interpret like Article 2 or something like that, and it has never been ruled on. But I think like it's kind of weird. Like if he pardons himself, then I think we're gonna have a bunch of court cases like saying whether or not he can or not, which because no president has tried to ever do that before. It's gonna be really interesting if he tries to do that.
Yeah. Well, JW said Donald Trump cannot pardon the New York State case. They specifically pointed to the Clark case so that they can remove it from the board, so that it can't be used in the January 6th. I'm sorry, I have no idea what any of that means, JW. No, they knew it would induce a delay, so they didn't have to set a precedent that would also let Democrats off. No, hold on. Hold on. No, that doesn't. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That is actually ridiculous. Think that this is it is the right decision to have it be on a case by case basis on what is or is not an official duty. It's just it's difficult that it has to automatically go to a lower court to be decided when it's not a federal case. Like that makes it difficult. But for federal cases, that's fine. You're already in the lower courts anyway, so who gives a fuck? But for state cases or even county cases, well, no, it can't be county cases. So yeah, for state cases, that's gonna be difficult. That's gonna make it very difficult. But yeah, no, they made the right decision by making it to where someone has to decide if it falls under official duties based on just the context of what happened. Because, yeah, if you actually drew hard lines everywhere and defined it specifically, it wouldn't, yeah, you can't do that. I don't think you can. They invented immunity. Didn't exist before. It was just a delay tactic, and it worked perfectly. I don't know. Okay, you're just wrong, Dink. I'm sorry. I don't know if you missed the majority of this conversation, but they didn't invent immunity. This was again. This immunity was assumed to be there. It was always assumed to be there. Everybody assumed the president is immune for anything that he does as an official duty. Like if he does something that's actually part of his job. Like Obama cannot be tried for signing off on drone bombings that killed civilians or something like that, right? Like we all knew that this was the case. Everybody knew this. We all were well aware. This isn't new. This wasn't a new thing. This wasn't something they invented. We all knew this. And there were already norms within within that were practiced that set precedent to where we all knew that if something is an official duty, that they have some sort of immunity for it. It's just that there was never an official case that put this into writing as an official federal law. We never had that before. But it was always just kind of assumed. Obama got legal sign off on that. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what you mean by that. You're just saying that, yes, they went through the legal processes. Yes, that makes it part of his official duty, correct? Yes. Yeah, correct. He didn't just call one of his homies and say, hey, go drop a fucking bomb on somebody, because if he did that, then it would not be part of his official duties. So yes, you're just saying, yeah, he was going through the processes that are part of his job. Correct. That's what we're saying. You get broad immunity for things that are part of your official duties. And then if it's not part of your official duties and it's outside of that, then you can be charged. That is correct. We're saying that they didn't just invent this. This was just the norm. Pretty much leading up to this. Obama consulted the DOJ about the drone strikes, though. He didn't assume it was. I'm sorry. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That doesn't, I'm sorry. I really don't know what you guys are talking about. That doesn't matter. You're just saying that it was part of his official duties. That's all you're saying. Yeah, correct. It was part of his official duties. We all knew that, he couldn't be charged for something like that. us saying like, oh, well, it's okay. He consulted with Mike Pence when talking about doing the fake elector scheme. He consulted with the AG and with the DOJ when telling them to write these letters. It's like, so what? I don't care. It's still like you should still get locked up for that shit. Like, what the fuck? It has nothing to do with whether or not he consulted with them or not, or who he had talked to. I don't care. I care that this was just not part of his official duties. That's it. That's all I care about. It's not part of his official duties. This is not his job. He is not supposed to be doing this shit. So he needs to be held responsible for it. That's the beginning and the end of it. This is not his job. He is not supposed to do this. If it was assumed to be part of his official duties, he wouldn't have needed to consult with the DOJ.
What?
I don't know. I don't know. That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. You're just naming something that is part of his official duties and then saying if he didn't have to do his official duties, then we wouldn't assume it's his official duties. What? What does that even mean? Yes, going and consulting with the DOJ is part of his official duties.
I think he's saying like let's say Obama wanted to order drone strikes, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't know it was part of his official duties, so he consulted the DOJ to see if it was.
Uh-huh.
I think that's what he's trying to say. So if he's saying he didn't assume it was a part of his official duties because he had to consult the DOJ.
Yes, but it was made to where the president can just write something and the drone strikes can happen, and then it was part of his.
Yeah, I agree
duties.
with you. I'm just clarifying what they're trying to say because it doesn't seem like they're saying it very well at all, to be honest.
Oh, there's okay, JW, you're mixing up. I'm not saying that he assumed. I'm not saying. Yes, I would rather you just hop on, because I think you're missing what I'm saying. Okay, Joy, you're missing what I'm saying. I think you're confused.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I know.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh wait, so hold on. I just reread what you were saying. It sounded like you were saying Obama didn't assume he was allowed that drone striking was part of his official duties. That's why he spoke to the DOJ first to see if what he was allowed to do and not allowed to do, right?
I don't think the concept of official and non-official duties was even part of it. In his mind, he was thinking this is something that I could be held like legally liable for. Not because it was like not part of official duties. That wasn't like a concept there. He was just thinking this is probably illegal and I should check in with my DOJ. And the DOJ was like, okay, we're going to say that you're good for this. We're not going to put you on trial for this. We're not going to go into this or whatever. I don't know exactly the details, so we could go more in depth if you want. But that's my understanding. It wasn't like he thought or assumed that because it was if it would be an official action, that he would be Gucci. He had to consult his DOJ because he thought he might be legally liable for it.
I have trouble believing that because that doesn't make sense that the DOJ.
We could go into it details.
Hold on. It doesn't make sense that the DOJ would have anything to do with prosecuting a president for something that they did with like a military action, especially overseas, because he is the commander in chief.
But it was on a U.S. citizen.
What?
It was a drone strike specifically to a U.S. citizen. So that was the conflict. That was the illegal part. It wasn't just that he was doing a drone strike. It was that it was against a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, sure, but that would be a gray area. Yes, that is a gray area as to whether or not it falls under his official duties. Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Is that yes, that is a gray area.
It's not like this official non-official duties wasn't even like part of it in his mind. It would have just been illegal for him to do, as far as he could tell. So he wanted to check with his DOJ that the DOJ wouldn't prosecute for it, that he would be good to go with this one.
Okay.
Can I ask something?
I would have to look into it more because that just doesn't make sense to me because when you're talking about, yes, like the commander in chief making military decisions, the only time that, yes, I would think that there is some sort of gray area as to whether or not this does fall under your official duties. Because like you said, like, yes, if it's illegal for him, well then, yeah, you would assume that's not like your official duties to do something that's illegal. But if he has like broad command over like military actions, and that they're like, yeah, it's overseas, it's not in our country, and you're the commander in chief, so especially once it's outside of our country, you can pretty much do whatever you decide to do. Then yes, they're literally like they're pretty much just telling you like, yeah, these are your official duties, you're in charge of those decisions, like that all falls to
like
you.
where you like here's what I don't understand. Okay, yeah. This official and non-official duties, like jargon, that comes from the immunity case. That doesn't like this isn't something that like people were even really like exactly had in mind when they were talking about the legality of a thing that the president might
I disagree.
do or not.
Every debate that I had on it before that case was about like, oh, well, what if he did this? And normally we're saying, well, that's part of his job. Like, no. Like, of course not. Or like people would keep saying like, well, what about, oh, well, now that we're charging presidents with crimes, now we can go after Obama for the drone strikes. It's literally why I brought it up, because that's what people are saying. Everybody's like, bro, he's the fucking commander in chief. Like, that's a totally different situation. He makes those decisions. That's part of his job. Like, you can disagree with the decision, that's fine, but he can't get in trouble for it. That's part of his freaking job. What Trump did with the election interference, that's not part of his job. That has nothing to do with his job. That was every argument that I heard. I can go find numerous conversations on Destiny Stream. It was the same thing, talking about whether or not this is part of their jobs.
Yeah, can I ask you something, Charlie?
I mean, I agree. You could have a conversation about whether it's part of their jobs, but the specific jargon of official and non-official duties wasn't something people were really saying before this immunity case. Like, it wasn't like,
sure, but the specific jargon just means it's part of their job.
We're going to look into whether or not it's official or not in order to determine, because that's the bar. It's whether or not it's an official thing or not to determine whether it's an illegal thing, which is not how people were necessarily looking at it before this case.
Wait,
is what I'm saying.
I'm saying that you're saying the same thing. I'm saying that when we say this is part of his job, he can't be held liable for that. That's just part of his job. That we're saying it's part of his official duties. It's the same thing. Yes, the jargon is just like more specific as to what was.
But I don't think that's how they were thinking about. That's what I'm saying. Is like I don't think
it was so simple as. Yes, but that's why I said that literally every conversation that I had about this was always about the fact that, like, what differentiates people like Obama and what he did versus Trump and what he did. Every single argument seemed to come down to the liberals arguing that no, this is part of Obama's job. It wasn't part of Trump's job to do this. That's why these are different things. You can't act like the drone bombers.
Look, I appreciate the distinction there, and
I mean, these are subjective, like, anecdotal experiences. So, like, you're saying you didn't hear anybody talk about these things before that decision.
No.
I'm saying
not even
I
saying
did.
Anecdotally, I'm saying, like, I don't think it was like a part of the official consideration of what makes something for a president legal or illegal.
Well, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go on.
So do you think Obama would have consulted the DOJ if he thought it was a part of his job to do it?
Here's what I'm saying is, if Obama was assuming that because something is an official action, that therefore he's immune from prosecution, I don't think he would have consulted the DOJ about it if he was under that assumption.
Well, sure, but that's what I'm saying is that that is what he's asking them in the end.
And I don't think Nixon would have left office if he thought that he was immune either.
Well, I don't either. That's what I'm saying is that Nixon's thing wasn't part of his job. It happened before he got into office, so it obviously was not. No one questioned whether or not it was part of his job. And I'm saying that when Obama talks to the DOJ, he's asking them, "Is this part of my official duties?" That is generally the question that's being asked. Am I allowed to do this? Does this fall under the presidential role that I'm currently in? Does this fall under commander-in-chief sorts of duties? So like when we think of Donald Trump getting his first impeachment, that was over whether or not what he did was his official duties. And so when he's calling Zelensky and he's saying, "Hey, you guys should really investigate this Biden guy, and unless you can do that for me, I'm gonna have to hold on to all these what was it, spears or something?" And they're like, but the problem there was that Congress is in charge of federal aid that is foreign aid like this, not the president. The president can negotiate with foreign aid, but they have like a specific time period that they have to let Congress know what they're doing with the aid and when they're sending it, what the negotiations are, what the standards are, blah, 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 because it's Congress who's in charge of that budgeting and in charge of whether or not this gets sent and all of those things, not the president. And so the whole Ukraine thing was about the fact that this just didn't fall under his official duties. This was not part of his role, and he went outside the bounds of that. That's the main thing there.
Sorry, my ADHD is ADHDing a little bit right now. I really
What we're
do.
trying to say is that if Obama knew that it was allowed for him to do the drone strike, he would have never consulted the DOJ. He went to the DOJ to see if he was allowed to do it.
And when he says allowed, he's saying he was asking if it was part of his official duty.
Legal. No, if it was legal.
Yes, but what's legal for a president is not the same as what's legal for everybody else.
Well, that's what's in contention here. Is sure, we could talk about civil things, maybe in a different discussion, but criminal things, probably a lot of them are still going to be illegal for a president. Probably most of them. It just depends what we're talking about, and I think that's where the complexity comes from. And this idea that it's always been assumed is not something that I really buy. And obviously, we could go back and forth on the Obama case, and I don't know how fruitful that would be. But okay. So I just want to touch on another point that I brought up in the comments while we're here. Is just the Clark, Donald Trump, and I'm sure you'll agree with all of this. It's like with the Donahue, Clark, Rosen sort of storyline that happened during and was part of the indictment for the Jan 6 stuff, right? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, that's what I was saying. I don't. When you brought up Clark, I had no idea what you were
Okay,
talking about.
so basically what happened was Donald Trump asked the DOJ to say there was ballot fraud. The DOJ said, no, we're not going to do that.
Right.
And then he tried to hire Clark, who was an environmental lawyer, to be the head of the DOJ because Clark was basically a patsy who would have done whatever he said and actually said on behalf of the DOJ that hey, there has been massive fraud. And so Donahue and Rosen, who were part of the DOJ, basically said, we're going to quit and everybody else is going to quit unless you don't hire him. By the way, Donald Trump did technically hire him for total of 2 hours, and then he reversed it because he didn't want his DOJ to look like everybody fucking quit on him.
Yeah.
So he stopped doing that, but that was in the initial indictment as evidence of motive, for to show that Donald Trump did in fact have the desire to say something when it was false in order to defraud, the United States and change the results of the election that he didn't like. And the immunity decision specifically referenced that as something that would fall into the official powers of Donald Trump, specifically the ability for him to fire and hire anybody he likes
Right.
for the DOJ. And as a result, they were trying to say, because it is immune, and this is the part I know you agree with, is that like that can't even be used as evidence in an investigation.
Right.
Right. And that's the even more like ridiculous part of the immunity
Correct.
decision. So yeah, so that's just me explaining that piece. They
Yeah.
specifically referenced that.
Yeah,
So
there were a number
on
of
the
things
board.
that they brought up that were like essential to the case, that even if there were aspects of it that they were now saying, okay, this aspect is now like an official duty, this aspect is now an official duty, these aren't, but also for the other two that are, you can't even mention them, you can't talk about them, you
Mhm.
can't subpoena them, you can't like bring it up in any way. Like, yes, now that's like, wait, what the fuck? There's no shot. Like, if you want, and technically that is true. Like, according to the Constitution and like according to the immunity clauses, like that is how it works. Like, yes, if something's immune, you're just not allowed to subpoena it, not allowed to bring it up in court, not allowed. And I feel like they had to make an exception for something like this. I felt like they had to make an exception for something like that. Everything else I agree with. This part, hell no. Like, hell no. That is just insane. That is insane. There is no fucking way. There's no shot in hell. And it is too ridiculous to even like consider. That is just too fucking ridiculous.
I'd even go farther than what you're saying. I would say that throughout U.S. history, it's been generally agreed upon that using the justice system against any president or former president was just looked down upon because it could lead to weaponization of the justice system. This is why Bill Clinton wasn't charged. This is why Nixon wasn't charged. So it's even farther than, oh, it's just their official duties. It's like it's always been frowned upon to use the justice system in general against former and sitting presidents.
Yeah, because we didn't want any sort of norm to where it would be politicized in any way. And then especially with a sitting president, like nobody can have control over where the president is, where he goes. Like there can't be like a potential of him getting locked up. There can't be a case where he has to show up in court on this day and you can tell him where he can or can't go. Like there's just so many like massive problems with charging a sitting president. And then there's issues with norms of charging a non-sitting president on, like, yes, the politicization, politicization. Yeah. But anyways, there's problems with this in the fact that it can be used and weaponized. And technically, yes, there is a norm that says that like you're just not supposed to do it at all. And then, yes, the norms that everything else that you were bringing up, we're saying that like when you're bringing these up as distinctions to say, well, he asked if he could do this. We're saying, yes, he was asking, is this part of my official duties? That's all he was asking. Is this part of my official duties? If the answer is yes, then he knows he can do it. If the answer is no, then he can't do it. But that is like it generally, technically, like what the overall question is yes. If this is part of my duties, if this is something, me as president, something I am allowed to do, that means it's part of my official duties. And so I'm allowed to do this. If it's not part of my official duties, then I'm not allowed to do it. That is the question. And so, yeah, when you're bringing up Obama talking to the DOJ, we're saying that it generally comes down to the same thing.
Yeah, there's presidents in the past like Harding and Grant and Johnson and Cleveland, and all of them technically could have been charged with crimes at the time, but they weren't because of these things. So yeah, it's just always been agreed upon until Trump that we weren't going to use the justice system in this way, which is interesting. And maybe it's because Trump was particularly horrendous. I don't know, but you know.
Well, if you want to look at like the rebuttal that was sort of being formulated, the whole thing was, hey, none of this Jan 6 stuff was stuff that, Trump, and you guys agree with this, none of this was stuff that Trump was doing as a president of the United States. He was doing it as a citizen.
He was doing it as a campaign.
Trying to become a president.
Yes, he was doing it as a campaign, and that relates to like Watergate, where we're talking about Nixon doing these things as a campaign, Nixon doing it as someone who is trying to win office. That yes, this is the same thing when it comes to the fake elector scheme, when it comes to January 6th, when it comes to trying to get the DOJ to send out the letters, like all of these different things. These are all parts of a campaign and are just like just like Watergate.
Yeah, I could send you some articles to read, probably just on your own time, just about like why certain scholars believe that it's an unconstitutional ruling. But that's just, I'm not like a legal scholar, so I can't speak to that exactly myself.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I went through a bunch of different things. Most of them seem to agree with the logic behind the ruling, but disagreed with the precedent that it set, and that they felt like this should have been like a point where they recognized like a slippery slope. That was almost like everything that I read was just kind of going through the fact that this obviously is what the law says. It is consistent with the Constitution, but this is going way too far. And most of them felt like the broad immunity was going too far in and of itself. I didn't feel that way, but most of them felt like the broad immunity in and of itself was going too far. And then there were the rest of them were kind of saying what I was saying, is that the broad immunity makes sense. It's not ideal, not what we want, but it makes sense. Just you got to have like very specific criteria for what an official duty is. Because there's people like, even in chat I saw people who were saying like, no, it's if they're doing it in a like as an official. It's like, well, that doesn't even, like, you're only doing something as an official or in an official capacity if it's an official duty. Like, that's it. Those are all the same things. You're only in an official capacity if you're doing an official duty. If you're not doing an official duty, then if you're calling your mom, that's not, even if you're calling your mom from the Oval Office, unless you're calling her to tell her, that something about policy or some shit like that, that's like, that relates to her, then it's not an official duty. This is you as a citizen, as as one person, just doing your own thing. And then, yes, we're able to separate like official duties from non-official duties, but we can't really define those lines. There has to be like reasonable wiggle room for courts to make that determination. It's just it should be specific. It should be very specific.
Sure.
Like I said, saying talking
Other
to your
things
vice
about
president.
the immunity decision was like seemed to like lack textualism, originalism, and also it didn't really address the counter arguments from like the dissenters regarding like SEAL Team 6. It basically just said that was like, oh, that's ridiculous, that would never happen. But like, it doesn't make sense to just say that, because it was like the examples given were very possible under this ruling. Like, I don't really understand why they would say that.
Wait, say what?
Like, do you know like the SEAL Team 6 thing?
Yes, I think you cut out for a second, so I didn't understand like just like one part that you said.
Yeah, I was just saying that like it failed to address that argument
Yeah.
from the
Which is the
dissent.
slippery slope argument, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. All right, I've said my piece.
All right. Well,
I could hang out here for a little bit, but
yeah, I was gonna read some of this about. Let's see. It says how the U.S. justifies drone strikes, targeted killing, secretary and the law. Let's see. For decades, the U.S. condemned targeted killings, characterizing them as assassinations. So I've never looked into the Anwar Awlaki thing. I have if you guys know who Phil KOE is, he brings this up all the time as like the worst thing that the United States has ever done. And every time I'm like, why? Like we drone strike people all the time. He's like, yeah, but this is a U.S. citizen. U.S. citizens have to go through like court and have like a fair trial and everything. And this guy didn't get that. He just got drone striked. And so this is just an assassination. That's all that is. And so I've never really looked into it because it does sit in a very gray area that I'm not sure about. Shit, this is written. I was about to the fucking first couple words. The sun had yet to rise when missiles launched by CIA. It's like, oh shit, they're gonna be super poetic with this shit. All right. The sun had yet to rise when missiles launched by CIA drones struck a clutch of buildings and vehicles in the lower Kuram tribal agency of Pakistan, killing 4 or 5 people and injuring another. It was February 22nd, 2016, and the American drone campaign had entered its second decade. Over the next weeks, officials in Washington and Rome announced that the U.S. military would use the Sigonella Air Base. Am I saying that right? Sigonella?
I have no idea.
Sigonia?
I don't know.
Is that how you say it? Sigonia? I don't know.
Your guess is good as
I'm
mine.
gonna say Sigonia and pretend like I'm right. The Sigonia Air Base in Sicily to launch strikes against targets in Libya. American strike in Yemen killed 4 people driving on a road in the governorate of Shabwa and 8 people in 2 villages in the governorate of Abian. A strike in Syria killed an Indian citizen believed to be a recruiter for self-styled Islamic State, and another strike killed a suspected Islamic State fighter in northern Iraq. A particularly bloody series of drone strikes and airstrikes in Somalia incarcerated some 150 suspected militants at what American officials described as a training camp for terrorists. In southeast Afghanistan, a series of drone strikes killed 12 men in a pickup truck. 2 men were attempted to retrieve the bodies, and another 3 men who approached the area when they became worried about the others. Over just a short period in 2016, in other words, the United States deployed remotely piloted aircrafts to carry out deadly attacks in 6 countries across Central and South Asia, North Africa, and Middle East, and it announced that it had expanded its capacity to carry out attacks in a 7th. And yet, with the possible exception of the strike in Somalia, which garnered news coverage because of the extraordinary death toll, the drone attacks did not seem to spark controversy or reflection. As the 2016 presidential primaries were getting underway, sporadic and sketchy reports of strikes in remote regions of the world provided a kind of background noise, a drone in a different sense of the word to which Americans had become inured. Senior officials in the administration of Barack Obama variously described the drone strikes as precise, close, supervised, effective, and indispensable, and even the only game in town. But what they emphasized most of all is that the drone strikes they authorized were lawful. In this context, though, lawful had a specialized meaning, except at the highest level of abstraction. The law of the drone campaign had not been enacted by Congress or published in the U.S. Code. No federal agency had issued regulations relating to drone strikes, and no federal court had adjudicated their legality. Obama administration officials insisted that drone strikes were lawful, but the law they invoked was their own. It was written by executive branch lawyers behind closed doors withheld from the public and even from Congress, and shielded from judicial review. Secret law is unsettling in any context, but it was especially so in this one. For decades, the U.S. government had condemned targeted killings, characterizing them as assassinations or extrajudicial executions. On its face, the drone campaign signified a dramatic departure from that position, a departure that demanded explanation at the very least. It was far from obvious what distinguished American drone strikes from the targeted killings the United States had historically rejected as unlawful, nor was it clear how these targeted killings could be reconciled with international human rights law, with a decades-old executive order that bans assassinations, with the constitutional guarantee of due process, or, for that matter, with domestic laws that criminalize murder. So they wrote an executive order. I was gonna say I would bet that they just wrote a fucking executive order that made all of this.
Well, yeah, like it sounds like they wrote a law. Like, I guess an executive order is a sort of law, but
yeah. So okay. So when we're talking about Anwar al-Awlaki, though, if this is what Obama went and got permission for, this is like a weird gray area. Whereas I'm pretty sure we were doing drone strikes under Bush.
Not on U.S. citizens, though.
Sure, but that's what
yeah.
That's the distinction between.
Right. Wait. That's what I'm saying, is that JW initially brought this up as this is a if he just thought he was allowed to do drone strikes, it was just, under his it was a part of his official duties, then he wouldn't have had to have asked, because he would have just assumed that it was part of his official duties, and because of it's part of his official duties, he never would have thought that he could get in trouble for it or that it was illegal. But yes, that is the distinction that I'm making, is that, well, if he went and asked because it was an American citizen, then that would change whether or not it is part of his official duties now. Because
it sounds like what this article is implying is that it wasn't even a matter of official or not official duties. They literally made it a law so that he could do it, which is very sketchy, obviously.
He was going outside of his official duties to do it. Like, he was going outside of his official duties. His official duties was to ensure the due process of the Americans. He was going outside of those official duties to do the drone strikes, which is why he had to go to the DOJ.
Right. Which is what I'm saying, is that, this separates it a bit from the things that we were talking about, because when it came to other drone strikes, he, the Bush administration had 51 drone strikes. Obviously, the Obama administration had way more. And so the difference on this one, where, yes, he has to have he has to check and see if this is legal and if he's allowed to do this. This one makes sense because, this one would necessitate some sort of due process. Whereas drone strikes in general, he didn't really have to. He probably would not have wondered if he was allowed to do drone strikes in general.
And he didn't, because he did it multiple times before this.
Yeah.
Just, he never questioned it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, is that, it's only this one because this is an area where it is a gray area because it is an American citizen. Whereas if he was going and asking, am I allowed to do drone strikes in general, that, then that argument would make a bit more sense. But because he knows that as commander-in-chief, it just does fall under his official duties, that like it is that in general drone strikes are something that he's probably not wondering about.
Which, by the way, this isn't uncommon. Presidents go to their attorney generals and stuff all the time to ask what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do.
Right. They have lots of lawyers that work for them to advise them on these sorts of things.
Well, he's saying the attorney general, which is not personal lawyers, just to be clear.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about as president. What I was confused about though is that article was talking about it as though the United States was strictly against drone strikes until this one, until 2016. But that's not true at all. Like,
I think the article was saying that the official duties essentially of the president was to ensure due process of American citizens, and because these drone strikes do not involve due process, he's going outside of his official duties to conduct them.
It says for decades the U.S. government had condemned targeted killings, characterizing them as assassinations or extrajudicial executions. That's all it says. It doesn't. Yeah, it's not talking about U.S. citizens.
And before that, I think before that you read that it was talking about the due process of citizens. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but
no, I just read.
I was just listening to what you were saying.
It's when it says like the extrajudicial executions. That's what it's saying. It's saying that like they're doing this outside of court, and that these people never get like a fair trial or a hearing or anything, and that we're just killing them. And so this is something that the United States was against, and it doesn't seem to just be talking about U.S. citizens. It's saying, in general, to just go and be, if you're just becoming the judge, jury, and executioner on the spot in something that's not even like a war, you're just going and just killing like non-military combatants, and just deciding that they're supposed to die, then this is an extrajudicial killing to where.
Yeah, but who qualifies for the judicial process, right? It's only U.S. citizens that qualify for the judicial process, as far as I'm aware.
No, that's not true.
There's international law for sure about.
Not even just international law. Like, we just recently put out warrants and was it subpoenas for the people who were involved in the Tenet case, that those Russians who will probably never catch or get in touch with or anything, like they still have warrants out. They're still like they're still wanting them, and we have people extradited, and like we have we have processes to like get people who do things to Americans but were never in America or aren't currently in America, or things like that. Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is, in regards to drone strikes, it's never been understood that before we do a drone strike, we need to make them go through the judicial process.
Right. I'm saying that is the argument against drone strikes, is that they're saying they should. Like the idea of what was the.
That's just never been the case, though. That's
okay. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. What was the prison for terrorists that we had under Bush and Obama?
The prison for terrorists?
Yeah, the prison for terrorists under Obama and Bush. There was it was a prison that like Obama kept promising to shut down, and and then
a Guantanamo
yeah,
detention
Guantanamo
facility.
Bay. Yes, Guantanamo Bay. So yeah, so this was like the same problem there, is that they were just locking people up there and keeping them there, and then they never went to court. They never had hearings. They were never like they were never like charged with anything. They just locked them up and kept them there and tortured them. And so this was the whole issue, is we're like, what the fuck? Like, you're arresting the fucking terrorists. Send them to fucking court. Send them through a hearing. Let them go through
But
some
the
sort of
thing
legal
is, like,
process.
they don't have a legal, as far as I understand, they don't actually have like, what are they going to be tried on, I guess?
Terrorism. If they're killing American citizens, if they're taking part in killing American citizens, if they're part of organizations and they were part of the leadership that was sending planes into skyscrapers, if they're like part of bombings on different buildings, if they're like, yeah, terrorism, they're going to be charged for terrorism.
I was thinking, and now I'm realizing, like, this is probably just incorrect. It's like, oh, maybe they just didn't have like a right to have a trial, but like even non-citizens have right to have a trial. So
yeah.
No, but here's the thing, Tom. Like they like, if you look at pretty much any other case, like, we didn't try everybody that was killed in Iraq. We didn't try everybody that was killed in Afghanistan.
Yes, but that's why
Like,
I said
there's been no
non-military
precedent
combatants.
for this.
That's why I said non-military combatants, because when we're going against another government, we like there's like, standards here where we're like fighting military. We know who we're fighting. You don't just go and start burning down villages and shit like that. That's still bad. So you fight the fucking military that's fighting on behalf of the government. That's the rules. That's how we do it. But now, when you're fighting against people who are not the government, there weren't really standards for this. We didn't really know what we were doing here. This was kind of new, because this normally only happens in civil wars, where like there's a group that's in the country that's fighting against their government. Okay, that makes sense. But now there's a group in their country that's fighting against our government, and they're not the freaking military. They're not the government. This is weird. This is different. And so yes, this is why there were so many complications, so many problems with what it was that was going on here. It's because we're not fighting against a military with targets and crap like that. We can't go bomb their power plants. We can't go bomb their water plants, because now we're just bombing citizens of Afghanistan that have nothing to do with this. Now we have to go and bomb like people in caves in the mountains and shit, and we can't even find them. We don't even know where they are. We don't know where their bases are. We don't have, like, it was just, yes, it was very, very different, and this is kind of a new thing that we hadn't really done before. There weren't like standards in place for this sort of thing, from what I remember, and that was the issue. Is they didn't even know who they were fighting, who the good guys were, who the bad guys were. Like, it was all just kind of new.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. What I'm trying to get at is that this case was, maybe you can correct me here, but was the Obama drone strike we're referring to, was it on a non-combatant?
The Anwar al-Awlaki, I don't know much about him. Like, that's what I was saying. I don't know much about him. And
I think he was like involved with terrorist groups, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, then we would already have precedent under Bush and other previous administrations to conduct a drone strike. Like,
No, but in previous, I don't think that
the only differentiating factor is he's a citizen, like he's
Correct,
an American citizen.
correct.
Wait, but that's what. Hold
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
I'm saying yes. I'm saying that during the Bush administration, this was a highly contentious issue the entire time. This is something that, like, even I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive Obama ran on like shutting this shit down, like stopping anything going on with terrorists, to where you are the judge, jury, and executioner, getting rid of Guantanamo Bay. That, like, if people are, because Guantanamo Bay existed because it was on like another land where we didn't have to abide by U.S. standards because it wasn't on U.S. soil. So now we're imprisoning people here instead so that we can torture them and do all sorts of things that we're not allowed to do if they were here. And so there were just all sorts of things that we were doing that were in these like technically gray areas at the time that we just weren't like, that most people felt like we just should not be doing this stuff. Not initially, but over time, yes, people started feeling like we weren't supposed to do this stuff. And I'm pretty sure Obama ran on like ending all of this stuff and ended up continuing it. He ended up continuing to torture people in Guantanamo Bay. They ended up finding a bunch of innocent people in Guantanamo Bay that literally had nothing to do with Al-Qaeda, had literally nothing to do with any terrorist groups, and were just captured and put there because there was like mistaken identities sometimes. Sometimes they just had totally bad intel on people and just totally got them wrong and just thought that they were terrorists, and they weren't. Like, there was a lot of problems in what they did, and it was because that, yes, there just were no, there weren't really standards for these sorts of things. And so while, yes, there was precedent under Bush, that precedent was highly contentious.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said. Yeah, I don't disagree at all. But and this is still going on today, by the way. Like after the Afghanistan withdrawal and those 13 troops were killed, they did a drone strike on some people that were actually not even involved in the war effort. And just nobody talks about it anymore.
I'm sorry, you cut out at the end. You said it was totally what?
Yeah, so after the Afghanistan withdrawal, there was a drone strike.
I'm losing you again.
Yeah, I'm not hearing him clearly.
Let me turn off my video. Maybe that's hurting.
Is it better?
Yeah, go again.
Is it better?
No, it's not.
Hello?
It is not. No.
Let me... Hold.
Let me read this real quick while we're waiting on him. This says, early in 2010, American media organizations began to report that Anwar al-Awlaki, an American, had been added to the kills list maintained by the CIA and JSOC, the U.S. Military Joint Special Operations Command. Al-Awlaki had once been a preacher at a mosque near Falls Church, Virginia. He had condemned the September 11th attacks, encouraged interfaith dialogue, and been invited to dine at the Pentagon. In the weeks after the attacks, however, the FBI became suspicious of al-Awlaki's earlier contact with several of the hijackers. FBI agents interviewed al-Awlaki repeatedly and placed him under constant surveillance. In 2002, citing a climate of fear and intimidation, al-Awlaki left the United States for the United Kingdom. 2 years later, he returned to Yemen, where he had spent much of his childhood and where most of his family still lived. But al-Awlaki's past followed him to Yemen. Soon after he arrived there, the United States pressured the Yemeni government to detain him. He was imprisoned without trial. By the time he was freed, 18 months later, the FBI, having been unable to provide Yemeni government with evidence to justify his continued imprisonment, his views toward the United States had hardened. In online videos and in an English-language magazine called Inspire, he became an unforgiving critic of U.S. policies and, in some instances, an apologist for attacks against Americans. In 2009, a Nigerian, Umar Faruk Abdullah Matalab, tried to detonate plastic explosives on a Christmas Day flight from Amsterdam to Detroit. American intelligence officials came to suspect that he had been equipped by Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, a Yemen-based group, and that he had been instructed by al-Awlaki. By early 2010, American intelligence officials were describing al-Awlaki as the bin Laden of the internet and the most dangerous man in the world. and they had marked him for death. Intelligence officials claims about al-Awlaki were exceptionally grave ones, but the astonishing revelation that the government intended to carry out the deliberate and premeditated targeted killing of one of its own citizens, something the United States had not done since at least the Civil War, brought the debate about government's drone campaign into American courtrooms. I traveled to Sana's Yemen capital in the spring of 2010 with Ben Wisner, one of my colleagues at the American Civil Liberties Union, to meet with Nasser al-Awlaki, Anwar's father. At the offices of Yemeni Human Rights Organization, Dr. al-Awlaki, an American-trained economist who had gone on to become a minister in Yemen's government and one of the presidents of Yemen's largest university, asked us disbelievingly whether the U.S. Constitution could possibly permit what the government was proposing to do. When Ben and I returned to New York, we worked with Pardis Cabrier and Maria LaHood at the Center for Constitutional Rights to develop a challenge to the lawfulness of the government's kill list. It was a bizarre death penalty case in which there was no indictment. The accused was in hiding overseas, and the prosecutors who had already pronounced the sentence were apoplectic at the suggestion that there should be anything resembling a trial. In the fall of 2010, John Bates, a federal district court judge, presided over the hearing in which Justice Department lawyers argued that the Constitution permits the government to kill suspected terrorists without judicial process, and we argued in response that if the Constitution meant anything at all, it surely meant that the government could not kill its own citizens without ever justifying its actions to a court. In his subsequent ruling, Bates wrote that the case was unique and extraordinary. The part about this that is odd to me is that he left the United States and has become anti-United States, and they even think that he's involved in terrorist attacks against the United States. It would make sense to me if first they would just take away his citizenship. Like, why not just do that? Just take away his citizenship?
I don't think they could just. Can you just do that?
I don't know if you can without a hearing. Maybe
you can't just denaturalize somebody, as far as I know, or even take away like birthright citizenship. Like Donald Trump wants to do that apparently, but I have to pass laws to make that possible to begin with.
Yes, the United States can take away citizenship in rare circumstances, but it's not easy for the government to do so. Denaturalization, a legal procedure that can revoke the citizenship of naturalized citizen. This can happen if the naturalization process was illegal or involved. Wait, hold on. So, Anwar al-Awlaki was
U.S. born or Yemen born.
Yeah, they said that he grew up in Yemen, that he was spending time where he grew up. And so if he grew up there, then I would assume he was born there. Anwar.
He could have been born in the U.S. and lived childhood.
Where born.
Is my connection better?
Yeah, so far.
Okay.
Anwar al-Awlaki was born in Las Cruces, New Mexico, U.S., 1971, to parents from Yemen, while his father, Nasser al-Awlaki, was doing graduate work at U.S. universities. Okay. So yeah, he was U.S. born.
So this wouldn't apply
Yeah. I was initially thinking that he wasn't born here, but
also just because it says oh, you could denaturalize somebody if they find that the legal process by which they were naturalized to begin with had some fault in it. Like, that would require a trial. Like, couldn't
Yeah,
just
well, I mean,
say
even
that
this
that's
says
the
that.
case.
Yeah, this says though, like, one of the things is that if a citizen is convicted of a serious crime, such as immigration fraud, war crimes, or funding terrorist groups, like, yeah, that's there, but it does say is convicted of a serious crime. Doesn't say if suspected of or something like that. So, yeah.
Right.
So what I was saying before my connection started being weird is that in Afghanistan, after the pullout, we did a retaliatory drone strike, and it ended up just killing a bunch of citizens. So this is like still going on today. It's not something that's been like ironed out, I don't
Yeah,
think.
of course. Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump even made it to where I think he upped drone strikes and got rid of the act that made it to where these all had to be like public, available to public, and yeah, he made it to where nobody even knew that drone strikes were happening, and then upped drone strikes. But yeah.
Oh my god, I can't. Sometimes I'm just like, you think that the shock of like Americans electing this person will end, but it's just like it keeps coming.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was a better candidate put up, I don't think he would have been elected. But it
Well,
is what it is, I guess.
if there were better candidates, there were lots of them. They just he just didn't run against it, or like really. Yeah, he just didn't really run against them.
Well, if you're
and
saying
just kind
better
of
in
ignored them.
comparison to Donald Trump, I think Kamala was better in comparison to him. If you're saying like better,
Well, no, I
disagree.
even mean on the Republican
to
side.
win.
I'm even saying on the Republican side, they had a bunch of other candidates on the Republican side who were much better candidates than Donald Trump, who don't have his record, who don't have his problems, who don't have his his past, who don't have his criminal record, who don't have
Right. I mean, that's absolutely true. I don't understand why he. Anyway, but even if you're saying like, oh, they're better as in somebody who could have actually won on the Democratic side against him, I'm not sure that there would have been anybody in this
Kamala
election
was
that would
the
have
best
been able
option.
to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't agree with that, but we already had to talk about
Yeah,
that.
well,
so
you
that's
already
alright.
got destroyed in the marketplace of ideas on that one. So.
All right.
No, but the MAGA people have really like took over the Republican Party. Like they own a large enough percent where all of the other smaller percents of the Republican Party, like the libertarian kind of Republicans and the neocons and the like kind of establishment Republicans, all are getting pushed out by these MAGA people because they just have like a big enough percent. Unfortunately,
the funny thing is, like a lot of like MAGA citizens, not like officials, but like a lot of people actually think like Donald Trump's like more libertarian. Like they think that about him.
Well,
he is a I don't want to say he's a libertarian because he's a protectionist. I think he leans protectionist, which is but he's not like this radical right, far right Republican. I think people make him out to be.
Well, again, his beliefs do not apply to like what he does in reality. Like he, in and of himself, is not even pro-life, yet his legislation leans the other direction. Says, however, at 44.95, Trump had the lowest percentage of the popularity primary vote for a major party nominee since 1988. Yeah, okay, so Donald Trump, I always thought it was 30%, but I guess it was 45%. Yeah, Donald Trump had 45% of the primary vote. I could have sworn it was 30%. I could have sworn it was actually 29%, and I always just said 30%.
That's the 45% is after they eliminated some of the other candidates. Like he started at like 30,
okay, so
25
it was
to 30%.
Okay, so it was probably like 29.
Who was he running up against in the primaries?
Jeb Bush was the main one, I believe. I think it was Jeb Bush,
Tim Scott,
the guy
Vivek
from Jersey.
Ramaswamy.
No. We're talking about 2016.
Oh, 2016. I don't know.
No, I was talking about the recent one. But...
Oh no, the recent one. Yeah,
yeah.
There's but I'm saying that because Raslin was originally talking about the fact that like the MAGA just has like enough of the party now to kind of like dictate. And I've said this a bunch that like Donald Trump in 2016 only had like 30% of the vote, but there were like 20 candidates to the point that 30% was a lot. It's just that like when you guys if you want to look at like the party, everybody else was establishment candidates. You had 19 establishment candidates, and then you had Donald Trump. And so you have 70% of Republicans voting for establishment. And then you have 30% voting for a populist. Now, that 30% was enough to move him to the general election. But when you think about it, it's like, okay, well, it looks like there was only really just like 30% that were actually populist at the time. And they just ended up with a populist candidate in the end that just was able to win out. And since then, he has grown in popularity, and more people have moved towards his populist rhetoric. And I felt like at the end of 2020, when he left office, he didn't get voted in again. Everybody was sick of him. The Republicans were this is the way that I remember it, is that everybody was exhausted with Donald Trump. They were exhausted with his antics. They were exhausted with him always being in the news, with the dumb stuff that he would say, with always having to defend the stupid, crap that he was doing. And they were just kind of like relieved that he didn't win, and that they could take like a breath and just kind of chill for a while. And then he did January 6th. And that was when they were like, okay, dude, like, I am so done with this guy. Like, I don't want anything to do with him. And I thought there is no shot this guy ever wins another election. Like, no shot. He has just ruined everything. And then going on to continue denying the election after that was just like, it made it very clear, like, yes, the Republican Party is done with him. He already only had like real like support from like 30% of them. He ended up with the lowest approval rating of any president ever during his presidency. And like now the brainwashing is in full effect. NPC mode is in full effect. And it is
it's we live
in a different world today, where history has been rewritten. Everything is different than the way that it actually happened. And this is what me and Raslin were kind of talking about earlier, is that yes, this is just a different group now. This is a different level of like before, even in his first term, we said that he had a cult-like following, but we didn't mean like this. We didn't mean like this.
Right.
Like what's happening today is not what we were talking about. This is a whole other level of cult-like following.
And the
I
thing is,
I remember
like,
when Joe Biden was elected, and people were like literally saying, like Donald Trump actually is still the president, and like. They were like, they actually believed he was like running the office.
There's tons of people who actually thought that yes, he was still in the Oval Office the whole term, and that this was all a deep state ploy to make it look like Biden was president, but really Trump was president the whole time. Yep. Somebody the other day in chat was saying this is. Yeah, somebody in chat just the other day was saying, why did you say second term? This isn't Trump's second term. This is his third term. I was like, what? They're like, he was in office the whole time. Yeah, brother.
Well, the thing is, and even in 2024, like I do think that the quote unquote MAGA people were a relatively small percentage, but and even you kind of alluded to the fact that like you think, I mean, by saying the 70% were all establishment, that's not necessarily true because the 70% is made up of like these many different groups of different types of Republicans.
No, I agree.
That
I agree, but that's when there was a
okay.
lot more debate on the Republican side. I talked about the fact that like back then we had diversity. We had a bunch of different groups. We had a lot of different types of Republicans with very different beliefs, so with very different mixes of libertarianism and in some Christian nationalism, in some like neocon, some paleocon. Like we had all these different groups, a lot of diversity and a lot of argument, and we were able to have all of these debates on our side that made everything really cool. And then that moved very quickly to like, nope, stay in line, say the right things. You say the wrong thing, you're now a rhino and you're on the outs, and let's make fun of the left for having diversity, and let's call that leftist infighting, and we'll just make fun of them for having any like a what do they call it, bad thought or whatever. I forget what the Republicans call that, but they
wrong think.
Yeah.
Like even today, like there's so many different variety of opinions. It's just that we, like as Republicans, as a party, it seems like we are, instead of fighting with each other, we're just kind of accepting like Trump is going to be the nominee because there's not a majority but a big enough group to just beat out all the other groups. So we might as well just try to defend this guy and try to push our agendas and try to get people with some, maybe more libertarian, more paleocon beliefs into his administration and try to do it that way instead of like fighting with each other about it. Because
wait, but that's I don't. That's one thing, sure. And I talk about this all the time that I think that there are still normal Republicans out there who still are like, yes, constantly embarrassed by Trump, who are constantly like annoyed with him, but they're not going to vote for a Democrat. Like, even though as much as they can't stand Trump, a Democrat is still worse. Like, it still goes against their values. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with somebody who's voting on values and cares about those things. But when there's somebody who's sitting there like, denying, saying that like January 6th was Antifa, or it was the deep state, it was an FBI plot, it was like when just no matter what he does, they will not deny it, they will not accept it, they will not they have this like cognitive dissonance to where they just cannot engage with reality, that all mainstream media is all fake news, that like this is all, those people are people that just cannot be reasoned with. They are unreasonable people.
It's kind of like a cult following, and I'm someone who actually think that Trump did a pretty good job in his first term. I think COVID really hurt him in the approval ratings, but I actually liked a lot of the policies that he did. But at the same time, like, yeah, you're right, there is like a cult following around it, without a doubt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've said before, like I was super pro Trump initially in the primaries. I was one of his first like hardcore followers. I was very much pro Trump in the beginning. I thought the idea of having a businessman run the country like a business, I thought that was a great idea, especially with the deficit, especially with like the fact that Republicans just didn't seem to care about being fiscally conservative. They didn't care about like how much taxes were being taken out of our checks. They didn't care about like deregulating things. They didn't care about like they just didn't care. They didn't care about like our values. And so I thought, yeah, like this will be kind of cool to get somebody who's going to be able to like make a bigger deal about some of this stuff. Like Republicans had been spending more than Democrats like every fucking administration, and it was getting annoying. And then I started watching Donald Trump's debates and heard him talk. And that was that. I was I was immediately like, okay, this guy will never fucking be president. No shot, dude. This guy is insane.
I'm of the opinion you have to separate out what he does and what he says, honestly. Like
Yeah, you have to grade him on a curve.
He says the
You
craziest
have to treat
shit.
him like a child.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, yes, yeah, you do. Like it's just the way it is, but
yeah. Yep, we were talking about this yesterday that like people we were watching a video yesterday where the guy was like he's like acting like he's yelling he has like a mob of NPCs yelling at him and he'll argue with them and one of them said stop taking him out of context and or stop taking him so literally and out of context. Both of those things in the same sentence at the same time. Stop taking him so literally and out of context. It's like, wait, which one is it? Is he being taken out of context or is he being taken literally? It can't be literally. If it's out of context, that's not literal at all. But like, which one is it? But that is the argument. That is, yes, that is what they say. Is stop taking him so literally and out of context. Wait, which one is it? Is it that one or this one? And it's like, I bring this up all the time because it's one of my favorite things is that, yes, the rhino talking point that like, you know, Donald Trump is, he's not even really a Republican. He's against the establishment. He voted Democrat and like donated to Democrats pretty much his whole life. He's just not even really a Republican, and he's just pretty much an independent. He's not really he has nothing to do with that, and he's totally against the establishment. He doesn't like Republicans. Republicans don't like him. He's got nothing to do with the party. He just runs within that label because it's beneficial to him. But then anybody who disagrees with Trump, anybody who steps out of line on the talking points, they're a rhino. That person's not even a Republican anymore. They're just a rhino. They're just a Republican in name only. They're not a real Republican because a real Republican agrees with everything that Trump says. A real Republican toes the line. They stay in line and do exactly what it is that Trump says and asks of them. They will not disagree with him. That's what a real Republican would do. And it's like, wait, which one is it? Is he the establishment that sets what a real Republican is, that it like decides what a real Republican is, that sets the standard of who is and is not a Republican? Or is it that he's not a Republican, he's got nothing to do with the establishment, got nothing to do with Republicans, he's pretty much a liberal? Like, which one is it? You got to pick one here, but it's not. It's always these like contradictions. I think Destiny actually published a list of things the other day that he thought were contradictions. He said, can someone explain how maggots are able to simultaneously believe in so many diametrically opposed conspiracy theories? How was COVID-19 a Chinese bioweapon that leaked from a lab, but also supposedly harmless at the same time? How was January 6th an insurrection that was instigated by multiple feds on the ground, but also a peaceful protest where nothing happened? How was the election too big to rig in 2024 when less people voted than in 2020? Yeah, 20 million people. How is Trump going
By
to
the way, the
negotiate?
20 million people thing. Oh, sorry.
Do not tell me it's a meme. Do not say it's a fucking meme. I will punch you through this fucking computer.
No, the 20 million people thing, from my understanding, it actually originated before the final count was taken from leftists being like, what happened to these so many Democrats? And then the right picked it up as a talking point and ran with it, and it's still being said today. It's fucking crazy. I don't know.
God.
Yes.
Damn it.
I actually talked about this on Twitter. Initially I just made like a quick like throwaway post about it. Just like, dude, I keep hearing people like complaining about votes missing. Like, this is dumb. And then I clipped something from CNN where they were They were complaining about, yeah, here it is. It says, I swear if I see another stupid post saying Kamala got even less votes than Biden, I'm going to hurt someone. These two elections aren't comparable. Biden had mail-in ballots. I didn't even request a ballot in 2020, and I got one. We knew less people would vote in this election. You're comparing it to the most voters in history. Compare counties. Hillary won. If you want something comparable, she got more votes than both Trump and Hillary did in 2016. Hillary won the popular vote with 66 million, and Kamala has 68 million. In states like Georgia and Pennsylvania, she lost by 100,000 out of 6 million voters. She did very well after running such a short campaign. I have tons of critiques of her and the way that she ran, but stop acting like she was horribly unpopular. And then I also I go on about the fact that they weren't even finished counting yet. It wasn't that so when you say the election wasn't over yet, it was like the day that Trump was announced to be the winner, they all acted like that was the official tally. That's where it came from. They all acted like the day it finished that was the official tally. The problem is that even on that day, I believe there was like a difference of 12 million, not 20 million. I don't think there was ever a point where there was 20 million, but they acted
Some
like
states weren't even called yet by the end of that.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So,
yes.
So where the 20 million number came from, was when Trump was declared the victor, even though all of the states weren't finished counting. Like that's where the 20 million came from. Like it was like Trump was declared the victor, he had reached 270, but the states still weren't done counting it. At that
Correct.
point, it was
That's what I'm
still
saying,
20 million. And
no,
yeah.
it might have been. I don't remember, but I feel like it wasn't. I feel like it was a difference of like 12 million at that point. But yeah, anyways, I knew that was the confusion. And so that's why I kept counting very consistently, is just like somebody would come in, where did the 20 million votes go? And I'd be like, well, I don't know. Let's go count how many votes there are. And that's why I kept doing it, is because they were still counting. So I wanted to know myself. I wanted to know, where are the numbers now? When we first started counting, it was 7 million. There was a 7 million difference. When we last counted, there was a 3.3 million difference. So like every time we counted, there were millions more. And then, the last count was 3.3 million. And I believe they're done counting now, because they were all supposed to submit their stuff to the Capitol a couple days ago. So we can do one more count just to get the official tally now. But yeah, the official, everybody I believe has to turn in their ballots to their state capitals on the 16th. So
I just remember I was on on X, and I saw this leftist saying like, where did 20 million voters go? What happened to the last election? And then in the comments I see these Republicans with this like stupid graph that was showing like a huge spike in 2020.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no, they're running with it. No, stop.
And the graph was not even like a complete graph. Like it was one of those misleading where it cuts off all the bottom of the graph, like the bottom, I don't know how much, but like a large chunk of the bottom, which would have made the difference look drastically different.
Yeah, we had a couple of people mention the graph here, and I had them send it to me, and then we went over it, and nobody wanted that inept, unqualified, cackling hyena. Sorry you thought that witch lost, thank God. No, Trump won. He actually won, unfortunately, with no qualifications, with really no experience in government, with no nowhere close to Kamala's 25 years in government, and decades in policymaking. He still won, oddly enough. But yeah, this goes on to
But
say,
I wanted her to win, for the record, for that commentary. I wanted her to win. So
let's see.
No, it's not true.
I wanted to say,
Well, hold on, hold
I
on.
wanted to say this
Let me
earlier.
finish this real
Okay,
quick.
okay.
Is it says,
All
how
right.
is Trump going to negotiate against Mexico and Canada, who are killing us on trade, when he literally renegotiated NAFTA into the USMCA during his term? How has Biden weaponized the DOJ that also simultaneously convicted his son while Trump fired Barr for not taking orders? Why is Biden responsible for what New York state prosecutors do, but Trump isn't responsible in any way for the COVID response, the lockdowns, or the BLM riots? Yep. Well, and on top of that, yes, everybody acted like Biden was like interfering with the Hunter Biden case when Trump was literally meeting with the two. They had two. Uh, um, they had two witnesses against Hunter Biden, just two, and Trump was meeting with them consistently, and so were his PACs. His PACs were meeting with these two witnesses consistently to talk to them. And yeah, it's just like, how the fuck, how does this guy get to like meddle in every little thing that happens, and you guys don't care at all? But then Biden finally at the last minute does one thing and everybody loses their minds. Like it's just, it doesn't make sense. It makes no sense. But
Yeah,
wrestling.
yeah. But I think this
Yeah.
this cult following that you're talking about, I think it's like almost because they're trying to be like the counter woke, if that makes sense. Like they swung too far
Yeah.
left, and in response to that, now we're swinging too far. Like we have our own like quote unquote woke area of the Republican Party now.
Look, when you investigate, like, it's like what you were saying time before. A lot of these people, they say they have these values, right? That, like, okay, I don't like Trump, but I would never vote for a Democrat because I have these values, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times, if you, like, investigate those values, like, it doesn't really make sense. Like, if you investigate all of the values...
Well, hold on.
Like,
I don't think most of those people have ever even heard of the fake elector scheme. I don't think most of those people have
right.
ever heard
No,
of
that's true.
like a lot of the shit that like would be contradictory to their values. I don't think they know anything
Right,
about
like
most
the
of these
people
things.
that say that Donald Trump, is better because he's more for the Constitution, even though Donald Trump like literally said that he wanted to terminate the Constitution
Yeah.
if there's like this mass fraud stuff, which was obviously we know fake.
Well, he didn't say
but
if.
like
He says there
they
is
don't.
a mass fraud, therefore I
Right,
can
right.
terminate the Constitution.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
I am
True.
like
But
right
what
here,
I'm
guys.
saying is,
I am the people
like,
you're talking about. You could just
no.
ask
What
me
I'm
if
saying,
you want to
what
know.
I'm saying is, these people don't even know that Donald Trump said that.
Right.
You know?
Yes, I do. I'm fully aware that Donald Trump said that.
No. We're talking about like Christian boomers who are like neocons, like evangelical.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, we're talking about like people who are more so like they see Trump do something and they're very like, their American like patriot heart like hurts over it. They're like, they're I know like truly, I'm not even exaggerating. I know numerous people who were literally depressed after January 6th happened that were hardcore conservatives and at that point were like kind of tired of Trump, but also like growing to like him because of like a lot of his court picks, because of a lot of his policies that he was able to get passed, and like the way that this did just really benefit conservatives in the end. That yes, they were fucking floored over this stuff. Like they were truly like upset over all of the January 6th stuff, and the fact that yes, he was the first president to not have a peaceful transition of power, the denying of the election, the fact that he just couldn't take a loss like a man, like all of those things, they were very, very upset about these things. But still, like, what? I'm gonna vote for a fucking baby murderer? Like, no shot. I'm not doing that. Like, yeah, it was kind of the thought process. But tons of people, again, Kamala had her list of 200 Republican officials who were endorsing her. She had, I think it was over 20 people from Trump's cabinet from his first presidency who were endorsing her. She had tons of, like GOP, Republican, lifelong, Republican officials who were backing her because they did hold those values and they obviously did know about this stuff. And so they were not going to support, somebody who committed treason.
I know. I'm just saying when you guys talk about like people who are
I was
not going to
talking
vote
about
for.
an average uninformed voter who
Yes,
says
correct.
they have these like principles of like, oh, my number one priority is like the Constitution.
Yeah.
And then you see street interviews where people like ask them, hey, like, how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he wants to terminate the Constitution? And they're like, oh, Donald Trump didn't say that. And then they show them the quote, and they're like, oh, I had no idea he said that. Like, I have to reevaluate. It's like that was a lot of street interviews had things like exactly like that.
Yep.
Now, do I know how many voters are exactly like that? I don't know, but I would guess it's a lot.
I would say
On both
that's also
sides, a lot of
probably
people
about
seem to be
20 to
uninformed.
30%. Yeah, I would say that. Well, uninformed is like one aspect, but I would say the ones who actually like hold these values very stringently and are willing to like either not vote or vote for a Democrat over these contradictions. That's about 20 to 30% of the Republicans that we would think of, but the amount of populists who were on the left and like and independents and like moderates who were willing to vote for Trump in this election was more than able to make up for those people who either didn't vote or did vote for Kamala.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like when you talk about people who wouldn't vote for Democrats who also don't like Trump because of the values, but vote for Trump because the Democrats are just completely go against the values. That's like pretty much me. Like that's exactly where I'm at.
Yeah, it's just we are talking about somebody who would never watch a stream like this. Like the fact that you're even here just totally like disqualifies you from this conversation, because it's going to be people who are like just kind of misinformed and just like Fox News viewers. All right, well, I gotta head out. I more than completed my 6 hours that I was supposed to stream today. Thank you guys for all the donos. We did very well in donos and gifted memberships and all of that. I think we have a total of 6 so 12 new members, 70 something dollars in donations, and then there's also tips as well. So you guys rock. Appreciate you guys. We'll hopefully do it again tomorrow, and thank you Wrestling and Joy for coming on and hanging out with me for the last couple hours. Appreciate y'all chilling.
Sure. And let me know when you want to get BTFO'd on gender.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Actually, I still don't know your position on it, so
I
I
will.
can't say that
Okay,
for sure.
I will send you the gender doc. I will.
Yeah.
I will tell you that, like I said, there are some things in there that are like studies that I just don't really hold to anymore or don't abide by anymore. I'm supposed to. It's supposed to be a living document that I keep updating, but I haven't had those debates much lately, so I'll have to go back in there and make those updates. But I will send it to you, and you can give it a read through and figure it out.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Well, thanks, Wrestling. Thanks, Joy. Y'all have a good one.
Bye bye.
Later. But all right, I will probably be back on tomorrow. I'm gonna raid you guys out. If you haven't yet, go watch my new video essay on a lot of my problems with the MAGA movement right now, going over a call-in that I had with a conservative radio show host and talking to him about different issues that I have. And this kind of, I should have summarized this at the end, and I didn't. I did rush this a little bit, and I'm a little embarrassed by this entire video. It's still worth watching, but yes, I am kind of embarrassed by this entire video essay because I just, I did just kind of, I did not plan it very well, and I just did rush a lot of it. I did ramble through a bit of it, just kind of trying to, I didn't want to write it. I didn't want to script it. I just wanted to fucking get it done, get it out, throw it out there, and just put some editing in on top and make it like, you know, have some visuals there for you to look at and then move on. So, so yeah, there is a bit, but mainly the main thing that I was trying to get to in this is, as I said, I should have summarized this in the end, but the main thing is that I feel like the MAGA movement is anti-intellectual and super anti-intellectual, but then they complain when they're treated like anti-intellectuals. And so that is kind of the main idea behind this entire video essay, and I've screwed up royally by not summarizing that at the end. So yeah, go check this out and give it a look. Here's the link. It was just published yesterday. Give it a like, give it a thumbs up, give it a comment. Appreciate y'all joining, hanging out with me tonight, and I will be back on tomorrow, most likely. Also, join the Discord. Links in the description. I've also got my Twitter in there, my Instagram, all of my other platforms. We're also streaming on Kick, sometimes on Twitter. So yeah, follow me on my other platforms. But once we get done here, everybody continues chatting in the Discord. And there's voice chats in there. People go into the VCs and hang out in the community VCs. They play video games together. They'll watch movies and TV shows, anime, all sorts of different conversations happening in there. We have a bunch of different channels. That's even where I get a lot of my content from. So lots of people will fill up the content suggestions portion of the Discord and tell me what it is that they think that I should watch. And this is where we go through and get a lot of content suggested, and then people will start debating over some of the stuff that's put there. And then we also have news stories, funny videos, dramas, music, video games. We got all sorts of stuff in the server that everybody hangs out and talks about. And yeah, it's nonstop debates and fun. So make sure you join the server. This is one of the things that Urusama was talking about, is the fact that Luigi Mangione has a unibrow, and they show that like he has a unibrow here, but not here. There's no unibrow there. And they're like, yeah, so this is obviously not him. And I was like, well, what about this picture? He has a unibrow there, but not here. And what about this picture? He has more of a unibrow here, but not here. Like, so it looks like he shaves it sometimes. Yeah, it just looks like maybe he's grooming it. And sometimes it's a bit thicker, sometimes it's a bit thinner. I don't know. I have a unibrow. I have to shave my unibrow. I would have literally straight across, just full eyebrow straight across the whole way. So yes, I shave right there. So yeah, he looks like he plucks his though. His is a little thick. His is a bit on the thick side. So yeah, he's You have a beard? Yeah, your nose has hair on top. Yeah, I wish my nose was balding. That would be better if it was my nose and not my actual head. Just Just instead of this, this part was balding. Or both. True. My nose could also be balding. And then this would be a little bit better. I would actually get some benefit out of it. But all right. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Z King says. From budding to balding like Benjamin Button. SPHYNX says. Cope more. Twisted says. Later hashtag. Catmara591 Mir says. I could be wrong, but 2 Row 2 used ghost rights. All met Jesus. Z King says. Bye Tom. Z King says. Bye. Z Phillips says.
I love you.
There is no evidence that the book of Matthew was written by a game named Matthew. Tom Foolery Show says. LOL, that true dank. Z Phillips says. Guy. Dank Prole says. Republicans have no principles. Never forget. Alika Tales says. Later fools. Dank Prole says. Yes. Botrix says. Make sure to hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you enjoy. Catmara591 Mir says. So the most educated apostle didn't write his own gospel, haha. Alika Tales says. Meow. Dank Prole says. Doesn't grow back if you pluck. SPHYNX says. Tom gotta be the most clueless person on the internet.
True!
Z Phillips says. Crockbeard. Twisted says. Fooleries. Isol says. I just came here for Brett Cooper conspiracy and I got no answer.